Chapter 151, Cone 151. Public Duel 1. Sedna Rosen walked the streets of the festival alone. She would normally have spent the day helping Roger with his work in the office. However, he told her not to go to work on the festival day, so she was forced to walk around with tears in her eyes. Because Roger ordered her to enjoy the festival, she went around alone because she didn't have any friends, but Sedna didn't care. She was used to being alone. But enjoy the festival. I don't know what to do. Why did Mr. Roger give such a confusing order? No matter how much she thought about it, nothing came to mind. Is this an ordeal for me? Lightning swept over Sedna's like she got enlightened. First order, Roger told her to enjoy the festival. Why did he make her do the most unconfident thing? He's teaching me that I need to be able to do things that I don't want to do. No one in the world can live doing what they want to do. Life is always hard, so people live by forcing themselves to do what they don't want to do. But here people are divided into two categories. There are people who say they don't like it, and people who don't like it, but do it well. Sedna realized that Roger wants her to be the latter, as expected from Sir First Order. Sedna, trembling with emotion, decided to faithfully fulfill Roger's order. If so, she should enjoy the festival, but how will she enjoy the festival? Sedna, who was worried, smelled delicious somewhere. That's where her eyes naturally went. There was a street stall. She was attracted by the savory and sweet scent that came from there. The owner looked at Sedna and asked, "Welcome, little girl. Is there anything you want to eat?" "Well, that's not. If it's hard to choose, I'll recommend you something. How about this one? It's the most popular food in our store. Do you want this?" "Yes." When she nodded her head, the man immediately served her food. It was a fried potato stuck on a long wooden stick, and it was a dish coated with honey with butter. After paying the bill, Sedna carefully took a bite while looking at the food in her hand. Her eyes opened wide and firecrackers popped over her head. It tasted so amazing. Compared to the ingredients, it seems like a bit of a rip-off price, but it had a unique taste that harmonized with the festival. Sedna, who ate the food in an instant, threw her eyes to another store. When she was told to enjoy the festival at first, she was at a loss how to enjoy it, but she felt like she could see the way. As the sky grew dark and the sun was about to set, a signal came through the communicator that she always kept in her arms. "It's me. I'll tell you the location, so come right away." At that familiar voice, Sedna realized that the First Order needed her and ran to the place where she was called right away. If he's calling me out of the blue, he is finally starting a full-fledged operation. Right. Dawn is the best time to move around during the festival. Sedna arrived at the scene with strange expectations. She belatedly realized that she couldn't throw away the food she had in her hand because she came in such a hurry. But that was not the point. There was a secret operation in front of her that made her heart race. Roger said to Sedna, who awaited orders with a fluttering heart, "Take these two away." A. With the help of Assistant Sedna, Roger was able to move the fainted people safely without being caught. After shoving Crollo into her own dormitory, Sedna took Joanna on her back, saying that she would send her to her dormitory. It was strange to see the small Sedna carrying Joanna, who was taller than herself. In fact, Joanna's toes were dragging on the ground. "She'll be fine." Roger came to the infirmary with Selina on her back. It was quiet, and there were no people in the infirmary because the sun had already set. The dark interior felt like a different world, with only the red light of the far-off festival shining softly. Roger looked at Selina, who was lying on the bed and was sleeping quietly. Esmeralda and Selina were the same person. He never thought that the First Order he was looking for was so close. At first, he was suspicious. However, after seeing Selina's appearance, he tentatively concluded that she was not his target. In terms of the results alone, Roger's guess was only half correct. There was definitely a chance. When Esmeralda was distracted by the stunned Crollo, Quasimodo continued to be wary of Roger, but he certainly had a chance to kill Esmeralda there. He missed the opportunity because of his own hesitation. Esmeralda can be killed, but Selina could not be killed. She is a good person, and although there is a scary existence behind her, that did not make Selina a villain because she didn't know. Is ignorance a crime? Then all the warmth and good deeds she has done so far become meaningless. Roger thought it wasn't. Sin is sin, and good deeds are good deeds. You can't cover up your mistakes with good things like simple addition and subtraction. Conversely, just because a person commits a sin, it does not mean that the person's good deeds disappear. Then, if a good man and a sinner share one body, how should that person be treated? It's difficult. Roger shook his head, but he couldn't just delay the answer. The last day of the festival will come 4 days later, and Esmeralda will move to kill Crollo Fabius as promised. So far, Esmeralda's purpose has been revenge against the Fabius family, but the problem is after that. What will Esmeralda do after killing Crollo Fabius, the last survivor of the Fabius family? As long as she belongs to the Black Dawn Society, she will not be able to disobey Zero Order's orders. Maybe she came in here in exchange for revenge. If the Fabius family disappears completely, Esmeralda will faithfully follow Zero Order's orders. It was clear to Roger, who intended to eliminate the Black Dawn Society someday, that she would be a huge barrier. It is right to get rid of Esmeralda to prevent that situation from happening. Roger examined Selina's figure calmly. Her pink hair disheveled over the pillow was shining softly under the light outside the window. She was like a princess in a deep sleep. Ah, Selina let out a sigh and then opened her eyes. It was not Esmeralda's red eyes, but her original pale purple eyes. Aha, here is. Are you awake, Mr. Roger? As soon as Selina came to her senses, her shoulders trembled at the sight of Roger. It wasn't long before she realized that she was in the infirmary and that Roger was sitting next to her. What happened? You fainted. Yes, yes. You must have been tired recently. You suddenly collapsed while enjoying the festival, so I just brought you to the infirmary. Did I? Roger's voice was so serious that Selina believed his words. In fact, Roger was not wrong. She couldn't sleep because she was so excited the day before the festival. Idiot. How can you faint? Doesn't this make her look like a person who is exhausted and collapsed from enjoying the festival too hard? Selina screamed inwardly at the thought that she might appear like a person who likes to play to Roger. I fainted. Oh no. Then did Mr. Roger carry me in his arms? Was I heavy? On the other hand, Roger completely erased the little vigilance he had when he saw Selina's reaction. Fortunately, she doesn't seem to remember what happened a while ago. It's encouraging to make one less excuse. Roger, who examined Selina's condition, stood up after judging that she was okay. Where are you going? I think you're safe, so I'm going to get up now. Ah, Mr. Roger. When Selina tried to say something, Roger stood up from his seat and waited silently for her words. Selina wriggled her fingers and couldn't bear to look at Roger before finally speaking with a small voice. Thank you. I just did what I was supposed to do. It's not just that you carried me when I passed out. Selina shook her head. Thank you for everything. The fact that you gave me advice, that you enjoyed the festival with me, and that you didn't show that you didn't like it even though it was annoying. All of that was a good memory for her. I am rather sorry if I've caused you trouble for no reason. Teacher Selina, if you really bothered me, I would have made it clear on the spot. What? The reason I've been with Selina teacher without saying anything is because I didn't hate it either. Although not obvious, Roger also enjoyed the festival in his own way, winning a prize at the shooting range, buying snacks at street shops, and looking at various magic tricks, plus seeing the students smile was pleasant for Roger too. He always lived his life in the dark, hiding my identity. Without revealing his real name, he has walked a path marked by hard and painful work. Maybe that's why he enjoyed the festival. Today I had fun too. Really, that's a relief. Selina breathed a sigh of relief and patted her chest. I am worried that I might have bothered Mr. Roger. You don't have to worry so much. Roger immediately tried to leave the infirmary, but Selina's voice rang behind him. Mr. Roger. Yes. Roger answered without looking back. We'll definitely be able to enjoy the festival together next year, right? In fact, Selina herself did not understand why she asked this question. It just suddenly occurred to her that this might be the last time. Roger fell into thought at Selina, who asked in a slightly uneasy voice. Next year's festival. The festival is held every year. Maybe more people will gather than this year. They'll all enjoy the festival and make new memories. However, on that day in the future, can the two people here still stand together then? No way, one of the two will not be there. It's fate, but even so, I'm sure we will. Knowing that, Roger had no choice but to tell a lie, and Selina smiled brightly as if that answer was enough. Yes, then let's go to the festival together next year. Yes, promise. Yes, it's a promise. Even though he knows it's a promise that can't be kept, Roger answered calmly. That's how the first day of Theon Magic Festival ended. Darkness came after the festival lights went out one by one, but there was a person who moved as if he had waited for such a blackout. A person entered quietly in Roger's office and scanned the surroundings lightly with magic. It seems that there is no detection magic. Security is so lax. It is also funny to assume that someone will sneak into a teacher's office. The intruder, who stepped on the carpet on the floor in a cautious manner, searched Roger's desk. The intruder, who searched through several drawers of the desk, grinned when he found what he wanted. Found it. The man who shook the white barrel in one hand several times confirmed the sound of pills clinking inside. If I take this away, I can easily win tomorrow's duel, right? Roger Chelisai takes medicine without others knowing. This medicine may be a magic pill to make up for the lack of mana. I didn't expect that Roger Chelisai's secret would be right here. Lack of mana. Who would have imagined that a teacher who teaches magic would lack magic? And he even covered that with pills. I'm looking forward to tomorrow. What will happen if a wizard suffering from a lack of mana loses the means to restore it? He couldn't resist laughing just imagining it. The intruder first organized the messy desk that he searched, and then left the teacher's office through the window he entered. The office, which returned to its original appearance, became calm as if no one entered it. Chapter 152, Cone 152, Public Duel 2, the moon went down and a new light of dawn rose. The second day of the magic festival has begun. Move it slowly. Are you ready for this? From early in the morning, students and users busily walked around to check the banners and items. Since the full-fledged festival started on the second day, the preparations were more thorough than the previous day. As if to prove it, wagons were coming in through Theon main gate in line from early morning. It was a similar scene to the previous day, but there was a big difference, which was the pattern engraved on the wagons. Look, it's the Duke of Lumo's carriage. He really came. Is that the pattern of the DeVille family? Then, didn't Duke Cadushan also come? The guards at the entrance were also nervous at the appearance of the noble people who were so high in rank. They, who did not show their faces on the first day, came to Theon the second day because the main event was concentrated on that day. The magic duels caught the most attention. The duel event, which selects the first to third places by grade, was a key attraction in the magic festival every year, and teachers will also participate this year. It was a situation where more people were paying attention because the news was spread widely. Contrary to great expectations, only the teachers in charge of the first and second grades participated, but that alone was enough. The title teacher of Theon was never light even for the first-year teachers. As if to prove it, the stands where the event will be held soon were already full of people. Did you hear the news? Teachers are participating in the duel this time. The lineup wasn't great, was it? Honestly, I wanted to see teachers in the fourth grade or higher, but that's inevitable. It's because it was a surprise event. Do you think they'll do it again next year if the response is good this year? The aristocrats who had just entered Theon today had already taken a good seat and waited for the upcoming special event with anticipating eyes. There were not only aristocrats in the stands. On one side of the VIP seats, wizards from the tower caught people's attention at a glance. Look at that. It's the old tower and the new tower wizards. They really came. As if they didn't want to get involved with each other, the two groups of wizards split their seats in half and sat separately. As if they were worth their name, there were many old wizards in the old tower, and on the other hand, there were many young wizards in the new tower. I'm sure the tower is here to recruit talented people in advance, right? Maybe they are. In addition, about 3 years ago, the two towers were eager to compete with each other, and they were very fierce in recruiting talents. That's right. Besides, it's not just the tower that recruits talented wizards, is it? The Imperial Magic Society, the Empire's magical troops and schools of nationally recognized associations were interested in Theon's geniuses. I want to get business cards from people like that. Wake up. That's only possible when you're in the top 10% of Theon. The top will pick the place they want, right? Of course, but you don't have to worry too much because we'll go to a good place when we graduate. Graduation is work. Being chosen by them is a privilege that only a few students can enjoy, so most students had no choice but to give up their vain delusions in regret. More than that, when does the duel start? To be honest, I can't wait any longer because I am so excited. I've never seen a teacher's duel before. It was a surprise event before the students' duel, so I'm sure it'll start soon. Oh, look over there. The president is here. Just in time, Theon's president, Alyssa Willow, appeared at the top of the stadium. As it was a public occasion, Alyssa, dressed in more colorful clothes than usual, smiled and waved at the people in the audience. As Alyssa appeared, people who were looking for an opportunity approached her immediately. President Alyssa, how are you? You're still beautiful. Long time no see, Miss President. How have you been? Do you remember me? Hello. This is Mitra from the Journal of Magic. Can I have an interview? Theon's president always draws people's attention. The new president, Alyssa, was famous for being the sixth-ranked archmage at a young age. In some ways, it was a natural reaction for her people to try and build connections with her because she was also a beauty. I am sorry, but I am busy right now, so I can't afford to talk to anyone. Alyssa smiled. At the same time, her golden eyes shone magically, and 90% of those who tried to approach Alyssa fell off. With only a word and a smile, most of the flies had their will broken. People who were watching the situation from a distance were amazed. Is that the famous magic eye? She caught everyone with her eyes. I can't even approach her with my poor skills. Those who tried to approach at the opportunity had no choice but to give up and take a step back. Thank you for your consideration. Alyssa made a light bow and headed to her seat. Among the VIP seats, only the highest-ranking people can sit. When she got there were already people who came first. Oh, there are precious people here. President Alyssa, haha, it's been a long time. An old man holding a cane in both hands greeted Alyssa. It was an old man with bright gray hair and a long beard. Luxurious clothes that looked expensive at a glance, and a unique soft atmosphere. The ring on the finger was engraved with the image of a mountain goat. Nice to meet you, Duke Hybik. Hybik Kadashan. He was the oldest of the three great dukes of the Exilian Empire, but he was also the lightest man in words and actions. I have been frustrated because there was no one I could communicate with. This boring friend doesn't answer me properly no matter what I say, right? Who's your friend? It was a man with dark blue hair who spoke in an irritated voice. He had a heavy voice and a sharp look. The eagle's seal on the cloak he wrapped around his shoulder shone silver in the sunlight. It's been a while, hasn't it, Duke Caden? Are you here to see your daughter? Humph. Caden Lumos, the current Duke Lumos and the father of Flora Lumos, responded with a snort to Alyssa's question. In response, Hybeek shook his head and clapped his tongue. Oh, my friend, you don't care that your daughter goes here. Are you really her father? Don't pay attention to other people's families. Caden was a thin-lined, handsome man in his mid-30s, but his actual age was much higher. That's why he was able to talk recklessly against Hybeek, who looked old. Ha, look at this. President Alyssa. How boring must it be to have a guy like this sitting next to me? You two are on good terms. That old man is making friendly enemies as he pleases. Trying to get acquainted with the slick Kadashan, it's something I wouldn't do unless I was crazy. But isn't it better than the hard Lumos? What? Alyssa intervened because she thought they would fight again if she left it as it is. So where did the other person go? I thought all three great dukes were here today. Oh, you mean David? I don't think it's here yet. I thought he'd be the first one to come. Contrary to the expectation that all three great dukes would gather, David Ulberg, the leader of the Ulberg family, did not come to the stadium. The pillars supporting the empire are gathered here. It's amazing. Hugo Bertag approached them. The president only glared at Hugo, who rubbed his hands with disapproval, but did not restrain him. It was undeniable that Hugo also had a place in Theon. Hugo's shoulders were so high like they had never been before. I am sure the upcoming teacher duel will meet your expectations. I put some effort into it this time. Oh, was that your suggestion? Hybeek responded lightly to Hugo, who claimed that the upcoming duel was his idea, and Caden continued to ignore him. Hugo did not forget to look around while nodding his head as if he was sorry. Then, seeing Alyssa's appearance, he had a glow of jealousy in his eyes. She, the president, was full of people trying to approach her just by sitting still. Some people chattered and tried to get close, but Alyssa had no choice but to raise her chin once because people were embarrassed. For Hugo, the effort the president put into getting to that position was not considered at all, but there was no one here who had the same thoughts as Hugo. Tusk, what's so great about that foxy woman? Altigo Dantes, the elder of the old tower, did not hide his annoyance at the crowd gathered around Alyssa. Seeing Alyssa respected by others made his stomach muscles twist. Altigo's surrounding aides were worried that he might take it out on them, but soon Altigo turned away from Alyssa and looked at the stadium. Alyssa didn't matter now. Is that bastard participating in the duel this time? Altigo, who has ears to listen to, heard an interesting news this time. The inside story of how the upcoming magic duel of teachers will work. On the outside, it was a show to show the audience the status of Theon, but inside it was a fight between the aristocracy and the common people, and Roger Chelisai will participate in the competition. No matter how handsome he is, can he really keep his neck stiff even here? The disgrace he experienced at the banquet hall that day still lingered in Altigo Dante's mind and was burning like a flame. Even now, when he closed his eyes, he vividly remembered the humiliation he suffered from Roger at the banquet hall that day. How dare you treat me, an elder of the tower, like that? Therefore, Altigo was looking forward to this match. According to the information he heard in advance, there was a saying that Roger Chelisai had no choice but to lose. As he wanted to see him ruined quickly, someone shouted with a loudspeaker, "Everyone, you've been waiting for a long time." The noisy people closed their mouths and stared at the sound. There, they saw a female student holding an artifact that amplified her voice. The festival's special event, Magic Duel, will begin soon. I am Jessie Luna, a senior commentator who's hosting your game today. And this is 4th grade Magic Battle instructor, Carter Lower. Next to a 4th grade student called Jessie Luna, there was a man in his early 40s with dark circles under his eyes and a somewhat loose impression. Those two were the commentators and hosts of the event. Let's start the magic duel. The match table was already set, so the game proceeded quickly without a long delay. This time, Theon's teachers will participate in the duel, today's long-awaited first game. Oh, this is unusual from the start. The new teacher who has recently become famous in Theon, the creator of the new magic source code, Roger Chelisai. A shout of excitement rang out throughout the stadium, and everyone stared at the stadium with expectant eyes. It's Mr. Roger. Wow, oh my God. Mr. Roger from the first duel. Today it's a great day. The students responded with a mixture of admiration and longing. Roger, dressed in a black frock coat, stood there like a model. Flora, look over there. It's Dr. Roger. He's dressed up nicely again this time. What? I am not that interested. Unlike Cheryl, who shouted excitedly, Flora had a sour reaction. But it was a superficial appearance, as Flora had strong expectations inside. Standing in the center of the stadium, Roger glanced around with a calm gaze. There are a lot of people here to watch. He couldn't believe so many people came to see the duel. Just when their eyes met, the president said with her mouth to be strong and waved her hand. Even the expectations are high. He didn't expect that the president would cheer for him. It was not a welcomed sight for Roger, who just wanted to go through the motions. And the other star of today, Matthew Summit, who is in charge of Theon's first year. The person who came out as his opponent was of course an aristocratic teacher from Hugo Bertag faction. Now, few aristocratic teachers are not in Hugo's faction. The opponent was already glaring at him with a serious gaze. This must be the first time they've met, but he was treating Roger like an enemy. I'm hated by the people over there. Roger held the magic wand in his hand, thinking comfortably. The opponent also took out a cane and held it. Then, the duel will start right away. Oh my God. With the host's cry, his opponent, Matthew Summit, pointed his cane at Roger. Roger watched the scene in a relaxed manner, and Matthew stared at Roger with trembling eyes but didn't shoot his magic. He couldn't move recklessly unless he knew what to expect from his opponent, but over time, he will definitely use magic. Yes, come on. Roger wanted Matthew Summit to quickly launch an attack magic at him. He was going to lose by pretending that he couldn't block the attack properly. Come on. Matthew Summit flinched as Roger stared at him with a longing gaze. Having been aiming at his cane for a while, he did not think of using his magic, and the tip of his cane was trembling. Hurry up and shoot. If you shoot, he'll lose. Roger urged Matthew Summit in his head, but Matthew continued to stay there without moving. When such a strange confrontation lasted 5 minutes, Roger felt something strange. Why isn't he shooting? Chapter 153, Cone 153, Public Duel 3, Chapter sponsored by Pexi. Thank you for your support. Matthew Summit back was damp with cold sweat. As time went by, his mind and soul were slowly being eaten away by insects. When in his life could he feel this tension? But now I am feeling it. He thinks he will be swallowed up by Roger Chelisai, the man in front of him. He has to attack before he gets eaten. His instinct shouted so, but Matthew Somerset could not hastily use magic because of the momentum flowing out of Roger. This is such a strong momentum. I can't believe he's a first-year teacher like me. Roger wasn't even pointing his cane at him. If it was someone else, he might have taken offense and marked him for that behavior, but Matthew Somerset did not. The opponent is a wizard who uses the source code magic that casts any magic almost instantly. I can't let my guard down even though he didn't aim his cane at me. Roger information is familiar to him. Even though he seemed to be standing still to others, Matthew Summert thought differently. Roger's ready for battle. His relaxed-looking posture was clearly bait to make his opponent lower his guard by showing a gap on purpose. The moment he catches it and takes the lead, he will be very hard to stop. Thinking so, Roger, who was standing still, was seen as an iron fortress without any gaps. Roger Chelisai, he's a scary man. Matthew bit his lip tightly. People around him said Roger was overrated, but he didn't believe it. No. At first, Matthew certainly had distrust in Roger's evaluation. However, when he faced him in person and aimed at his cane, such thoughts disappeared as if they were washed away. That man is the real deal. That attitude of pretending to be relaxed, the act of holding the cane lightly without aiming it, and even those eyes waiting for the opponent to make the first move showed how confident Roger was that he could win the duel. It was getting harder and harder to breathe, and sweat ran down Matthew's forehead and stabbed his eyes. Roger, who was waiting to see when his opponent would use his magic, could not hide his doubts when he saw Matthew Summert. What's wrong with him? Matthew's complexion was so bad that he was worried about him. Was he sick? The audience who watched the match between the two was also surprised. What? Why would they just stand still and do nothing for 5 minutes? What's wrong? René, who was sitting on one side of the stands, was also suspicious of the situation. Senior, why are they both staying still when it's been a while since the duel started? Junior is still inexperienced. What? Erendia, who was sitting next to her, said proudly. Look at that. Now Matthew looks nervous. He's even sweating. Yes, but don't you understand? The fight between the two has already begun. The fight has already started. Ren's surprised voice attracted the attention of people around her, while Erendia chattered with excitement. Don't you know? The battle of real masters is going on without having to use magic in person, just like now. Those who secretly overheard the conversation between the two nodded unconsciously and were convinced because it was somehow plausible. Above all, it was the third princess's saying that, not just anyone else. It's strange. I think Mr. Roger is bored. Renee muttered in a low voice. She didn't know why she thought that, but she just had a feeling. However, when her senior spoke with such conviction, Renee had no choice but to agree with her. At that moment, Matthew Summert, who had been sitting still so far, moved because he couldn't stand the tension anymore. Yeah, that's great. Now that it's like this, I'll show you properly. Matthew clenched his teeth and prepared his magic. A line of magical power was drawn in the air, a magic formula was engraved, and eventually a single magic was completed. White ice flowers were formed in the air. It was the third-rank attribute elemental magic, exploding ice flowers. As soon as the ice flowers were in full bloom, countless petals rushed toward Roger like an explosion. A part of the audience burst into admiration at the spell appearance that was both powerful and beautiful. Wow, that's amazing. Beautiful ice-floating magic that unfolds in an instant. How will Roger stop it? If this is the case, even you. Matthew Summert, who was confident of his victory inside, opened his eyes wide at the scene that followed. This is because the ice petals that were flying toward Roger melted down in an instant and disappeared. There was a hot fire around Roger, forming a thin wall. That's the defensive spell Fire Wall. When the hell I couldn't even see him casting it. It was a powerful blow, but he was shocked to learn that he didn't do any real damage. What? Roger, on the other hand, was puzzled because the attack was too weak. That's it. Really. It would be too obvious if he pretended to be hit as soon as his opponent attacked. So he stopped it and waited for the next magic to fly. But strangely, the opponent didn't take any action. The fight between wizards must be so tight that even 0.1 seconds of everything is important, but his opponent already wasted 3 seconds since the first attack. Should I have just gotten hit by the attack? No, no matter how much I fake it, I can't lose after being hit by this. If he wanted to make it plausible, he should use fourth-rank magic. However, since the opponent used a third-rank magic, he had no choice but to defend. Wow, seeing his attack blocked, Matthew stepped back with a murmur. He felt a lot of pressure after seeing the source code. It was so fast that he already felt suffocated. He looks bad. Looking at Matthew's complexion, Roger was convinced that the magic he had hoped for would no longer come. Looking at his complexion, he doesn't seem to be in a good state. It's not polite to stall against someone like this. He couldn't believe he wasted so much time with a sick person. Roger decided to finish it as soon as possible with an apologetic heart. His cane, which had been facing down the whole time, moved slowly. It's coming. Matthew immediately unleashed a defensive spell. He remembered what he heard from Chris Benimor before entering the arena. Listen well. When Roger Chelisai uses magic, always focus on defense. Don't think about anything else, only defense. Matthew Summert was also quick to judge the situation as a Theon teacher. He immediately surrounded himself with a mana barrier. Shortly thereafter, countless magic spells battered the barrier. He's the type that uses fast magic, but it's not very powerful. Besides, his amount of mana is small, so he cannot attack for a long time. On Chris Benimor's advice, Matthew gritted his teeth and poured mana into the mana barrier to increase its power. He planned to hang in there and look for a gap, but something was wrong. What kind of magic? Endlessly. A number of spells beyond imagination flew at him. Usually, wizards shoot magic slowly one by one, but Roger poured magic endlessly like shooting a machine gun by using the source code. Matthew overlooked the spell's power a little, and there was a crack in the mana barrier, and another magic hit it and broke the barrier before he had time to reinforce it. He opened his umbrella when he saw that it was raining, but instead of stopping the rain, raindrops went through the umbrella. Ah, that was the last thing he said as the swirling magic quickly engulfed Matthew Summert. Wow. After a long battle, Roger Chelisai is the victor. A series of spells hit his opponent without a break. What an unbelievable speed. Looking at Matthew Summert, who fainted and was carried off on a stretcher, Roger was pleased to see the results. Still, he thought he had showed enough courtesy for the opponent. Excitement emanated from the audience. He stood still all that time, and then hit his opponent with a series of spells before he even had time to react. Was that why he stood still for that long? Roger Chelisai is a scary person. He was actually playing with his opponent. Everyone stared at Roger with wary eyes. Hugo Bertag, who hoped Roger would be brutally destroyed, clenched his fists and gnashed his teeth. That damn thing. Are you saying that you can be relaxed in a place like this? The mere sight of that indifferent face raised his tension. Hugo, who clenched his fist, slowly loosened the power he had given to his hand. How can a man be full from the first drink? There was still a chance. Roger Chelisai, you must have used up a lot of mana in this duel. His plan with Chris Benimor started right here. Yeah, just keep winning. The higher you go, the bigger the shock when you fall. Hugo's eyes glistened faintly. Mana consumption is quite extreme. Since then, Roger participated in 3 more duels, and he won every single one. What happened? He was definitely going to lose moderately, but when he came to his senses, he was in the final. Roger was seriously troubled. Obviously, he was willing to lose naturally even if his opponent only used proper attack magic, but he won every match. Why isn't anyone attacking me properly? He didn't understand that. All of Roger's opponents responded only with a persistent defense, as if they had talked with each other. Even though he intentionally revealed gaps, they were shrinking their necks like turtles hidden in their shells. So Roger had no choice but to sigh and attack them. It's not good. It was unwelcome to Roger, who wanted to save his strength. These days, I was cutting back on my medicine. If I go on like this, I'll suffer from a lack of mana in the next duel. Was it a big mistake that I thought nothing would happen because it was a festival? Since he had a constitution that consumed mana just by breathing, it was beyond his calculation to prolong the duels. It was still okay, but it was clear that his mana would be exhausted during the final. I ate it yesterday, so I should have endured for 5 days, but now it looks like I'll have to prepare some medicine in advance. Roger stopped by his office before the finals. He opened the desk drawer where his recovery medicine was and had no choice but to narrow his eyes. Nothing. He looked further in other places to see if he forgot that he put it somewhere else, but he couldn't see it. He crossed his arms and glanced around. When he tightened my eyes, he could see small dents and dirt on the carpet. Footprints. There was a thief in my office last night. The other person may think he acted as carefully as possible, but he couldn't completely erase the traces. But since a thief broke in, why did he steal nothing but the magic recovery pills? The strange sights he had felt before were fitted into the missing puzzle and completed one picture. Why did his opponents blatantly dragged on the duel's maintaining defense magic? There is only one reason. It was to use up his mana. Someone noticed that I lack mana. Where the hell? Who? It means that someone saw that he was taking medicine. It was a little surprising that he was caught, even though he hid it as much as possible. I see. Was it at the banquet hall? There was a time when he consumed a lot of mana and took medicine without checking the surroundings in a hurry. Perhaps someone witnessed the scene then. I can't believe I got caught. It's a little painful, but it can't be helped. There are no complete secrets in this world. Right now, there are people who recognize the identities that he has used in the past and follow him tenaciously. It is natural for information to leak from somewhere because humans are not perfect. The problem is that the opponent is attacking him through that weakness. Seeing that my opponents are all noble teachers, I think that everyone in the Hugo faction knows about it. That means that someone among them discovered my secret, and he must have stolen the medicine while Roger was away after discovering his secret. He was in a lot of trouble and was pressed for time, so he couldn't manufacture the medicine now. I have 5 minutes left. It's a tight time just to get back on the field. He couldn't leave because he had reached the finals. If he suddenly disappeared from here, it would not only damage the prestige of the academy, but also damage his image. Thinking it was inevitable, Roger left the teacher's office and immediately returned to the field. Everyone, this is the long-awaited final. Both sides, please come up to the arena. Roger decided to finish as soon as possible because his mana was quite lacking. His opponent was a man in his mid-30s who looked somewhat sly. Today's final match. The undefeated myth that has not allowed a single attack so far, Roger Chelisai. His opponent is the teacher in charge of practical magic in the 2nd grade and a wizard from the Bertag family. Devian Bertag. Devian Bertag. If it's Bertag, is it the same family as Hugo? Devian was a close relative of Hugo Bertag, as the name Bertag suggests. However, unlike Hugo, Devian was skinny and not fat. Roger quickly examined his figure. The footprints pressed against the carpet, and the actual size of his feet matched surprisingly well. That's him. The man who came into his office and stole his medicine case, and the culprit behind all this. Roger's eyes were directed at Hugo Bertag and Chris Benimor, who were sitting in the stands. Among them, Chris Benimor noticed Roger's gaze and laughed at him. Roger shook his head. I think I look down on people too much. A teacher made such a childish prank. I was talking to myself, but Devian reacted as if he heard it. A childish prank. This is ridiculous. Aren't you stupid? That's right. You should have kept the medicine container well. Devian purposely showed only to Roger the medicine bottle in his vest's inner pocket. Despite the blatant provocation toward, Roger only stared at him with a calm gaze. Roger wouldn't be swayed by such a low-key, cheap provocation. Then, let's start the semi-finals. The audience responded to the shouts of commentator Jesse Luna. Roger spoke to Devian, who was already prepared. I'll give you a piece of advice before we start. What is this all of a sudden? Are you scared now? Give up this fight. Devian burst into laughter at Roger's words. Ha ha ha. Are you bluffing now that you don't have your medicine? This is my sincere advice. If you surrender here and return the stolen medicine, I will let you go. Can you move on? Devian's face frowned as he was getting annoyed. I think you're thinking something weird right now. You don't know what's going on. Are you still joking about the seriousness of the situation? Do I look like I am joking? For a moment, Devian flinched without realizing it because Roger's eyes changed, and he felt as if he was looking at an endless abyss. I don't joke around, so listen to me. Usually, since he went this far, Roger doesn't have to be considerate of the other person because he wasn't the type to show mercy to those who were hostile to him. This is your last chance. Still, Roger is now warning Devian. What Devian did was nothing compared to what might be coming. At least it would be better for me to lose when I can use magic. Chapter 154, Cone 154. Public Duel 4. I'm not sure if this fight was the final or semi-final, because in the last chapter it was the semi-final, but in this chapter it said final. I hope the situation will be cleared in the next chapter, but until then enjoy this release. BTW, the next chapter will be released Monday. What? What did Roger just say? Devian's face was distorted as a tendon came up on his forehead when he understood what he said. Even under these circumstances, instead of bowing his head, he ignited his wrath by acting like he was a great man. Mr. Hugo told me to do it moderately, but I can't do that. I'll fix you properly today. You won't listen to my warning. Roger was genuinely sorry for Devian, who didn't even listen to his sincere words. Warning. Ha, I am speechless. Devian laughed at him. He thought he was trying to hide his embarrassment because his bluff didn't work. Roger must be out of energy due to lack of mana, but he's urging him to surrender. He's bluffing. Did he think he'd be scared just because he said a few strong words? Other teachers may have been shaken by a few words because they lacked practical experience, but Devian was different. Devian was born in the Bertag family and had a fairly outstanding magical talent, and he was also able to rise to this position thanks to his hard work. It wasn't just luck that allowed Devian Bertag to reach the finals of the duels competition, but his skills. Hugo knew that, so he sent Devian out and told him to smash Roger in front of everyone. What? Is it better to lose when you can use magic? As the hostility from Devian increased further, Roger gave up persuading him because he didn't feel the need to persuade someone who refuses to listen. In the end, you're causing trouble. Then, let's start the final of the duels event. Devian used magic after the host's cry. A translucent magical barrier surrounded him in the form of a tortoise shell, and Roger realized what that magic was. It's a fourth-tier spell. Magic Protect. I am in trouble. Magic Protect is a defensive spell, but it has a slightly different characteristic than other defensive spells. Magic Protect was one of the must-have spells in a wizard's fight. It was because it did not prevent physical attacks, but on the contrary, it showed stronger power than any defensive spells against magic. It must have been hard to use it so quickly because it is the top magic among the fourth-rank spells. The first thing that came to Roger's mind was reverberation of memory. It is a magic that allows you to save spells and use them in an instant when you need them. Devian Bertag used reverberation of memory to store Magic Protect before he got on the field. That's how he was able to use it so fast. This is why I wanted to end it quickly. Devian's judgment was correct. In fact, as soon as the duel started, Roger tried to end it by pouring all his remaining mana in the source code. However, since he is using Magic Protect, he is wasting a part of his mana. Should I look for a chance? As soon as he thought that, a hot fireball flew toward Roger, but he dodged it by turning his upper body and moving one step to the side. Devian's voice came from inside the barrier. Avoiding that. It wasn't a lie when you said that you were a military officer. Roger didn't answer Devian mocking. He was thinking about something else. He's maintaining Magic Protect, but he could still attack me. To use attack magic, you must cancel Magic Protect. It is possible to multitask and launch attack magic while maintaining defense magic from the 6th rank or higher, but Devian was only at the 4th rank. That's it. Roger found a beast wrapped around Devian's neck. It was a green, translucent snake. Oh, it's here. Teacher Devian Bertag's magic beast. Grun slang. It is one of the 4 summoning magic consisting of spirits, golems, necromancy, and magic beasts. Among them, magic beasts had a characteristic that was quite different from other summoning specialties. Anyone can use it. Basically, summoning magic is the area where talent is needed the most. If you do not have the ability to communicate with spirits, you cannot make a contract with them. If the cognitive ability is low, it is impossible to properly command spirits summoned with necromancy. If you lack knowledge of mechanical engineering and general mechanics, you can't deal with golems. But magic beasts is different. Even people without talent can use magic beasts if they are wizards. This is because a magical beast is a living creature that is created from the user's mana. Since there is no magician without mana, anyone has the potential to use magic beasts. Ether Nocturnus, used by Roger, was also a magical beast in the form of clothing. Currently, Devian Bertag's magic beast is a translucent green snake. When he opened his mouth, a fireball was formed and flew again toward Roger. The magic used this time was less powerful than before, but much faster. Judging that it was inevitable, Roger used defensive magic, and the little mana he had gradually diminished. Roger narrowed his eyes. Is it a magic beast that uses magic on behalf of its master? He blocked the attack and analyzed the opponent. The magic power is in the early third rank if I set it compared to Devian, who is at the top of the fourth rank. The magic beast becomes proportionally stronger depending on how strong the user is. Grun slang handled by Devian Bertag was close to the concept of a servant who assisted his master. Above all, the most annoying thing about that magical beast was the versatility of its attacks. The user concentrates on defense magic, and on the contrary, the magic beast uses attack magic on behalf of the user. The user and the magic beast could use different magic. It was truly an all-in-one. It is a very advantageous ability to have when fighting against other wizards because it was like fighting two against one. My magic beast won't work well here because its power will be reduced by the barrier. In addition, Ether Nocturnus is specialized in stealth maneuvers and raids, but it's not very useful in face-to-face fights. He's also very greedy and has a very high rate of mana consumption. In this situation, Roger will not last 10 seconds before running out of mana. If it was a fight between life and death, he was confident of winning easily, but since it was a match in front of the audience, he was limited in what he could display. While judging that way, an attack flew again from Devian's magic beast. This time, Roger, who judged it inevitable, defended the magic, and the mana left behind quickly diminished. He's trying to make me run out of mana. Although annoying, Devian's strategy was very useful because he knew Roger's weakness. Then I have to use a different method. Roger controlled mana precisely. Even if magic protects the surroundings, there were ways to pierce it. Spatial coordinates. In the space between the magic protect and the Deviant Bertag, a weak magical power began to form in the air. That magic could be used through any defense magic, as long as you knew the spatial coordinates. Space magic consumes a lot of mana, so I don't use it unless I have to. But I can't help it because it's an urgent situation. It was the right time since the opponent was off guard. The energy in the air soon turned into a fist-sized stone, aiming for the back of Deviant Bertag's head. But at that moment, his magic beast moved. The snake with its mouth wide open and bit the flying stone. A broken piece of stone fell on the floor. He stopped that. Deviant Bertag laughed at Roger after noticing that he used spatial magic. You thought I couldn't deal with your spatial magic. My Grun slang doesn't just use attack magic. One of the abilities of Grun slang was called interception. It recognizes elements that threaten the user within a certain range in advance and prevents or responds to them. Of course, the magic that can be prevented is limited to low power, but it was not good for Roger, who was unable to use any of the big magics as he is now. How do you feel? How does it feel when your magic doesn't work? Roger did not respond to Devian's provocation. Maybe it's because of the extreme mana consumption of coordinates, but he really doesn't have much mana left, and his head was beginning to ache. Something's wrong with Mr. Roger. Alyssa, who had been watching from the audience, was about to step out because she felt uneasy. This is because her strange intuition shouted that she had to stop the duel now, but Hugo Bertag took the lead first. President, what are you doing? We're in the middle of the duel. I think we need to stop the duel. Ha! What do you mean stop the duel? This is the final. Something might happen. Hugo knew that Roger was going to lose, so he thought the president was coming forward to stop that. What is happening? Isn't it unavoidable that something like this can happen in the middle of a match? Alyssa stopped her movements. As the number of eyes around her increased, Alyssa had no choice but to sit down again with her eyes frowned. Mr. Roger. Selina, who was watching the match with Merelda on one side of the stands, clenched her fist. Under the magic protect, Devian grinned. What are you doing? You don't even use attack magic anymore. Is there no way to do that now? Devian kept provoking Roger, while Grun Slang shot a fireball from his mouth at Roger, who was only focused on defense. The audience also began to question the slow flow of the situation. What is happening? Mr. Roger has been defending the whole time. Why doesn't he use attack magic like the first time? Teacher Devian just said something about mana is running out of mana. No way, the teacher. The agitation spread, and there were those who instigated it from behind. Not by the students who usually respected Roger, but by the students who were scorned by the teacher named Roger Chelisai. Look at that. I knew this would happen. That must be the limit of the fallen aristocracy. Honestly, aren't all the words that have been said so far a bubble? Roger quietly closed his eyes at the voices that filled the entire stadium. Ha ha. Did you give up? It's noisy. What? Did he just say he was noisy? Devian Bertag twisted his face, but Roger did not respond. A voice that had been suppressed by magic began to be heard. It was a voice that could normally be lightly ignored. But now that his mana is lacking, the voice quickly grew and made his head hurt. It was as if an old dam was collapsing. Just as it has been locked up for a long time, the accumulated water is released at once. The voice did not stop at merely conveying its intention to Roger. Roger, faced with the limit, opened his closed eyes. At that moment, an ice arrow flew at him. Roger no longer used defensive magic. Instead, he caught the arrow flying with his left hand without holding a cane. It's too noisy. He looked rather pale. A piece of broken ice arrow fell on the floor and soon disappeared. This is why I warned you. What do you mean? Before he could feel anything about Roger's actions, which he didn't doubt that it was a bluff, Devian has discovered something foreign. A faint but black hole appeared in the air above Roger's head. As soon as he saw it, goosebumps spread all over his body. It was a purely instinctive reaction, with no reason at all. At that moment, a dazzling light exploded from the tip of Roger's wand. The brilliance filled the arena in broad daylight, as if the sun came down. The crowd covered their faces with their arms due to the unexpected explosion of light. Ah, what is this? This light? Light magic. Teacher Roger could use light magic. Roger's elemental attributes known to the public were water, fire, ice, wind, and earth. 5 of the 10 elemental attributes are worth calling a great talent, but he could even use light. Light is even considered a very rare elemental attribute, just like darkness, but Roger was using it now. Ah, I can't see anything because it's so bright. What's going on? While everyone was confused and unable to grasp the situation, Roger moved slowly in the light. What? Roger's appearance was strangely clear in the white world as Devian saw Roger slowly approaching him, but his body didn't move as if time has stopped. Something above Roger's head caught Devian's gaze and forced him to fix it. The black hole, which was only about the size of a little finger joint, grew bigger and grew to the size of an adult's upper body. The black contrast looked strange in the white world. The gap was disparate and enigmatic, and Devian felt something staring at him. His magic beast opened his mouth and screamed, but soon disappeared as if melting. The magic beast is afraid. Then a strange sound tickled Devian's ear. It was like the sound of bones breaking or the sound of a giant insect crawling, and it was coming out of the black hole. What? Something was slowly coming out of the black hole. Something black, sticky, and clingy. What the hell? Devian let out a scream full of despair. In the meantime, it was slowly coming out of the hole and showing itself. Just looking at it, he felt like his body was falling into the cold, deep sea, and his brain was tearing up. Roger, who was close to Devian, stopped. Devian opened his mouth and uttered only strange sounds. What came out of the hole resembled a branch, but looking closely it was human bones. The joints of countless human bones slowly approached Devian, like tentacles, but beyond them it was something even more terrible. All kinds of meat and flesh, twisted in a strange form. Ah, Devian Bertag, whose leg was weakened, fell on his buttocks. In the meantime, it's hard to tell if it was bones or tentacles, but they slowly approached him. Stop. At Roger's command, they stopped moving. Roger stared at the black hole floating on his head with an empty stare. If you don't like it, I'll give up the opportunity to someone else. The choice is yours. Eventually, the bone tentacles that were approaching Devian slid back into the hole. After sighing, Roger lowered his upper body and searched Devian's clothes, who had not yet come to his senses, for his medicine bottle. Roger immediately took out about 5 pills inside and poured them into his mouth. As pure mana spreads in his mouth and circulates throughout his body, the black hole floating above Roger's head gradually narrowed and disappeared. Roger, who turned off the urgent fire, put the medicine bottle in his inner pocket and released the light magic. Oh, I can see. Teacher Devian is lying down. What the hell happened? Jesse Luna, the host who came to his senses late, shouted. Ah, look. The light that burst suddenly disappeared and it settled. The one standing is Roger. It's Roger Chelisai. Teacher Devian Bertag doesn't seem to be in good shape. Carter Lowe, who has not spoken so far, also shed a murmur as he could not remain silent about the strangeness of the situation. Haven't I told you? In the uproar, Roger looked down at Devian with indifferent eyes. Surrender while I can use magic. Devian, who had already lost his mind halfway through, couldn't even respond. Chapter 155, Cone 155. Unwelcome Guests, 1. The final is over. Rather than cheering for the winner, the audience was full of questions because they didn't know what was going on. A bright light flashed, and when it died down, Devian, who had always had the upper hand, was defeated. What? What the hell happened? I don't know. What happened in the light? Altigo, who was convinced of Roger's defeat, also shook his fist with a sniff of anger. What the hell is this? What do you mean, light attribute magic all of a sudden? No one knows what happened in that light. The process of the fight is only known to Roger and Devian. Altigo couldn't calm down, so he jumped out of his seat and left the stadium. The aides, who were wary, hurriedly stood up and chased him. The students in the audience, as well as the other teachers who came to see the duel, and the guests outside stared at Roger with strange eyes. Devian was stretchered out. Roger stood for a while and walked off the field. It's an event match, and there was no award ceremony for the winner, so he left like this. Roger's eyes, which entered the hallway, saw medical staff rushing from afar. Roger walked in the direction where the medical staff disappeared. Arriving in the emergency room inside the stadium, Roger could find Devian Bertag lying inside. He was still unconscious, with his eyes wide open. Mr. Devian, come to your senses. Teacher Devian. Even if the doctor shook him, it was of little use. There was also Hugo, who was venting his anger at the medical staff as he saw Devian's condition. What's going on here? Why is Devian still like this? We don't know. It's your job to figure it out. There are no wounds on his body. I think we'll have to try a close-up to find out more. As the medical staff rushed to make excuses, Roger stepped forward. It's because he was traumatized momentarily. Hugo's fleshy face was distorted when he saw Roger with time. He'll recover on his own if he has a strong mentality. Do you know what you've done? Hugo screamed, but Roger had a face that he didn't understand. I don't know why you're mad at me. It was only a duel. You didn't have to go this far. Did you say I went too far? Roger laughed quietly as if he had heard an interesting story. These days, it seems that sneaking into someone else's teacher's office and stealing medicine is less than enough. That. Weren't they the first ones to set things up to keep him in check in the duel? Hugo, who was rolling his eyes, screamed at the innocent medical staff. Everyone, get out. The medical staff were wary and left the room as if they were running away. Even though the hearing ears were gone, Hugo walked away. I have no idea what you're talking about. Well, you said you don't know, so I won't say anything more. Of course, there's no way Hugo really didn't know about this. Devian, whom he had never met before, secretly stole his medicine case, and since Devian was a member of the Bertag family, it was clear at a glance who encouraged him. However, there was no clear evidence, and he couldn't push Hugo anymore, so Roger decided to stop here and move on. He won, and Devian lost. Above all, it was largely due to the fact that his head was still throbbing as he hurriedly suppressed the power of God. It was best to avoid unnecessary arguments. You punk. Hugo wriggled his eyebrows. Here, if Roger had asked persistently once more, he would have tried to force him by citing evidence in reverse, but this rascal escaped like a ghost. So what's your business here? I came here because I was worried that he fainted. Worry? Did he just say worry? Hugo seriously thought that at this point, Roger might have come just to mark him. No, he was sure about it. On the other hand, Roger, who confirmed Devian's condition, was a little relieved inside. Looking at the state of things, it's not too serious. Him saying that he was worried wasn't a lie. Still, destroying the other person's ego in duel was too big to cover up and pass it as a simple accident. If Devian was seriously injured, it would have an effect on himself. Looking at Devian Bertag's condition now, he'll probably get back to his original state if he rests well for about 2 days. Of course, the memory of that time will remain a trauma. All of a sudden, Roger felt his forgotten headache come back to life. I quickly replenished my mana, but I am still feeling a headache because I am on the verge of a dangerous situation. Hugo, who did not know Roger's innermost thoughts, had no choice but to grit his teeth at Roger's attitude. His plan to defeat Roger in front of everyone failed, along with the Bertag family's unsightly defeat. It was as if he had fallen into the trap he dug. What the hell did he do? Was he hiding his skills? As far as Hugo knew, Roger could only deal with 5 elemental attributes. He had never heard of him being able to use light magic, but this time, Roger used a new magic. In the first place, that's not the level a new teacher should be at. No matter how high the level of Theon's teachers is, there is a limit, but Roger has long since passed that. Most of all, What frustrated Hugo was that he didn't know how Devian was defeated by Roger. His body was fine, but he couldn't even guess what magic Roger had to use to make his mind go out. For Hugo, this whole thing felt like a mess, like someone's bad joke. At that moment, Chris Benimore opened the door to the hospital room and came in. He stiffened his face when he found Roger, and Roger stared at Chris Benimore with indifferent eyes. Humph! It was Chris Benimore who avoided eye contact first. He looked at Devian's half-asleep condition and told Hugo, "Fortunately, his body is not affected. I think you should take a break for now. Just in case, I'll bring you some of the Benimore family's special healing potion." "Yes, thank you," Hugo replied and stared at Roger as if he were going to tear him to death. "I'll hold you responsible for this. Responsibility. I don't understand the responsibility at all. No matter what, it was a duel, but you harmed the other person." It was then that a third party's voice rang the hospital room. "Isn't it inevitable that something can happen during a duel? Everyone should be prepared for that." Roger, Hugo, and Chris' eyes turned to the door of the hospital room, and President Alyssa stood there. Her face was filled with a faint smile, as if she had heard an interesting story. "Isn't that what you said to me was, Mr. Hugo Bertag? When did I say that? That's weird. When I was trying to stop the duel, Mr. Hugo said it, and everyone was listening, right?" Alyssa said so, stepping aside slightly and looking back. Only then could Hugo see the people that Alyssa was covering. "Of course, that's exactly what I heard." An old man stroked his beard and entered the hospital room. Hugo Bertag recognized him, and his eyes grew so large that they popped out. "Duke Hybeek." Hybeek Kadashan, one of the three great dukes of the Empire, appeared here, but that wasn't the only thing Hugo was surprised about. Caden Lumos and many other nobles were also present. Maybe I am too old and my eyes are wrong. Right. Oh no, no way. Hugo, who hurriedly explained, stared at the president, but the president responded with a smile. Hugo immediately changed his expression, took a handkerchief from his pocket, and wiped the sweat from his forehead. "I think I just got confused because I was out of my mind." Of course, during a competition, accidents can happen. As if he had taken back what he said, he had no choice but to smile on the outside, even though he shook his fist inside. Elisha thought it was a good idea and congratulated Roger, saying that he did a good job. "Congratulations on winning. How do you feel about winning in front of everyone?" It wasn't much. Roger, who had no intention of winning in the first place, so even his feelings were simple. Honestly, unlike what I expected, everyone was busy defending. We didn't exchange magic, but others didn't take it that way. No matter how many opponents he defeated, they were still teachers of Theon like him, and his remark made him look arrogant. However, when the winner does this, the feeling it's different. Duke Hybeek smiled and reached out to Roger. "Nice to meet you. My name is Hybeek Kadashan. I am undeservedly seated in the Duke's seat. I am Roger Chelisai. I enjoyed the duel. It was really cool, especially when you fired magic at such an incredibly high speed. Besides, you're even a light attribute magic user. It's strange how people like you still haven't achieved fame." Hybeek praised Roger until his mouth was worn out, with no room for anyone else to intervene. Roger tried to show discomfort in the action, but when he saw other nobles not approaching, he gave up the idea. Everyone's looking. Somehow, the people who wanted to make a connection with Roger, the protagonist of today's event, don't even approach him. Roger stared at the old man standing in front of him with an unexpected gaze. "Are you trying to stop them?" The way Hybeek keeps clinging to Roger seems like an old man is making a fool of himself. On the other hand, it was also a secret action to warn the nobles not to bother Roger. Kadashan was the family that symbolizes mountain goats. There is a thorough calculation underneath his frivolous behavior. He is not the third duke that supports the Exilian Empire for nothing. Even his appearance that would look friendly and light to strangers was intentional. Hybeek naturally led Roger out of the hospital room, and the other nobles had no choice but to watch the scene. "Haha, people are too noisy, aren't they? Please understand. It's because everyone wants to see you so badly. I know. And even the fact that the Duke deliberately took me out of an uncomfortable place. You knew that." Hybeek chuckled, pretending to be surprised, but his eyes, which were bent like a crescent moon, sank heavily. He's a rare talent with a good eye. Usually, a person who has achieved great achievements at that age becomes overbearing and misses little things. Hybeek decided to change his purpose, since Roger was not an opponent he could coax with a few words. Some people can't be pleased just by saying good things, and in that case, he could just move on neatly. If you need my help, come to me any time. Kadashan will treat you as a VIP. Hybig, with his experience, realized that sticking to him would only give Roger a bad impression. Roger also nodded, thinking it was unexpected to see Hybig stepping down. Yes, indeed. I look forward to our next meeting. Yes. Hybig was a man who knew to get out when he had to. Seeing Hybig stepping down cleanly without any regrets, Roger realized that he was a formidable high-ranking aristocrat. Soon after, Hybig disappeared, and Roger thought he should leave, but then a group of wizards rushed to Roger from afar in the hallway. One of the wizards, who appeared to be the representative, stepped forward and greeted him. Hello, my name is Luchek, and I belong to the new tower. You're a Roger Chelisai, right? Yes, but Roger rolled his eyes. Most of the wizards were young, with no beard or creases compared to the wizards of the old tower. The faces of the wizards of the new tower surrounding him were all heavy and hard. Unlike the authoritarian old tower, the new tower looked like an army, somewhat hard and rigid. What do you need from me? When Roger asked that question, the wizards of the new tower exchanged glances without a word, and then nodded their heads heavily. Roger narrowed his eyes at the sight. What? Are you trying to kidnap me? In the present situation, where there are still a lot of guests in the stadium, even the new tower should be afraid of Theon, right? While Roger was thinking so, the representative of the new tower, who introduced himself as Luchek, put his hand in his pocket with a solemn face. Roger strained his body and was ready to respond to any surprise. He couldn't fight hastily because he was lacking mana, but he was ready to escape. Roger explored the escape route in case of an emergency. At that moment, Luchek's hand was pulled out like lightning and headed for Roger. Roger shuddered. It was not because he was scared, but because he almost pulled out the dagger hidden in his waist without realizing it. What Luchek put out was white paper. Looking at the pure white paper with nothing else written on it, Roger stared at Luchek, wondering what the hell this is. Sir, please sign. Chapter 156, Cone 156, Unwelcome Guests. 2. I think I heard it wrong, so could you repeat? I am a fan. After taking a deep breath, Luchek exclaimed. Roger looked at Luchek with a bewildered gaze and turned to the sorcerers of the new tower who came with him. The expressions of the new tower wizards, who felt solemn just a while ago, were all hardened with extreme tension when examined closely. Roger took the paper carefully. The pen, here you are. Perhaps prepared in advance, another wizard suddenly took out a pen. Roger, who received the pen, scrawled his name on the paper with a fine handwriting. Everyone stared intently at the scene, holding their breath. There were 20 people standing, and only the sound of pen and paper rubbing echoed through the hallway. I am suffocating. At this point, Roger seriously pondered whether this was a new type of torture. Here it is. Thank you. Luchek slipped Roger's signature into the frame he had prepared in advance. Some clapped their hands to congratulate him, while others stared at Luchek with envious eyes. Given that others are not coming forward, it seems that Luchek has agreed to come forward as a representative and get an autograph. Unable to hide his excitement, Luchek realized who he was standing in front of and changed the atmosphere by coughing. Thank you for giving us this precious time, and congratulations on winning. It was a great victory. They couldn't see anything because he was covered by the light. What great victory! However, their expressions were sincere. Rather, the eyes facing him were burdensome and made Roger feel bloated. I thought they would be proud and arrogant because they were magicians of the tower. That's surprising. The image of the wizards belonging to the tower was not so good. There was a strong perception that they were basically clogged up and very authoritarian. But the new tower was different. It was a place where people disillusioned with the old-fashioned atmosphere and unchanging customs of the old tower gathered. The magicians of the new tower are those who break away from authoritarian relationships and constantly challenge new things, so-called romance and dreams. Even so, this level of respect is a bit strange. Luchek smiled, scratching his head awkwardly. We're all graduates of Theon. It was only then that Roger understood the reaction they were showing. The reason why the sorcerers of the new tower admire him is that most of them were graduates of Theon. In addition, Roger was a teacher of Theon and even created a magic called source code that had never existed before. There was nothing strange about the sorcerers of the new tower showing this reaction. I saw the source code made by Mr. Roger. It was amazing, and I can only admire how you could come up with that way of casting spells. It is not worthy of such praise. From Roger's point of view, the source code had no innovation at all. After all, he did nothing more than imitate the Earth's knowledge program and put it into magic. In other people's eyes, it would be a creation that sprouted from the barren land. But for Roger, it was nothing more than an imitation of what was there. Should I be happy about it if I am praised for walking along the road that already existed? It's not something he pioneered or something he sharpened. Could he boast that he's applauded by someone just for the fact that he walked on a road that already existed? I am not. It was for this reason that Roger did not consider himself truly great. No, how can you say that? You can be more proud of your achievements. For wizards who didn't know that, they had no choice but to think that Roger was just humble. Moreover, the magic that transcends space was even a high-level skill that an ordinary wizard could never even imitate. Roger replied instead by nodding his head, judging that they wouldn't understand whatever he said. Here's my business card. I'd like to have a serious discussion with Mr. Roger about magic later on. Please feel free to visit our new tower. We welcome Mr. Roger. Thank you. The wizards of the new tower rushed away after receiving his autograph and giving Roger a business card. They were a little strange, but were not bad people. The new tower. If the base of the old tower was in the form of a tower that soared high as if it could touch the sky, it was different in the case of the new tower. I've been there once before, but it's been quite a while since then, so a lot has changed. It wouldn't hurt to visit at least once. He wondered if other nobles would chase after him, but fortunately, no one came after Roger. He glanced over the corner of the hallway and saw that President Alyssa was holding onto the others hard and talking. Then at that moment, he made eye contact with her, and the president winked at Roger with one eye. I've been helped. Roger thought that he should get away while the president dragged on the clock and immediately stepped back. At that time, he felt a strong sense of surprise behind his back. Roger turned slowly around, barely holding his hand in reflexively. Flora Lumos, with blue hair tied in half-twin tails, a haughty look and sharp eyes, Flora calmed her surprised chest and asked Roger questioningly. I was surprised. How can you suddenly step back like that? I'm sorry if I did. What are you doing here? It's just congratulations on winning. Flora said so shyly, but Roger knew she wasn't just here to celebrate his victory. Roger recalled one of the nobles who visited the hospital room a while ago. A cold-blooded looking man in his mid-30s. His hair, which was long enough to curl and come down to the neck, was clearly dark blue like the Flora he sees now. Is that so? Roger noticed what Flora had come for. Are you here to see your father? What? The Duke is having a conversation with the President right now. It would be better to go in a little while. Wait, it's not like that. Flora responded with tears in her eyes, but in reality it was closer to the reaction of a person that was caught red-handed. Then why are you here? Why? It's just. Flora couldn't bear to finish her sentence. It's true that she came to see her father, but it was ambiguous to say that. Roger found a strange sense of alienation in Flora's response. You have a delicate reaction to your father. There's a strange expectation, even though you seem afraid. Roger recalled Caden Lumos. He was a man who looked like he would not bleed even if he was stabbed with a needle, and after speaking a few words, the other nobles were reluctant to approach him. He's probably quite strict with his children, too. More than that, sir. Is my father really over there? If it's really hard, I can ask for you. No, don't do that. Never. There was something strange about Flora's embarrassment. She came to meet her father, but she's reluctant to face him in person. Are they having a family feud? This was all that could be inferred from Flora's response. But Roger was probably half sure this was right. Flora, are you not on good terms with your father? Why are you suddenly asking me that? As a teacher, let's say it's a common question. It's not bad. It's not a good thing either. Is your father uncomfortable? That's true. It certainly seemed so. Duke Caden looked like an overly cold and hard man. He must be a little hard to get along with. Flora, who heard Roger's words, stared at Roger with her disbelieving eyes wide open. That's not what you're going to say, is it? What do you mean? No, if you don't know, that's fine. Flora gathered her courage and tried to say something, but eventually gave up and dropped her shoulders. Anyway, congratulations once again on winning. I'll be on my way now. I have a match to play. Are you going to participate in this event? Now that the teacher competition is over, the next event is, of course, the students' duel. Flora Lumos is a student who is so talented in magic that even second graders can't compare. Of course, if she participates, she'll win the championship. But, I see. If you're a good enough, you'll win. Flora was embarrassed by the unexpected cheering, but soon smiled and raised her nose. That's a given. I don't want to lose against anyone. Flora snorted and said. When he said something that was a little encouraging and saw that the response came right away, he thought that a student was still a student. Then, will you come to see me? Do you mean me? Yes, well. Honestly, if you're a busy, it doesn't matter if you don't come. Roger made a gesture of contemplation for a moment. Flora was nervous at the sight and waited for Roger's next words. She wanted Roger to come even if she pretended not to. I have time, so ill come and see how well the students are using magic. Flora's face quickly turned bright in response, but she immediately went into facial expression management mode and coughed. You won't regret that choice. Then bye. Flora disappeared with a light step that is comparable to when she approached him. As a teacher, Roger found it very difficult to please the students. But I'm glad I feel like I've regained my energy. Roger recalled Caden Lumos, the Lumos family head and Flora's father. But Roger had a strange feeling from him. As soon as he saw him, he was convinced that they wouldn't get along. However, Roger, who judged that they had nothing to do with each other, shook his head. Is this the end of today's schedule? It's been a long time since I've had free time. But he couldn't relax just because it was free time. The First Order Esmeralda will move in the next 3 days. Until then, he had to figure out what to do with her. Fighting was inevitable, but if he had to fight, he must decide how to do it. Knowing the opponent's abilities and powers in order to take appropriate countermeasures was not an option, but a necessity. I can't do it alone. Roger left the stadium and came out of the festival. Perhaps because of the upcoming duel, most of the guests were gathered in the stadium, so it was surprisingly quiet outside. Roger strutted between the festival's barracks. It was when he reached the fountain, which was the place of appointment. Let's go see that. Let's go see it. Go see it. No, what are you doing? Didn't you hear me? Wait here. Is that important? There is a new golem starting ceremony right now. Roger shook his head and headed to the place where the noisy voices were. In front of the beautifully carved marble fountain, Hans was desperately holding Sheridan and blocking her from going anywhere. Sheridan struggled to escape Hans, while people around were happily watching the scene, thinking that they were a grumbling daughter and a father. Roger stepped in between the two, feeling a recurrence of the gradually reduced headache. You were early. Oh, you're here. Ah, nice to see you, sir. Sheridan and Hans were called by Roger himself for a possible situation. Now that Theon festival started, the main gate was wide open, so it was easy for the two people to come in. Let's talk while walking for now. Is there any place you want to go? I don't have one. I have one. They're releasing a new golem over there. Let's go see it. Roger asked Hans' intention when Sheridan shouted with her eyes shining while Hans shrugged his shoulders. Well, she wants to go, so what can I do? Y'all see when we get back. I'll poke you with my mouse teeth when you sleep. No, brother told me to wait here first. I just did what I was told, so why? The two of you are still good friends. Anyway, Sheridan wants to go, so let's go there. With Roger's permission, Sheridan took the lead and walked with a happy expression on her face. The place where the three of them arrived was the starting ceremony of a new golem. Just as the event of floating dry ships in the sea for the first time was called the launching ceremony, the start ceremony was called the golem maneuvering ceremony. Several people gathered at the demonstration hall, mostly children who came to see the new golem and their parents. Children had toys in their hands, mini golems made of the basic structure of a machine. I don't think there are that many. Hans murmured as he glanced at the people. Golmology is not such a popular field. Ha! Still, in the factory and redevelopment site industries, golems were an indispensable factor. It may be the case in the field where labor is precious, but the story is different in a strong academy where everything it's about magic. Isn't that magic, too? To be exact, it's a mixture of magic and machines. In fact, there was a lot of controversy until golems were added in the summons. The controversy over whether golems should be regarded as a summon has continued steadily since the golem's prototype came out. This is because, unlike other summons, the golem was closer to the making side. Therefore, there were many opinions that it would be right to move golems, which can be made by anyone, to science rather than magic. However, the main driving force for moving golems was mana stones, and it was only possible for wizards to move golems and give them commands through such mana stones. These days, if you have the ability, you can handle golem even if you are not a wizard. But there is a limitation that you can control it yourself, or it can only execute basic commands. Fine movement and high-level behavior were only possible for wizards. That's why it's not popular. Here we go. Just in time, someone came up to the stage of the demonstration hall. He wondered who it was, and it was Brino, a first-year teacher who was appointed to Theon with Roger. Although he was fat, he had a good impression in a different way from Hugo, and he greeted the audience. Nice to meet you. My name is Brino, a first-year golem teacher in Theon. Thank you to the audience who came to the start of the golem we made today, and we're going to start the ceremony right away. He went straight to the point, as if he was itching to show the new golem. Then please take a look. The new golem DT-3000 developed by Theon. Brino peeled off the cloth that was covering a huge object. Then the appearance of a huge golem hidden inside was revealed. Chapter 157, Cone 157, Unwelcome Guests, 3. The golem, which Brino unveiled, was slightly simpler than expected. No, not a little. The content, which was thought to be a human-type golem that should walk on two legs and have two arms, was instead a huge sphere. What is it? It's a round piece of metal. The surface had a subtle golden color, but it was not gold, but an alloy made by mixing brass and other metals. The eyes of the children who expected a wonderful golem were full of disappointment. What's that? What piece of metal did they bring? Hans also could not hide his disappointment. The only one that didn't lose interest was Sheridan. She stared at the giant metal sphere with her arms folded. Brino continued the explanation with a smile. Of course I understand. If you look at this, you might think, what kind of golem is this? So I'll show you the real image of this new golem. Brino said so, and took out a small mana stone that he had prepared in advance. Lower-class golems used for industrial purposes work with steam engines, but high-class ones work with mana stones. Golems also have a rating. The higher level, the higher the output and uptime. Brino put a finger-sized blue-colored mana stone on the sphere. There was a small groove on the surface of the sphere, and the mana stone fit perfectly there. Soon after, the mana stone shone, and blue lines ran on the surface of the golden sphere. It was a magic circuit engraved on the golem. The sphere split along the fine grooves engraved on the surface, and both legs came out and raised themselves. The sound of iron interlocking and the ferocious rotation of the cogwheels made the audience's ears dizzy. In less than 10 seconds, the metal, which was only a round sphere at first, soon took the form of a golem with two legs and two arms. The golem's small face, which looked like a round bowl turned upside down, shone with a blue light from the mana stone. Wow, that's awesome. The audience who watched the scene from beginning to end clapped their hands. The children threw away their toys and already pulled their parents' sleeves to ask them to buy the golem for them. Wow. Roger also patted his chin interestingly as he saw the golem. It's a round design that's not that sophisticated, perhaps based on the sphere. Compared to the relatively poor lower body, the two arms and the upper body that looked strong showed that it was made for a very practical purpose. The legs are short, but the arms are big enough to touch the floor. I think it is specialized in moving heavy objects or breaking something. It looks suitable for use in a mine. Sheridan, who seemed to be the most excited, unexpectedly analyzed the use of the new golem. It is also true that it looks easy to move when it is not in operation, as it is made of a transforming sphere. Just roll it and move it. But I'm a little disappointed if it's just that. There seems to be something more. You think so, too, right? Roger noticed from Brino's expression that he was still hiding something more. As expected, Brino went straight to the point. I'm also satisfied with your response, but the true nature of the DT-3000 has yet to be revealed. Now look. Brino immediately used his mana and activated the golem. The golem curled up slightly, bending his upper body. Just as it first changed from a sphere to a human form, this time, the sound of the cogwheels rang out and the shape of the golem changed. The short legs stretched, and the arms also supported the ground strongly. The golem in human form eventually turned into a horse. Wow, my God. Hans, who was bored at first, glittered at the sight. It was the same for others. from a round sphere to human form, and from a human form to a horse form. Everyone's blood boiled when they saw the golem transforming into various shapes, and it was the same for Roger. Is it a transformer? I've only seen it in movies. The difference was that the one in the movie was made up of computer CG, and the golem in front of him was real. Will it transform into a car later? Suddenly, he was curious, but Roger smiled because it was a useless idea, even if he thought about it himself. Brino continued to explain the golem functions. As you can see, this new golem DT-3000 can change into a total of 3 shapes. A human form suitable for breaking and cleaning things up, an animal form for transporting people and things, and its usual sphere form. A golem that can be operated by changing its shape according to the situation was certainly great compared to today's golems, whose shape is fixed. The audience's response was just as enthusiastic. This alone will make the golem very popular in many places. There were many parents with children among those gathered at the startup ceremony, but there were also many businessmen who carried out business related to golems. They responded as they were already itching to see the future possibilities in the DT-3000. Sir, can I look around more? Roger nodded at Sheridan's bright eyes as he turned around. Yes, don't go too far. Don't worry. Hans sighed as he saw Sheridan running forward without anyone stopping her. Oh my, people will think I'm here to play. Don't say too much. However, sometimes it is necessary to relieve the mood in this way. Otherwise, who knows what she will do? I guess so too. Hans knew very well what would happen if Sheridan exploded. She would really cause an explosion. This is because the talent and instinct that she possesses as a bomber can't be stopped unless Roger comes forward. I think it was the first time I saw her. Yes, it was in the kingdom of Delica, wasn't it? It was. The first place the two met Sheridan was in an underground mine in the Delica kingdom. The Delica kingdom was enslaving sub-races and used them in the mines. Roger, who was digging into the darkness of the Delica kingdom at that time, discovered the reality before anyone else. There, when everyone was digging a tunnel with no hope, the only one who didn't lose the flame was a dwarf. She picked up the scrap metal the guards left and combined sulfur powder and ammonia from the mine to create a terrifying bomb to escape the mine. Perhaps if Roger and Hans hadn't stumbled upon it then and stopped it, she would have used the bomb to collapse the mine. Sheridan was such a dwarf. Recently, she had been stuck in a workshop in the corner of the back alley, so Roger took the opportunity to give her a break. Otherwise, the tragedy that could have happened in the underground mines of the kingdom of Delica that day might have happened in Leathervelk. I still get goosebumps all over my body when I think about that time. But you're alive now. Hans nodded that Roger was right. Just in time, the students passing by recognized Roger and greeted him. Mr. Roger, hello. Yes, I enjoyed the duel. Congratulations on winning. Yes. He just answered shortly, but the students laughed among themselves and left. Hans looked at the growing students and asked Roger, are you popular among students? Do you mean me? Then who could it be, if not you? There's a lot of gossip about a charismatic new teacher who developed a new magic. From the perspective of the students, there are bound to be a lot of stories out there. At Hans' words, Roger still seemed to have doubts. Don't tell me, are you not aware of it? Aware? I'm asking just in case but what do you think your position in Theon is right now? I'm not just an ordinary new teacher. Are you serious? How the hell are you an ordinary new teacher? Of course, it is true that I am slightly different from other new teachers. Slightly. Have I misunderstood the word slightly? It was difficult for Hans to follow Roger's words. No, my brother is so talented. I know that since I have followed you for a long time, and you show your outstanding talent wherever you go. Even so, aren't you too ignorant? I am very talented. The source code magic that brother created is the talk of the neighborhood right now. Don't you know that you've already surpassed other teachers? Source code was the magic that made the most brilliant contribution to making Roger's name known. The coordinate designation technique shown later was also surprising. But that part was not so widely known because Roger did not properly spread the information. But even then, he showed it a little in the finals, so anyone with a keen eye would recognize it at once. Why the hell did you do that? Weren't you trying to be as quiet as possible while maintaining your status as a teacher? I needed to make my name known. At least to find out what the Black Dawn Society was up to, I had to deliberately win Theon's favor. Roger's judgment was reasonable. If Roger had really been busy avoiding the situation, He might have been as ordinary as others, without any difficulty as a teacher. But what's the point of breaking things down if I do that? In the end, there was nothing he could do but be dragged into the situation. So Roger deliberately opened his paddles one by one. After deliberately making his name known, he gained recognition from Theon. Of course, he was also aiming for a bonus based on class evaluation. Hans also nodded his head as he understood that part. Well, as the value of your name increases, on the contrary, it will be difficult for the Black Dawn Society to hastily order brother. As his name value has increased, interest in Roger also increased. As this interest increases, there is a risk that Roger's identity will be revealed. But on the contrary, it will be difficult for the Black Dawn to move such a Roger. Roger also doesn't have to follow orders when he can give the excuse, I can't move because I attracted too many people. But on the other hand, you are also in danger. Hans. In order to achieve something, one has to take risks commensurate with it. Otherwise, he won't get anything. That's true, but I am very worried. Even if it was to gain recognition, it was too hasty to disclose the source code. Why was that hasty? If you solve something that important, of course there's nothing to show you later, right? If you attract too much attention at first, it will be toxic to brother as a result. You don't have to worry about that. What? Source code magic is just a part of what I have anyway. I did it because I thought it didn't matter if I showed it. Hans looked at Roger, wondering if that made sense. Doesn't your brother know how much attention the source code is getting right now? Source code was an innovation in the world of magic. At a magic that makes another magic in the shortest time without failure, the wizards had no choice but to go crazy. There were many people that came to Theon for the source code, but Roger was treating it as something dispensable. Are you serious? Hans, when did you see me lying about that? My God, you mean it. Hans eventually shook his head. I've known my brother for a long time, but I'm still not sure about your real abilities. Didn't I tell you before? Is it real magic? Honestly, I still don't know. If it's magic, it's magic. What's real magic? And the thing that comes out when you run out of mana. Hans, who had heard a lot from Roger, was still half believing if it was real. Even though Roger moved through space, invented the source code magic, and he even saw with his eyes that he was well versed in other fields. Roger spoke peacefully, as if it were nothing. Magic is magic, mysterious and hard to understand, unlike the ones we use now. Are you talking about the story of the wizard from the legend? What if it's not just a legend? That's as Hans' expression became serious. Roger shrugged. It's a joke. I've felt this for a long time, but your jokes are bad for someone with a weak heart like me. It's not a legend. To what extent? Hans opened his mouth wide, but noticed someone approaching them and began to manage his expression. I'm sorry, but can I ask for directions? A voice that gently enveloped the human ear and was also familiar was heard. Roger slowly turned his head to look at the owner of the voice. Do you know the way to the stadium where the magic duels will be held? The first thing he saw was sky-blue hair and confident eyes that have a strong sense of curiosity and challenge. Everyone who had the beauty pass by them turned around at least once, but Roger couldn't think of such a comfortable thought. Why is she here? Casey Selmore, the person Roger is most wary of right now, is right in front of his nose. The detective who wants to catch a criminal that should never be identified the most. The two faced each other with their identities hidden. Chapter 158, Cone 158. Unwelcome guests. 4. Even Roger, who seemed to fear nothing in the world, was reluctant to meet some people. Among them, the absolute first place was his master, the one who fed and raised Roger and was practically like a parent. However, on the contrary, he was also a typhoon-like person who inevitably got involved in incidents when they stayed together, because his personality was so eccentric and arbitrary. So Roger declared independence and separated from his teacher. In fact, it was close to running away. In addition, while running away, he even brought some things that his teacher loved, a magic book and magic reagent materials. To be honest, he was terrified of his master. However, even with the exception of his master, there were many people whom Roger was reluctant to meet. Among them, Casey Selmore, the detective in front of him, is definitely at the top. Why the hell is she here? Did she come to Theon because of the festival? Except for when the incident happened, she was always moody, so there was nothing strange about coming here. It's just that he didn't know how to face her all of a sudden. Casey Selmore didn't recognize me and talk to me. The current situation is purely coincidental. Roger, who finished his judgment quickly, pointed to the direction of the stadium and opened his mouth. The stadium is over there. That's the only thing Roger said. His current character didn't talk much anyway, and he didn't want to speak with the woman in front of him for a long time. Casey, who had a bizarrely good reasoning ability, might read something out of his trivial remarks and actions. There was a need to be careful about everything. Oh, it's over there. Thank you for letting me know. Don't mention it. Oh, by the way, Casey asked, staring at Roger as she walked away. Didn't we meet somewhere before? Roger did not answer. Instead, with a calm gaze, he sent the meaning of what he meant. I'm not asking that for any suspicious purpose, but I suddenly thought so. How can I say this? I feel like we met before. It's my first time seeing you. Roger cut it short and said so, but Casey was confused by his firm voice. Something's not right. It was the first time she saw him. However, the more she looked at this man in front of her, the more Casey could not help but feel a sense of strangeness. It's not a suspicion. Rather, it was more of a curiosity. The first time she spoke with him was because of the strange atmosphere he emitted just standing still. Nice to meet you. Since we met like this, should we say our names? My name is Casey Selmore. I'm working as a detective. I'm sorry, but I don't feel like having a conversation. What? Contrary to expectations that he would recognize her, Roger's reaction was cold. Casey pondered if she had ever done anything to offend this person. But no matter how much she thought about it, she didn't do anything to upset the other person. Ordinary people are impatient because they can't talk to me once. Some were fascinated by her appearance. Others showed off their overfamiliarity due her reputation, but T. Roger was the other way around. While Casey was a little flustered, Roger tried to get leave, thinking that his job was over because he had told her the way. However, it was faster for Casey to open her mouth. You're a teacher here, aren't you? Roger pondered a little about how to answer the question. He showed he didn't want to talk, but she didn't seem to want to step down. However, if he tried to push himself further outright here, Casey may be suspicious of him. At least if it was Casey he knew, it was very likely because he pushed her away once. He'll have to step back at least once. Roger opened his mouth thinking so. Why did you think so? I knew right away by looking at you. You knew right away after seeing me first of all, the outfit you're wearing. It's a very luxurious and detailed outfit that I can't see any sewing lines or threads. The unique wave pattern on the shoulders must be a coat sold at the tailor's shop. Roger nodded because she was right. That's right. But that kind of suit is something that ordinary people can't easily buy. It's hard to wear it on a festival day like this, in an environment where clothes get dirty or the smell of food is easy. It's a waste. Plus, this is a golem startup. Did you know that you can get oil on your clothes? Casey stretched out a finger. Then there is only one answer. It's a person who doesn't care about money. But is it a merchant? That's not it because they always carry a purse, but there's nothing in your pocket and there's no sound of coins. Merchants are punctual, but you didn't check the pocket watch in your chest. I mean, you don't really care about time. Then you must be a noble. Oh, but you don't have a family mark or a ring that symbolizes your family. You don't want to or can't reveal your family name, but in this case, you must be a fallen aristocrat. However, there is no reason for a fallen aristocrat to visit Theon as a guest, so he must be living or working here. The clues are piled up one by one, and the painting, in which all the pieces were gathered, points to a single result. If I exclude them one by one, I end up with only one fact left, that you're the teacher here at Theon. If you're a fallen aristocrat, and you have such a presence, then you must be Roger Chelisai, right? She only saw him for a moment, but she judged that far. Her ridiculous analysis and excellent eyesight must have raised her to a higher level than before. That's right. Then bye. Oh, wait a minute. Is there anything else? When Roger asked, Casey's face became blank for a moment. No, aren't you surprised? What do you mean? Ordinary people are amazed or surprised when I deduce something like this. Casey has always seen a similar response. If she analyzes and deduces a person she meets for the first time and guesses the person's job, most people are surprised. Sometimes people who recognize the extraordinariness of her ability even had feelings of fear. Casey took it for granted because she realized that she was special. To be honest, it was also true that she was halfway enjoying this kind of reaction. The world was a dull place without stimulation for her, who was too talented. Her noble mission of leading the world in a better direction still remained deep in the heart and became the driving force of her life. But there were times when she felt unbearable boredom. Analyzing someone and noticing his nature was Casey's own little play to wash away such boredom. But the man in front of her showed an unexpected reaction. He was not surprised, but calm enough to accept it naturally. Is that surprising? The answer that came back was also spectacular, and Casey was genuinely embarrassed by his response. What is this? Why doesn't he look surprised? She tried to surprise him a little because he was being stiff, but she failed, but his response hurt her pride. Other people were very surprised. There are many people in the world. Isn't it possible to understand the other person's job at first sight? In the first place, Casey's arbitrarily analyzing his job and talking to him was something he experienced enough when he was James Moriarty, and he also did a similar job while working as a private detective. Knowing what your opponent will do and being surprised by it was a rookie thing to do. On the other hand, Casey, who heard Roger's answer, thought differently. I see. This person was taking my actions for granted. Most people said Casey's behavior was strange. But Casey has always questioned the question, is that really strange behavior? And then she realized the fact that she was quite different from the rest of the world. Different and strange don't necessarily mean the same thing because she was so outstanding. People couldn't admit the difference and turned it over as strange. That's why Casey Selmore was also called a freak, but Roger took Casey's actions for granted. He didn't force himself to say it while looking at her. There, Casey noticed what Roger really was. He's the same kind as me. She heard the name Roger Chelisai, a fallen aristocrat and a teacher at Theon. He recently invented a groundbreaking magic called source code and showed it to his students. She couldn't believe that he taught his students a magic that didn't exist before. Can an ordinary wizard do such a thing? Considering the character of this man I am facing right now, I am sure he didn't show such magic for a purpose. In Casey's head, her assessment of Roger changed, and she judged him to be the same character as her. The word mediocrity is used to separate special existences from the regular people. I didn't expect that there would be another person like this. From the moment I glanced at him, I felt that he was special. In fact, Casey's conversation with Roger wasn't just to ask for directions, but something else. Roger's appearance as he passed by suddenly overlapped with a person she knew in the past. He was special, too. Casey remembered a man he met in the kingdom of Delica, James Moriarty. Now they are enemies, but they have not been hostile since the first meeting. At that time, he was a person who seemed to be out of touch with the world, as if everything was meaningless. There was no particular reason why she went to see the rumored man. She just went to see a great young mathematician out of curiosity, but that encounter shook Casey's life. Still, it wasn't that bad at first. It wasn't a good relationship either. From the first meeting, the two fought like oil and water that didn't mix. They had no choice but to collide because they had great talent, and her pride was enlarged accordingly, not because she really hated him, but they secretly acknowledged each other's skills and abilities. Casey was also pleased to meet an equal. The reason why that relationship ended up being ruined, it was an incident of that day, an incident in which people went missing one by one. In addition, even the police continued investigation did proceed properly, and she came forward because she couldn't stand it. And what I saw that man, James Moriarty, the man who stood still in front of the missing child's body. The red blood flowing on his hands must have come from the bodies of the child and the police around him. It was then that Casey realized what the man named James Moriarty was like. He was a wicked man, but so outstanding that it was fate that he had no choice but to turn against the world. Why the hell did you do that? At first, she tried to talk with him. Maybe there was some misunderstanding. I thought you were smart, but you're asking an unexpected question. Did you think you were like me because you were hanging out with a criminal? But the man's cold voice shattered her expectations. How can humans live according to those who are worse than themselves? Casey Selmore, you know that, don't know. She didn't expect that. The world is so boring, and the people who live there are so insignificant. Still showing his back to her, his eyes glistened faintly with only his head slightly turned. I'm suffocating. I am so frustrated that I am going crazy. So you've done all this for your own good, killing people here. Is that so wrong? Maybe he didn't even realize he was bad. Bad deeds are committed only to those who are equal to them. For James Moriarty, who did not see others as equals, what he did now was not evil. You know that, don't you? Deep inside you, there's a voice like me. What James Moriarty said stimulated the darkness in Casey's mind. The role she has had for a long time, and the evil she has turned a blind eye to. Casey bowed her head. You know, I didn't want you to be a bad guy. It's just that this whole situation is just, yes, that's right, misunderstanding. I wanted it to come from an inevitable misunderstanding. If we talk to each other, we'll definitely be able to solve it. Such a minor misunderstanding. Because we're alike. I thought we could understand each other if we talked. James Moriarty did not respond to her words and just stared at her with a cold gaze. Casey made a sad face as if she was about to cry, and then bit her lip and took out her cane, showing her determined will. James Moriarty, I am arresting you here. What was contained in that action was a noble will to punish the evil in front of her. And James Moriarty faced it. Try it if you can. He was obviously smiling. Chapter 159, Cone 159. Children and Adults 1. This is difficult. What I said made her fall into her imagination, and for a moment her eyes were looking at something other than me. Hans is already far away and is looking at me. If it goes on like this, he'll be wasting a lot of time. Are you done with your business now? When she spoke strongly in a slightly scolding tone, Casey, who had been thinking for a while, came to her senses. She smiled softly and nodded her head without being surprised. Yes, I do. I'm sorry I took your time. That's all right. Well, I'd appreciate it if she said she'd step down on her own here. Moreover, Casey's voice did not show any signs of suspicion. It's a relief that he suddenly met her, but she didn't seem to know that he was James Moriarty. Wow. Just in time, cheers came from afar, and the host's voice amplified by the subsequent loudspeaker resonated softly. At the same time, a blonde girl who was as beautiful as a doll ran toward me from afar. Casey, what are you doing there? The duel is about to start. Oh my God, look at me. I asked for directions, but I forgot and got distracted. I'll be on my way. I nodded and glanced at Betty. Automaton Beta made for the same purpose as Oppa. She's been with Casey the whole time. Looking at the girl nagging Casey, the two seem to get along pretty well. Her emotional expression seems much richer than Oppa. It's a relief, though. Thanks to her, I've been able to get away from Casey. When I was relieved inside, a small drop of water came up in front of my eyes. Soon it burst and turned into a small business card and fell on my hand. My eyes naturally turned to Casey, who was dragged by the girl. Casey looked back at me as she was being dragged, closed one eye and moved her lips. Call me if you need any help. Then she disappeared out of sight without a moment for me to say anything. I can't stop her. I analyzed the business card lightly, using my power. Meanwhile, Hans, who had been far away, approached me. What happened? What's that blue paper on your hand? Casey business card. She left it at will before she left. Business card. Can't you just throw it away? It's not an ordinary business card. Seeing the magic, it's acting as a kind of signal. If I throw it away, she'll notice it right away. Ha! Is there such magic? Because the other person is a single attribute element wizard. Unlike conventional magic, there's nothing strange about her magic. Hans nodded his head, saying that I was right. That's true. I think it's possible when I see you. Anyway, Casey Selmore doesn't seem to know who I am yet. Giving a business card is a sign of friendship more than doubt. But I am a little worried that I caught her attention with this identity. Did she find something suspicious about you? You don't have to worry about that. Because I erased all the habits I showed her with the identity I used before. Is it possible to erase your habits? I shrugged my shoulders at Hans, who was screaming. It's basic knowledge to erase every little act consciously. I've been wearing various masks all my life. Of course, the mask that I wore during James Moriarty's time was completely different from the mask I am wearing now. In other words, I don't have to worry about being discovered by making trivial actions. But he wasn't without worries because of James Moriarty's appearance. I didn't disguise myself back then. The actual change was the degree to which the hairstyle was neatly pulled back and the outfit was different. He, who did not have a chiseled face at the time, used light magic to make his impression different. Of course, this alone is bound to change the impression of a person, so not many people will recognize him. Still, I thought that someone like Casey Selmore would identify me based on my appearance. Judging from her reaction, fortunately, that doesn't seem to be the case. If even Casey, who has excellent observation skills, didn't recognize him, there would be no need to worry about being caught by anyone else. Hans, you should be concerned. When I pointed it out, Hans opened her eyes and pointed at himself with her index finger. Me? What about me? If it was Casey Selmore I knew, she would have specified your outfit or behavior. You'll be in trouble if you come across her later. She doesn't know my name, and I left right away. Would she remember me? Don't look down on her. She is a woman who reaches the truth with one small clue. She should have seen us talking from afar when she approached me, so she already remembers your characteristics. What should I do? First of all, I recommend not wearing those clothes for a while and intentionally carry other props to make it look like you have a different profession. Casey Selmore doesn't simply remember a person because of its face. The person's voice, tone, step, petty behavior, wink, etc. are all pieces of the puzzle. On the contrary, if only a few of these puzzle pieces could be intentionally removed, the suspicion of being the same person could be avoided. Of course, if the number of encounters increases, the tail will be stepped on, but it will not matter if she passes by lightly like this time. Hans was shocked, saying, "She just glanced at me once, but should I do this?" Hans, you have a habit of slightly frowning your nose, especially when you talk. If it's hard to fix it, purposely shake your mouth or close your eyes. A small habit is like a person's ID. If you can't erase it, you should at least change it. It'd rather sneak around without being caught. That wouldn't be bad either. Hans is sick and tired of it, but what can I do? Still, if I point it out, I don't have to worry anymore because Hell put it in practice right away, Nari. Look at this. I think Sheridan finished watching the golem just in time, so she was running this way. Seeing the bright smile on her face, she seemed to have enjoyed it enough, but Sheridan wasn't the only one coming. Teacher Brino. Mr. Roger Chelisai. Sheridan came with Brino, the main character of the golem startup ceremony. As I thought it was unexpected, Brino also opened his eyes wide to see that I was here and soon smiled warmly. I was surprised. A child who seemed to like golems came to me and talked to me, but was more versed in golem and mechanical engineering than I thought. So I came wondering who her guardian was, but I didn't expect Mr. Roger to be here. We're a little connected, but we're not exactly guardians because she's a dwarf in the first place. Oh, well, no wonder she's so knowledgeable, but if she's a dwarf, it makes sense. Mister, I've been saying this for a while. I'm not a kid. Sheridan must have consistently said that she was not a child. However, on the outside, she looked like a child, so Briner would have laughed it off, thinking that the child just wanted to pretend to be an adult. Realizing his mistake, Brino bowed to Sheridan. "I'm sorry, Miss Sheridan, I was rude." At the sight of Brino apologizing immediately, Sheridan laughed playfully. "Then tell me the design of that golem." "Well, that's a little. What a shame. She's still asking for the golem's blueprint. Isn't it the same as asking for a wizard for a spell?" But surprisingly, Brino did not get angry. I apologized to Brino instead of Sheridan. "I am sorry, Sheridan is not familiar with human etiquette yet." "Haha, I understand. Dwarves are stubborn. I've met dwarfs before, but Sheridan is rather calm, so I don't care much." When Brino said that Sheridan was calm, Hans looked surprised. "If that crazy bomber is on the quiet side, how are the other dwarves?" Sheridan, who heard what he said unknowingly, stabbed her elbow in Hans' abdomen with a smile. Sheridan muttered something to Hans, who bowed his upper body with a chilling look. Given that Hans' face has turned pale, it's probably a threat to test his constitution with the teeth of various animals when they return to the hideout. More than that, did Mr. Roger also watch this startup ceremony? Yes, that's unexpected. I thought you wouldn't be interested in this. While saying so, Teacher Brino realized his mistake and immediately waved his hand and made an excuse. "Oh, so I didn't mean it in a bad way. I mean, it's just, I know. Ordinary wizards don't have a good impression about golems. Besides, he was in charge of teaching the entire manifestation system, which wizards consider to be the most orthodox. From Mr. Brino's point of view, it was natural to think that way. However, I do not discriminate against magic, and I'm also quite interested in golems." "Oh, is that so?" Brino's eyes glistened at my words. "Could you please tell me what was good at today's startup ceremony? I want to get advice from a fellow teacher." "Hmm. First of all, the golem you showed today called DT-3000 is quite interesting. It can change forms compared to a fixed golem, and that alone will add an infinite number of uses." "That's right. I am concerned that it would be difficult to use the metal used to make the existing golems because the pressure on the seams and joints is strong. A metal with high conductivity that is resistant to heat, pressure, and has excellent ductility is needed. Have you created a new alloy? Yeah, I actually experimented and found that ordinary steel was not enough. So, you mixed chrome and tried to reduce the need for maintenance by mixing metal that is good for corrosion resistance. That's stainless steel. Brino nodded his head like a man who had lost his soul. As a result, I think it's a great golem. There was nothing I could point out. Even if I don't point out the problem, Brino will notice it quickly thanks to his skill. All we have to do is encourage him. Heh, heh, heh. Hearing that from Mr. Roger makes me embarrassed. There is no need to be embarrassed, because I was just saying it as it is. Mr. Brino can take pride in his work. Unlike the source code that was created by following existing knowledge, Brino created a transforming golem purely with his own inspiration. Unlike me, who followed the path that already existed, he pioneered a new path. The word genius is a word that suits someone like that, not me. Oh my gosh. Even the humility of being able to humble yourself so much. But why does this person look at me with a more burdensome look when I keep saying he did great? It was a fun experience anyway, Teacher Brino. People who want to talk to you have been standing there looking around for a while. Is it okay? I pointed to the students who couldn't get closer and stared anxiously at Teacher Brino. They wanted to ask something they're curious about, but they're nervous because they can't approach him. Among them, there was a new student who was supported by the alchemy school, Clara Hannes, who was taking my class. Oh, I see. Thank you for your comments today. Yes, I enjoyed it too. Teacher Brino headed to the students. I watched the students eagerly asking questions about the golem and Teacher Brino accepting them. I don't know when, but Sheridan was naturally mixed there. Brother must be quite a vocation for being a teacher. Do I look like that? Of course. The sharpness that used to seem subtle is all gone, and you're even pleased to see the children. I nodded at Hans's words. At least this is a different place from the world we lived in. Don't you think so? Well, I won't deny that this place looks peaceful and good, but I'm a little uncomfortable here. I looked back at Hans, and he sighed with a complex look. We went like that back then. No, actually, I couldn't. Hans, to be honest, I am jealous of them, because I didn't grow up in such a blessed environment. Having talent and growing up in a good environment without lacking anything. For Hans, that appearance must have been a repulsive sight to the point where hives appeared on his body. We are so different. His voice, which seemed to be somewhat despondent, sounded hollow. Because of his constitution, he couldn't live like a human being. When I lived on the run, the children here would have enjoyed their youth. They must have been chatting with their roommates in a warm dormitory while I was shivering in the cold during the Lunar New Year. Nevertheless, they complained and were annoyed that it was hard. He recalled the past when he was angry at the unfairness of the world. It was a long time ago, but he still remembers that day clearly. He once saw a building so tall that it was going to soar in the sky while he was on a bus to find an academy to study. It was such a high apartment that even if you bent your head for a long time from right below, you couldn't see the rooftop. To be honest, he was overwhelmed. With everything a person needs to live in, it looked so expensive that he couldn't think that he could live there even if he was reborn. Then he found a family coming out of the entrance of the apartment. Among them, the most noticeable thing was a 10-year-old boy coming out holding his father's hand. The child had a father and a good house he could live in. However, the child's face was filled with heartache because he was so dissatisfied and annoyed. Then he felt a sense of despondency beyond words. Did that child really make an effort to live in a house like that? No, that child was just born from good parents. He was born with something that others can't reach for life, made Hans realize then that the world was an unfair place. There are still many children who cannot study even if they want to, and who go to the factory area filled with soot every day and suffer from harsh labor, but can only watch at the wealthy family's children who don't do anything. The students of Theon work hard too. Exploring magic isn't usually hard, but can it really be called the unhappiness of life? Compared to the suffering experienced by children who are still exploited in labor and do not receive a proper daily wage, the dissatisfaction of students cannot be called dissatisfaction. Yet they do not know how to be grateful. They are people who can rise to a position of admiration just because they were born with the ability to use magic. That's too much. It's unfair. Even if he could use magic, He always lived a life of facing death, hiding his identity. Hans, to those who have lived like us, most people in the world may seem as peaceful as they are in a flower garden. Roger fully understood Hans' mind. Wouldn't he have felt that way? Nevertheless, you cannot blame the children. The reason is simple and insignificant, because the children are innocent. A child should not be guilty of enjoying something. It is impossible for an adult who couldn't eat anything when he was young to take a candy from a child, saying that he doesn't deserve it. Isn't that unseemly? An adult should play his role as an adult no matter what. Shouldn't the children laugh? Adults just have to make sure that children don't live like them and point them to a better way. Chapter 160, Cone 160. Children and Adults. 2, my goodness. Hans, who heard all of Roger's words, looked blank and soon relaxed his shoulders and laughed. I think you really like children. Do you mean me? Are you going to deny that? Even though you say I shouldn't get caught, what you do is always attract people's attention. It wasn't that Hans didn't know either. Roger's various actions so far sometimes seemed different from his purpose. He hid his identity, revealed his abilities, did dangerous things, and taught important magic freely. It was all mainly when he was involved with students. Considering it's forced, isn't it just a teacher's job? Well, I've known for a long time that my brother cares about children very much. It's not because I like children. It's just a duty for me to act like this. Roger couldn't do what he wanted to do in his previous life because his mother's teaching and the path he wanted to go were completely different. Nevertheless, he did not break his stubbornness until the end, but his end was not good. The same was true in his present life. He couldn't even imagine enjoying something in the present life as much as he couldn't achieve in his previous life. He had to contend with death at an age when he should have lived in peace like any other child. He lived that kind of life and walked that path. Roger just didn't want anyone else to follow in his footsteps. Hans, who knew part of Roger's past, looked at him with sad eyes and said, "You may not know, but it's amazing that you think of others as a duty and know how to think of others. There are many people in the world who couldn't do this. Isn't it funny to see someone who couldn't do that and settle down with relief that he's better than someone like that? But everyone does. Yes, everyone does. But I don't do that. I think you're a teacher by nature. If you had lived without hiding your identity, you would have gone somewhere to teach children." Hans shook his head, thinking that Roger was stubborn in this regard. Then he suddenly realized something and lifted his head. "But isn't it a bit absurd to call the students here children? What do you mean? Students who attend Theon should be treated as adults already in terms of age." Hans' point was valid. The average age of Theon's students was 18. In this world, considering that you become an adult at 17, they were not children. They were definitely younger students, but it could have been rude to treat them as children, considering that they would be almost 20 years old after the third grade. But aren't they younger than us? Hey, don't you know that there's not much age difference between fifth graders and me? What? Hans, how old were you? When Roger asked, Hans laughed as if he was dumbfounded. Did I not tell you? I'm 24 years old this year. Roger opened his eyes wide as if he were shocked for the first time. "Oh, really? Why are you so surprised? What's with that face?" "No, I'm just well. Don't apologize. I'm sorry. Don't apologize." Roger stared at Hans with sad eyes. Honestly, when he saw Hans, he thought he was over mid-30s even if he wasn't in his 40s, but he was younger than him. Come to think of it, he's been calling me Hyang, older brother, since we first met. At that time, he thought it was because he was just stronger than Hans, so he called him Hyang for protocol. In the world they live, seniority is divided according to skills, not age. He thought so, but he didn't know Hans called him brother because he was younger. Roger offered his consolation to Hans. "I understand. If a person lives a rough life, he may lose a lot. Saying that only makes it worse. I haven't aged. Roger's life was more than 10 times tougher than Hans, but isn't there a big difference in their appearance? From Hans' point of view, he was just about to die of unfairness. Considering how he lived, Roger should have looked like he had one step in his coffin, but instead his skin was good and he was handsome. It was said that the ladies work hard to take care of their skin to stop the flow of time, but Hans realized how meaningless those words were. Management is not important. After all, if they're all born with it, it's all natural. People who are strong don't look old easily even with the passage of time or if they go through hard times. The world was full of this unfair absurdity, and Hans had no choice but to lament inside. Hans, how's everything going out there? I didn't want to die like this, but what did you just say? Hans, who was complaining to himself, belatedly realized that Roger called him. I asked if things were going well outside. Oh, they're a pretty smooth. First of all, the magazine is becoming more popular now, so the outlook is bright. And the first demonstration of the musical was also held, and the response was hot. That day, Roger planted several seeds in a dark, damp back alley that people didn't visit. The seeds that have not rooted yet, but the possibility that will inevitably come out someday. Circus got a good response from people after its first successful musical performance. The magazine business conducted by old kids was going smoothly and gradually recording a large sales volume. What else? With the Women of the Black Rose in the lead, an entire street was refurbished and turned into an artist's street. They cleared out the trash and filth and changed the whole building. I'm glad it's going well. The only thing to be careful about is that other commercial districts that have been closely watching our movements have begun to keep us in check. At first, people in the surrounding commercial districts were busy snorting at the behavior of the lower class in the back alley. It was because they thought that even if they tried to do something, they would end up wasting money and time, but it didn't take long for the sneer on their faces to turn into anxiety. The projects of the poor, which they ignored, began to expand at an unusual pace, and they felt a sense of crisis. The musical, which was laughed at, became a hit from the first performance as the magazine was sold out in an instant. It was clear that the street of fashion people to be opened later would be successful if it went on like this. They're trying to keep us in check by feeding the city and the police money. Of course, because I was expecting this to happen in the first place. When I showed them the permit, they shut their mouths. It was good to spend a lot of money to lobby in advance. However, Hans continued. Since then, it's been a little quieter, so it seems like they're planning something. They are not the type of persons who will stand still with just one stab. Just in case, warn others to be careful. I know, brother. Oh, and the last one. Hans took a bottle of red reagent from his pocket and handed it to Roger. Roger accepted naturally, and no one around me noticed the secret exchange. This is the medicine that brother brought during the werewolf incident. The analysis is over. It was the experimental drug obtained by sweeping all underground bases of the Shamsa school during the werewolf incident. The drug, which turns humans into monsters by diluting it and administering a small amount, was a product created by the Black Dawn Society and the Shamsa School. Belaruna had a hard time with it. Still, well, she succeeded in the end. What's the result of the analysis? There was one magic reagent with all kinds of black magic that stood out. They used narcotic hallucinogens from peluma plants. The herb called peluma has been used as a medicine in the past because it has an intense pain relief effect. Now, it was a material that was practically banned because it was highly addictive and had a high risk of hallucinations. As you know, peluma has one famous trait that everyone knows, that the place they grow is very limited. Yes, and there is only one place in the Exilian Empire where you can collect peluma, the thorn forest adjacent to Boltonung City. This plant grows only there. Boltonung was a nearby city adjacent to Leathervelk. Roger nodded. If we investigate the place, we will be able to catch the tail of a secret branch of the Black Dawn Society. If we're lucky, we can find a hidden base around there. I'll go check it out once the business I am working on becomes stable. Yes, it's not an urgent job. Above all, the urgent fire that had to be put out immediately was nearby. I heard you've identified the First Order Esmeralda. Yes, I did. I have to ask you how it was, but looking at Brother's expression, I guess it was not very pleasant. Roger nodded. Hans and Roger stood side by side and stared at the children who were chatting and playing with the mini golems. In that state, Roger told Hans the truth he had found out, Esmeralda's identity and how she ended up joining Black Dawn Society. Ha! Hans sighed when he heard the whole story. I didn't think she'd hide her identity in that way. Is it better to know even now? Knowing is better than not knowing. So what about you? What about me? I'm asking if you're ready. Despite Hans' point, Roger was not able to answer hastily. Brother, I'm asking you just in case, but are you seriously thinking about it? I fully understand your position. You wouldn't want to have to kill your fellow teacher whom you're close to. Turning his head, Hans caught the scene of a peaceful festival in sight. Hans looked up at the sky for no reason at the sight of people happily enjoying the festival under the light. The sky was so damn bright as if it didn't notice their situation. Still, otherwise brother could die. That's right, innocent victims are bound to come out all the time. Of course, I'm not trying to justify that. That's unfortunate. But you've been through it too. Even if we are careful with cancer, there will be victims, and that you can't save everyone even if you try to struggle. At Hans' words, a scene from the past was overlaid on Roger's retina. A boy was seen bleeding to death under the children playing. He approached slowly and raised the boy's torso with both hands. The boy's body, whose life was nearly lost, was as cold as ice. "Mr. Moriarty, my brother, please." The child closed his eyes at the end of the sentence. He believed in and followed him, and his dream of becoming a great scholar one day was blown away by the wind. Only red blood, which once proved that he was alive once, was dripping from his hands. "Brother," Hans' voice brought Roger to reality. Roger looked at his hands. His hands were not red and there was no blood on them. "Are you okay?" "Yes. Anyway, this is what I am trying to say. If it's something you have to do, don't hesitate. You know the unwritten rules of the people who live in our world. We, who live in a world of violence, always have this in our hearts. It's bitter, but that's the reality. If I don't kill, I'll die, so I have no choice but to kill." Hans tried to say something to Roger, but ended up staying quiet. This gentleman always seemed strong on the outside, but he was actually more sensitive than anyone else. He is a man who acts like a human butcher when dealing with bad people, but cares too much about innocent people. "Well, all of our members, including myself, see and follow your human side." Still, it was not comfortable for him to see Roger falling into trouble, so Hans said words of support to cheer him up. "Ha ha, what are you scared of? You'll do as well as you have done so far anyway." Hans slapped Roger on the shoulder with his palm, patting his shoulder with too much pressure. The atmosphere quickly turned cold. Well, I didn't mean to. I was trying to help you because you looked down. It's Hans blurted out the end of his words. Roger ended up smirking at the sight of Hans, who was always scared and couldn't speak properly. "I know. Ha ha ha. As expected, right? I believed that my brother wouldn't keep it inside with this. More than that, Hans. What? There is also a small animal shelter here in Theon, and it has a collection of endangered species, so why don't you stop by there?" Hans broke out in a cold sweat at his words. The third day of the festival had dawned, and it was time for Roger to go on patrol. How did I end up here? Tables and chairs with a white tablecloth spread out in the wide open air, and even people of noble status would share a glass of wine and chat here. The place he was in was an outdoor banquet hall that only authorized people could enter during the festival. Heh heh heh. Drinking in the daytime is also good. Herak Kadashan chuckled next to Roger. And why does this person keep sticking to me? This is why he didn't really like festivals. Chapter 161, Cone 161, The Lumos Family. 1. It was no wonder that there was a separate place for the nobles in Theon. As the Magic Festival is one of the largest festivals in the Empire, various people come. Naturally, commoners and nobles could not spend time smiling at each other in one place. The barracks and academic demonstration booths on the festival streets are mainly for the common people and merchants to enjoy. City councillors and nobles gathered at the outdoor banquet hall and chatted among themselves. It seems unequal, but this will prevent accidents, so I nodded. Well, rather than putting the nobles and commoners in one place and having something happen, it would be more convenient for the people to separate the places like this. It is no different from the banquet hall where high-ranking people came and talked among themselves. Rather, the level of people gathered now is much higher than then, but this time I thought it had nothing to do with me. How did I get dragged here? The last banquet was a welcome party for new teachers, so I had no choice but to attend, but I didn't expect to go to such a place. I can't help it because I am the winner of the Magic Duel event. It was just an instant event, but the response was overwhelming. Even now, there were many people who glanced at me from all over the outdoor banquet hall. It's not uncomfortable, but eyes are flying everywhere even though I am just drinking a cup of water. Aren't their eyes too obvious? I answered by nodding to the old man who talked to me next to me. It's okay to watch, but the real battlefield will be if they come to me. In that respect, I was now benefiting from this old man. Hybik Kadashan, one of the three dukes of the Exilian Empire, stood by my side. stopping the low-ranking people from approaching me. Well, I am grateful for what I glanced at the old man next to me, but I don't know why he came to me. It's hard to read what this person is thinking. Heibeek is a noble family who has been in politics for decades. No matter how much I tried to analyze such a person's inner thoughts, it was difficult to understand him. Whether he knew what I was thinking or not, Duke Heibeek smiled and continued to say what he had to say. That's how aristocrats are. They're a busy flattering each other and being pretentious to suit their positions. I see. I don't know much, but I also agreed on this part because I sympathized very much. It's just the way I see it right now. For example, two men holding champagne glasses over there. One was a middle-class nobleman, and the other was a member of the House of Representatives of Leathervelk City. The gentleman was eagerly appealing to the aristocracy, and the aristocrat was listening with an interested expression. At first glance, the conversation seemed to be going well, but it wasn't. The truth behind it isn't that simple. That's Representative Pretzel, isn't it? Do you know him? It was just that we met once at a banquet and heard his name. He wasn't an interesting person. He remembered that he wasn't an interesting person. Well, Duke Heibeek has attended countless banquets, and he has a considerable memory, even if he pretends not to. The nobleman listening to him is Count Raleigh, who is in charge of the bank's finances. Do you wonder what they are talking about? I shook my head. I'm not very curious. At best, the representative is trying to persuade him to increase the budget. It was obvious what the member of the House of Representatives wanted from the noble. He wanted his support. Ha! He is probably trying to raise the welfare of Centerford, a wealthy neighborhood. The nobles that have private villas there are scattered throughout the Exilian Empire, probably trying to win the hearts of the rich and win votes for the Centerford district. Parliamentarians always look at the votes. It was the same in the past, and so it's now. Oh, that's pretty good. Mr. Rudger is right. He actually tried to get a budget for that purpose. Congressman Pretzel must be a commoner because he doesn't have a surname. And he, a commoner, came to this position because he appealed to the general public at first and won votes. But after becoming a lawmaker, he seemed to change his mind and pursue policies for the rich. You even know that. If you think a little deeply, you'll know. But Count Lorraine, who listens, doesn't seem to be very interested. Count Lorraine listened with a smile, but the feeling in his eyes was nothing but boredom. He immediately saw through Rep. Pretzel's intention to win the budget. His opponent is a member of the House of Representatives from the common people. If Count Lorraine is in charge of banking, his family must have a long history, and they won't favor the common people. I am sure he's looking down on him. Still, since he is a lawmaker, he pretends to listen to him for now. Oh, Rep. Pretzel is not a fool either. He knows that words won't work for Count Lorraine. He knows, but he's trying to fool him somehow. He's going to figure out the budget somehow and put off the rest later. Just by looking at those two people, he realized at once what kind of place this outdoor banquet hall is, a grotesque battlefield of invisible swords. It's all a cheap skit. That's correct. Duke Heibeek grinned and nodded. I can't believe you can figure this looking at them. Did you hear anything beforehand? I just watched them. Reasoning and analysis were skills learned when he worked as a private detective, one of his new identities, after abandoning his status. Private Detective Eugne Francois Vidocq, the first private detective in Earth's history who was a criminal but later turned into a detective. It was an alias that he borrowed because it was similar to his situation at the time. But don't be too harsh. Cheap skits are worth watching in their own way. I know, it just doesn't suit my taste. Sometimes you have to look at things that won't suit your taste. Especially an extraordinary person like you, you're going to be bothered by people around you. Let's see this, let's see that. You mean like now? I made a provocative remark, but Duke Heibeek smiled instead of getting angry. No. Rather, I'm close to protecting you from a troublesome lion. A lion is far scarier than a few hyenas. Was teacher looking at me like that? Well, I understand. Just to be honest with you on this occasion, I don't want anything from you. You don't want anything. The words came out of the Duke of Heibeek's mouth, but I didn't believe him. You don't seem to believe it, but that's true. At this age, I don't live for greed and purpose. Then what do you live for? For fun. Duke Heibeek smiled like a villain. It was a smile full of wrinkles, but paradoxically, his smile was younger and more innocent than anyone else in his position. When I was young, I burned myself for all kinds of passions, but after I got older, I didn't have the energy to do that anymore. I can't get enthusiastic as easily as I used to be. That's what aging is about. It doesn't look like it. It used to be more than it is now. I am curious about that. The older I get, the calmer I become in everything. I've already been through a lot of surprising events. That's why I naturally try to find stimulation. That's now the joy of my life. I've heard something similar before, so I won't dismiss it as an old man's nonsense. My teacher said that often. Was it because of interest that he took me, raised me, and taught me magic? I guess Duke Cadushan looked like he was having fun. Call me Hybeak comfortably. Isn't it too heartless to call me by my last name? And the answer to the question is yes. You're a very interesting person to say this, but you're also seen as attractive to other aristocrats. Do you know that? I'm fully aware of that. I knew this would happen since I was tied to the old tower at the last banquet. I was the creator of a new magic, but nevertheless, a person who is easy to touch because he doesn't have a strong backing. That's what they were looking at me, and I'm fully aware of how to act. You're a pretty brutal. I've felt this since the first time I saw you, but you have spirit. That's why I'm standing next to you. I also don't want the flies to bother you and cause a dispute. Since he's interested, well, talk, and he will get rid of his boredom. In return, he will prevent the people around from bothering me. It was a silent transaction that was made naturally even though we did not talk to each other. I'm staying still now because I also agreed with Duke Hybeak's will. Yes, yes. You know something, however, if the Duke crosses the line, I said, staring strongly at Hybeak, you'll see something really interesting. Duke Hybeak's face fell out of my words and returned to its original state. All right, all right. You're a too energetic, maybe because you're a young. I'm glad you understood. That's what he said, but I saw a momentary but fleeting smile on his face. Perhaps in a brief moment, this person must have been thinking a lot. Will it be really fun? But in the end, he broke that desire. He's a scary person. I've warned Hybeak enough, so he won't bother me anymore. At first glance, it would seem disrespectful for me, a fallen aristocrat, to talk to the Duke in this way, but considering Hybeak's character, he was not a person to bother about it. At least he won't get angry about his pride being hurt like other people. That's the dignity of the nobility. I should drink a few glasses of water before I go. With that in mind, I was about to drink water, but I saw a familiar figure, Flora Lumos. She was wearing a blue dress that suited the formalities of the banquet hall, not the Theon uniform. She had an unusually hesitant attitude. What is she doing here? I watched Flora closely. Her gaze was directed at people on one side of the banquet hall. It's the Lumos family. Of the people gathered, the most prominent is the ones in the center, and Duke Caden Lumos was leading them. Is she here to see her family? Maybe he noticed my gaze just in time. Hybeak opened his mouth. Ha! Are you interested in the Lumos family? You said that there is a child from their family among the students who take the class, right? Yes, I nodded. Flora was watching her father from a distance now. At that sight, I intuitively realized what position she was in the family. It was the same with Duke Hybeak. That's Flora. What a pity. Why? A child born with the best magic talent is ignored just because she is the child of a concubine. What's more unfortunate than that? I felt a throbbing pain in my back at his words. The old wounds I thought I had forgotten about by now. Flora Lumos agonized. Should she leave the banquet hall like this, or should she still say hello face to face once? Yes, just this once. For that reason, didn't she change her clothes and come here? She has achieved so much since she came to Theon. Flora Lumos was a genius who didn't miss the top spot in her grade with her outstanding magic talent. I'm not who I was when I was in the family. I'm different now. Let's tell them and show them. His daughter, a child he didn't pay attention to, grew up so brilliantly. She believed that her father would look at her if she did so. She was walking slowly with that determination, but her legs trembled strangely. Her heart was throbbing and aching. Calm down. Flora took a deep breath. She kept her pace, staring straight at the front, without changing her expression. Don't be afraid. She was no longer the weak child of the past. Don't be scared. She has grown up to the name of the proud Lumos family and was well qualified as a member of the family. Don't be afraid. But why? Why is it so suffocating and painful? Flora had already reached the point where her father's voice could be heard as disturbing emotions crossed the wriggling space. People around her recognized Flora, one by one, but her father didn't even look at Flora. Father, Flora took a deep breath and tried to call her father, but before that someone approached Flora, intercepting her words. Oh, who is this? Isn't it a half Flora? She smiled scoffingly at Flora. Oh, that's right. You entered Theon, right? No wonder I couldn't see you in the family recently. Katrina. Katrina Lumos was Flora Lumos' half-sister and a woman recognized by the family. Katrina frowned as Flora called her name. Will you stop calling my name? It's disgusting hearing my name from a dirty half-blood. Ah, what is it? Flora. A man approached Katrina's side. He was in his mid-20s with a cheesy impression and moderately long, curly, dark blue hair. Flora greeted him with the courtesy of an aristocrat. Long time no see. Brother Camel. Camel Lumos was the next leader of the Lumos family and the heir of the Lumos family. He smiled at Flora, greeting him. You look good. You wouldn't have been able to talk properly in the past. Did you enjoy your academy life so much? Oh no, you're closing your mouth again. You always kept silent as if you were against yourself from a long time ago. Flora did not reply. She knew Camel was waiting to eat her. From her experience, Flora knew she had to give in here. Camel clapped his tongue at Flora's calm response and told his father, who was next to him, as if on purpose. Father, look who's here now. Well, only then did Caden Lumos react for the first time. His inorganic and sharp eyes turned to Flora. Flora's shoulders trembled because she couldn't feel a grain of emotion from her own flesh and blood. What is it? The voice that came out of Caden's mouth was unbelievably cold and pierced her skin like a needle. Flora opened and closed her lips. My voice is not coming out. The hand clenching the hem of her skirt trembled. The blood drained from her hand held that it looked pale like a corpse. Flora couldn't meet her father's eyes. She didn't have the courage to face that gaze that seemed to see her as a separate entity, not his child. She felt like her memory was erased, and she became a blank sheet. Why did she come all the way here? She was about to cry because she was sad for no reason. No, she made up her mind not to cry anymore, so she wore a mask to avoid showing her weakness. However, even such a trivial complaint was not allowed in this place. It was as if everything in the world was pointing a finger to suppress her, but it was then. A man stood between Flora and Caden like a wall. What's going on? Camel frowned at the sudden interruption of the uninvited guest, and Caden stared at him silently. Ah, Flora looked at the wide back. All she could see was the wide shoulders, a nice coat, and the flowing long hair. He stood there and looked like a strong barrier that kept her safe from the world. As if guarding Flora, Roger opened his mouth at Caden, who stared at him. Is there something wrong with our student? Chapter 162, Cone 162. The Lumos family, too. Roger watched Flora closely. Although she is pretending to be strong, Roger, who has a keen eye, saw at once that Flora was in a state of mental instability, and steps were precarious. At that time, she said she came to meet her father, but she showed hesitation in meeting him. It wasn't until he heard the Duke Hybeek words that he realized why Flora was reacting like that. Flora Lumos is the daughter of Caden, but her mother is a concubine. The absurdity of a concubine's children among the nobles cannot be expressed in words. However, even considering that, because of her talent, her family would have no choice but to accept her reluctantly, it didn't make sense for Flora to react like that. The biggest reason for her current situation was Lumencism. The Lumos family is the most devout Lumencist family of the three great dukes of the Exilian Empire, and Lumencism does not recognize concubine children. Believing in the monotheistic Lumensis, this church follows a doctrine only for humans. Therefore, they had a history of suppressing all kinds of different races. However, their arrows did not simply point at the sub-races. Lumencism was not a religion that insisted on human equality for the sake of human beings. The basis of their doctrine is, in the end, a division of superiority and inferiority. Superiority of humans and inferiority of sub-races. Superiority of the upper-class citizens and inferiority of the lower-class citizens. The superiority and inferiority of the fittest. The Lumos family fiercely follows the Lumencism religion, so Flora, the concubine's child, will never be recognized by her family, no matter how talented she is. Are you still going to your father? Although she feared her father, who would never treat her like his child, Flora wanted to be accepted by her father, even in such a precarious situation that she never knew when the mask she was wearing would break. She did not stop walking, but it was at that moment that a girl next to Duke Caden Lumos talked to Flora, a girl with long, dark blue hair like Flora. Roger couldn't hear what she was saying because he was far away. However, the expression of ridicule from her expression clearly showed that she was not saying good things. She looks 2 or 3 years younger than Flora, but her position is clearly revealed in her actions. She must be a child of proper descent. It wasn't just her sister who was picking a fight with Flora. Is that the next leader of the Lumos family, Camel Lumos? He didn't hide his negative feelings toward Flora. Camel Lumos and Katrina Lumos never recognized Flora as their own family. Flora, who heard insulting remarks from her two siblings, was very intimidated, unlike her usual self. Soon after, Caden Lumos looked at Flora. It was like he was dealing with someone he didn't need from the beginning, and there was no emotion in his gaze while looking at daughter. The moment he saw it, Roger stepped out without realizing it. Oh, hey, teacher. There was no time for Duke Hybeek to stop him. Is there something wrong with our student? Roger intervened among the people of the Lumos family and said so. Caden's gaze toward Flora was directed at Roger, and their eyes crossed in the air. Perhaps he felt the atmosphere flowing strangely. Duke Hybeek rushed up and stood next to Roger. Then Caden Lumo's mouth opened. It's a family affair. Mind your own business. Caden's eyes were cold, and he spoke in a determined tone, but Roger did not back down. It's the issue of a student in my class. As a teacher, I can't just watch. Are you saying that a teacher should intervene in a family's affairs at will? It didn't seem like a family affair. Roger's intention, as he said, was quite straightforward. It was like saying, is what you do really a family affair? The nobles who were listening around were shocked, but Caden's expression didn't change. Rather, Hybeek, who stood next to Roger, looked around between Caden and Roger. What's wrong with you? He thought Roger didn't want to get caught up in other troubles, but he suddenly confronted the Lumos family. Is it because of the student? Roger, who has been still so far, stepped up as if he was protecting Flora Lumos. Flora Lumos is one of Roger's students. She's even an honor student who stands at the top among them. There was good reason for Roger to step up. Even so, it's simply crazy to have such a blatant confrontation against Duke Lumos. The opponent is a duke who can be called the great nobility. Even as a Theon teacher, he will be at a disadvantage if he's hated by him. That's why even though Hybeek teased Caden, he never crossed a certain line. Nevertheless, Roger Chelisai stood proudly in front of Caden. Hybeek's gaze calmed down. Was he a man who cared about his students, unlike his cold appearance? Hybeek recalled Roger's momentum when he had warned him. No matter who his opponent is, he won't budge. It's just that he openly confronted a duke. The nobles who gathered to make connections with the Lumos family were also embarrassed. Flora is a painful issue that even the Lumos family is reluctant to talk about. It was a vague fact that anyone who was deeply involved in the Lumos family knew. Are you going to go against the Lumos family? Tusk, you must think you're a something because people around you praise you. Most of the aristocrats click their tongues inside. Roger is a man of great fame recently, but in the end, he is only a fallen aristocrat. His power is incomparable to Caden Lumos. There was such a deep silence that someone could be heard swallowing their saliva. Roger Chelisai and Caden Lumos kept staring at each other without avoiding their eyes. If they had swords in their hands, they would wield them right away. At that moment, the second daughter, Katrina, stepped up. Wow, hello. Katrina greets Roger with a smile. She asked, looking up at Roger with a subtle gaze. You're a Mr. Roger Chelisai, aren't you? I enjoyed watching the duel yesterday. It was really cool. You shoot magic really fast and use light magic. You are, oh my. I'm late to introduce myself. Nice to meet you. My name is Katrina Lumos, a legitimate successor of the Lumos family. Katrina bowed politely, lifting the ends of her skirt slightly with both hands. At the same time, she even glanced at Flora behind Roger, emphasizing the word legitimate. More than that, Mr. Roger, are you really Flora's teacher? Katrina immediately showed her true colors. Her eyes, which curled like a crescent moon, turned toward Flora. There was an unbearable smile around her mouth. It's amazing. Flora, who was abandoned by her family and couldn't do anything, is being treated as an honor student here. I guess you don't know about people. Well, she was born with a magic talent, so much magic. Oh, you didn't know. Flora, that kid, she's half-hearted in the family. Katrina covered her mouth with her hand and giggled. Far from contradicting her, Flora bowed her head. I got caught. Flora wanted to hide in a mouse hole when she heard what Katrina said. The fact that she was caught by Mr. Rudger, not by anyone else, was more shameful than anything else. I shouldn't have come here. She thought it was okay now and didn't want anything else. Was it such a big mistake to wish for such a thing? Was it such a bad thing to at least want to be treated like a human being, if not with compassion? The tears she tried to hold back seemed to overflow again. She thought she let it go in the past, but she still had tears. I am an idiot. She thought her father would recognize her because of her talent. What a stupid wish. Excuse me. Rudger's voice erased all Flora's thoughts. Rudger did not respond to Katrina's words, nor did he glance at Flora. He was staring at others with a blunt face as usual, and only spoke in a steady voice. Miss Katrina, are you interested in Theon Academy? Rudger addressed Katrina respectfully because she was an outsider, not a student. Katrina nodded to that. Yes, of course. I'm also preparing to enter Theon next year. Katrina spoke confidently, spreading a second-rank spell over her palm. It was a second-rank ice magic. A sharp block of ice rises on the palm of her hand in an instant. The casting speed and concentration of mana are so excellent that it is hard to see at her age. In fact, Katrina was already thinking she will win the top spot next year. It's a great magic. Ho ho, it's nothing much. This is a piece of cake. As a teacher of Theon, may I evaluate Miss Katrina? Yes, of course. Katrina readily agreed, thinking that only praise would come out anyway, but Rudger's momentum changed at that moment. Katrina Lumos, 10 points for poor attitude. What? Katrina's smile, which expected praises, cracked. 5 penalty points for failing to achieve the standard for the implementation speed of the spell. 19 penalty points for insufficient skill development, and 10 penalty points for thinking light about magic. Hold on. What the hell is that? Let me ask you a question. You just casted the second-rank spell Ice Crystal, which consists of a total of 4 elements. Do you know what kind of structure it has to expand its power? Did you not even analyze the structure of the spell you casted and just followed what you were taught? Did you show that you were proud of it? Up to 20 penalty points have been added for lack of understanding of magic. Due to Rudger's momentum, Katrina failed to make a proper rebuttal. She was so dizzy from the penalty points that piled up in an instant. She was never treated so harshly because she is from the 3 great dukes of the Empire. Everyone always said nice things and flattered her. Theon looks funny. If you come to Theon with only that kind of skill, your ranking will only be in the middle, let alone taking the top spot. Roger's face was shaded as he glared at Katrina. His eyes turned to Caden Lumos as he watched Katrina clench her teeth and her fists in anger. Duke Caden Lumos. His eyes, which were empty all the time, were filled with feelings for Roger for the first time. Roger spoke coldly to Caden. In order to be admitted to Theon, you need to re-educate your children. A feeling of astonishment spreads. Kadashan opened his mouth wide, and Flora, who was standing behind Roger, also opened her eyes wide. Not to mention the reaction of Lumos' followers watching around. Now Roger insulted Caden in front of everyone. Aye. One of the nobles pointed his trembling finger at Roger. How dare you do that in front of? Did you go crazy because you were praised too much? A fallen aristocrat being so arrogant. At this opportunity, those who tried to look good to Caden Lumos screamed, and instead became angry. Roger slowly opened his mouth, looking at them with a calm gaze like a lake at dawn. Because she asked me to do so, I just evaluated her as a teacher of Theon. You can't just say anything you want to. That's it. The aristocrat, who was furious and tried to fight Roger right away, closed his mouth when he saw the old man who stepped forward. Highbeak Kadashan, who overwhelmed the crowd, was completely different from when he was frivolous to Roger. He spoke with a benevolent smile. The issue escalated a lot because of the inevitable conflict of opinions. It's been a while since I had a good time, so why don't you calm down a little? Mr. Roger, you went a little too far, too. I was careful. And you, why are you so agitated when this has nothing to do with you? But the middle-aged aristocrat tried to protest, but he couldn't finish his sentence. Stop. That's enough. A magnificent voice that touched their souls restrained the nobles. The atmosphere, which was boiling like a volcano just before the eruption, quickly extinguished as if the ice age started. Everyone looked at Caden Lumos with a look of anticipation for what he would do. Did you say teacher Roger Chelisai? Caden Lumos' voice was calm. My daughter didn't know anything yet, so she was rude. Please forgive her generously as an adult. Roger, who met his gaze directly, could feel it. The anger in his eyes was so hot that it seemed like it would burn him up at any moment. As he met his gaze, Roger nodded his head shamelessly. Of course, what could be wrong with a child? Caden Lumo's forehead was wrinkled for the first time. Chapter 163, Cone 163, The Lumos Family, 3. The excitement has gone down. Caden Lumos said so, then turned and walked away. Ah, father. His son and daughter, Camel Lumos and Katrina Lumos, rushed after Caden. Katrina Lumos glared at Roger, and Flora standing behind him with a vicious stare before leaving. The nobles who followed Lumos also left with Caden, and the atmosphere that had been filled with tension was relieved as many people left. The spectators dispersed one by one, and only Roger, Flora, and Hybeek remained. Flora had been unable to make eye contact with Roger for a while. She had no idea how to deal with Roger now. "Are you all right?" Flora could not answer. Originally, it was right to say thank you here. But what was she thankful for? That he protected her from her abusive family, or from her father who doesn't recognize her? If she said thank you here, it was tantamount to admitting that she was treated as an abandoned child in her family. Flora bit her lip. The teacher knows. There's no way he doesn't know how I am. She knew that Roger understood her situation. But I am nevertheless. It is different from saying it out directly with her own mouth, because she had nothing left to protect except her pride. That was the only thing she held, was a work made of very small and beautiful glass. And she held it in her hand because it was so precious. But the glass cracked and cracked at some point. What she had now in her hand could no longer be found in its old form. It was broken, and the glass shards dug into her palm and even wounded her. Nevertheless, she couldn't let go. She had no choice but to grab stronger so as not to lose what she had. She hurt herself and made her palms bloody, because this is the only real thing left to a girl who is not recognized by her family. So Flora couldn't say thank you or sorry. All she could do was to desperately put up with the overwhelming sadness. Then Roger's soft voice rang in Flora's ears. "Go ahead." Towards Flora, who raised his head in surprise, Roger turned his head and stared at one side. "Your friend is waiting." He was considerate of others even in this situation, and treats them as usual. At the end of that gaze stood Cheryl Wagner, her old childhood friend. Flora Cheryl didn't have her usual bright smile on her face, as if she knew it had already happened. She came up to Flora and examined her complexion. "Flora, are you okay?" "Yes, let's go back." "Yes." At Flora's seemingly powerless voice, Cheryl bit her lips slightly and bowed her head while glancing at Roger. It meant thank you for helping her friend Flora. Soon after, he watched the two people moving away, and Hybeek, who was next to him, lamented as if he was sorry. "It's a pity. No matter which family you were born into, that talent would be a blessing, but she was born in Lumos who believed in lumencism and was treated like that. Duke Caden, contrary to his appearance, must be a very devout believer. He's so reverent that it's more like madness. But the better thing for that child is that she wasn't branded." Roger frowned at the remark, and Hybeek nodded as if he understood. Lumencism brands an unclean child when he or she is born, and the brand that won't disappear during their lifetime. It's a barbaric act of doing something terrible to a child, and even justifying it by wrapping it up as God's will. But that child is not branded. If it was a guy like Caden, it wouldn't have been strange to have her branded. There was only one reason for that. The child's mother, she desperately protected her, Flora's mother. Unfortunately, she left this world. After all, Flora Lumos lost her mother early and was not recognized by her father. For that matter, her evaluation within the academy wasn't that bad. Since she was the child of a concubine, it would be no wonder that some noble students would confront Flora. But since no one did, it meant that her position in the family has not yet been revealed to others. The Lumos family hid it. The fact that she didn't get branded meant that they intended to use her for the benefit of the family. It was judged that Flora's value alone would be sufficient for a political marriage with another family. That's why there were no rumors in Theon. Fortunately, these rumors will not spread among the students. Of course, looking at Katrina's actions, it wouldn't be surprising if she spread rumors in Theon right away. Duke Caden won't let her. Even though they exchanged glances a few times, Roger figured out what kind of person he was at once. Caden Lumos is a man who will suck the marrow of his opponent if he is useful. According to his personality, he would never say bad things about Flora. Not because he's worried about his daughter, but because he doesn't want the value of the tool he will use to be damaged. Is that Flora's father? For Roger, even the memory of his father was now blurred. But one thing he can be sure of is that his father was definitely a good man, a person who can be a reliable support when he had a hard time. However, Caden Lumos showed no goodwill toward the daughter he gave birth to. He doesn't even treat her as his child. Someone like that can't be a father. The existence of parents is more important than anything else to a child. Roger knew better than anyone else what could happen to a child who lost his mother or father. It was for that reason that he was overly emotional. He was angry, that's why he came forward. Are you all right? Did he show his emotions with his expression? I am fine. Roger, who changed his expression immediately, replied casually. Dad, are you really going to leave that arrogant teacher like this? Camel argued with Caden, huffing and puffing, to see if his anger had been relieved by what had just happened. That fallen aristocrat insulted my father and my sister in front of everyone. Right, even in front of Flora. Katrina also helped. Caden, who was walking in the lead, stopped. He turned his head slowly and looked back at his children. So, what do you want? Katrina closed her mouth at his voice full of irritation. However, even though Camel was intimidated, he continued talking. We have to formally protest against Theon and bring Flora back into the family. Camel, what do we gain from doing that? What? That's the prestige of our family. Stupid fool. Caden frowned as he stared at Camel. Do you think Lumo's prestige will be destroyed by just a few words from a teacher? Or do you want to say that Lumo's is only worth that much? No. Then what is it? Did you want to bury that teacher there? All you can get from that is a low satisfaction that puts out the feeling of anger for a moment. Caden dismissed the feelings of his son and daughter with those words. Of course, his behavior is obviously arrogant, but as you saw, the insidious old man was with him. Well, that's and you guys don't know, but Theon President was also watching the situation. She was, yes. They didn't know because everyone was looking at Roger, but Caden could tell that Alyssa Willow, Theon President, was watching them from a little distance. And if I tried to move, she would have interrupted me. No way. Camel muttered in disbelief. He was surprised that Theon President was there, but what was more surprising was Caden's eye. In that situation, Caden looked around from a wide perspective and calculated everything that was going to happen. But why is the president? It means that the fallen aristocrat teacher is more trusted by the president than it seems. Then, do you mean you're going to forget this? Normally, Camel would have been convinced and given up here. However, he asked his father what he would do. Camel, what did I teach you? As a man of the family, remember the words I told you. Lumos does not necessarily forget his enemies, and even if it takes 10 years, we will surely repay them. Yes, that's it. Caden nodded, trying to grab his son's shoulder with his hand. Our Lumos family has not forgotten our grudges, so we were able to come up to this point. I'm leaving now, but I will never forget this. Do you understand? Yes. If you know, that's fine. Father, what about Flora? Katrina, who was listening, couldn't hold back and asked. She was humiliated in front of Flora, and it was unbearable for her. Leave Flora alone. Why? We should let them know right away that the failure is the daughter of a concubine. Then want her value drop. From his words, the two siblings could clearly feel how Caden viewed Flora. He did not see Flora Lumos as his own flesh and blood, just a good tool to use. That was all. Flora wouldn't have even been treated like this if she wasn't talented in magic. Knowing her father's personality well, Katrina didn't argue anymore. I see. If you know, that's fine. Caden said so and took the lead again, but Camel and Katrina looked at their father's back with respect. Still, there was one thing Caden Lumos didn't say to his children. The teacher. Caden, who recalled Roger staring at him, slightly opened his hand. His palms were covered with cold sweat. It's a dangerous guy. The reason Caden didn't provoke Roger was because of his instinctive intuition. The various experiences he had while ascending to the role of family leader, and the sensibility and instinctive senses accumulated, as a result, told him not to fight Roger, so he left. Roger had a sense of pressure that could only be felt from a king, but Lumos never forgets his grudge. A grudge must be repaid, because it was the history of Lumos and the driving force that brought the family to this point. He, the leader of the family, felt the fact more keenly than anyone else. Really. He almost got into trouble again. Alyssa shook her head as she watched Caden Lumos stepping down from afar with an opera glass. However, a smile lingered around her mouth, considering that she actually said so. As expected, you're quick-witted because you're going. Alyssa put the opera glasses on the table. Wilford, who was pouring tea next to her, asked, "Did he?" Duke Caden stepped down after learning that I was watching. He realized at once that it's not good for him to be emotional, but considering his personality, he won't forget it easily. I think he'll keep it in mind for a long time. I suppose so. The Lumos claim to be a noble eagle, but they are narrower than a snake. The Lumos family was one of the masters of magic, but it was their poison and obsession that made the name of the Lumos more known. The most representative example was the conflict with the DeVille family. The DeVille family was once a vassal of Lumos. However, after some kind of incident, they went under Kadushan. Lumos was constantly putting pressure on the DeVille family to stop using the eagle emblem for 100 years. However, Veronica DeVille, the current leader of the DeVille family, did not respond. Veronica, the deputy leader of Cold Steel, used the eagle emblem openly as if she was laughing at Lumos' demands. There is no way that Duke Lumos, who is so tough, will give up easily, right? You look quite happy. Of course. I'm confident in Mr. Roger. Are you sure? I knew for sure when I saw his attitude of standing up to the Duke for his student. I can trust him properly. Alyssa has suspected Roger several times before. In fact, it was not only Roger, but also other people. However, Roger seemed particularly extraordinary, so she only kept her doubts of him for a short time. However, considering the various actions Roger has made so far, he has never been a bad man. Of course, she is still concerned that this was an act in order to gain her trust. No way. No one would share a new magic with his students in order to gain her trust. And a person who acts to ingratiate himself is bound to be obvious, but Roger had no explicit appeal to others for his good deeds. Of course, he's a person who hides a lot of things. Wouldn't that make him more attractive? Elisha was sure that Roger will be the center of action against the noble faction in Theon. So, please take care of me from now on, Mr. Roger. What? Roger suddenly shivered from the chill running down his spine. Chapter 164, Cone 164. A New Medicine. 1. After the incident, Duke Hybeek also left because he had to say hello to other people. The strong barrier disappeared, but no one approached him. Maybe it was because he had an argument with Caden Lumos. They wouldn't approach him, just in case they annoyed the Lumos family. If he knew this would happen, he would have done it earlier. But what was that chill just now? He felt like he's taken on some heavy responsibility without even realizing it. I'm going to kill some time and get out of here. He looked up at the sky from a corner of the banquet hall. Just in time, a group of birds was flying across. What? Something in the sky flew toward him. Bugs. Feeling something strange, he stared still at the flying bug flying toward him. As the distance shortened, the figure was clearly visible. It looked like a white scarab, and all kinds of letters were filling it like a pattern. As far as he knew, there was only one person who used this kind of magic. Is it Sedna? One of Sedna Rosen's specialties was origami magic. Rather than using a crystal ball for direct communication, it was a secret magic that she often used. The paper bug that came down on his palm soon returned to a small note, and he carefully examined the contents of the note so that it would not be noticed by others. The note had quite a long sentence, but this was the shortest summary of the content. Currently, other orders are showing suspicious movements, centering on Second Order Joanna. Joanna Lovett, Second Order, and a survivor of the Great Fire of Roteng, and a member of the Black Dawn Society. Joanna Lovett is moving. Has Esmeralda given any orders to her men? Thinking about it, he immediately concluded that she didn't. When I met Esmeralda that day, she wasn't expecting to bump into Crollo Fabius there. It was Joanna Lovett's job to run into Crollo Fabius in the alley that day. It is impossible to meet by chance. Probably Joanna Lovett acted on her own. The Black Dawn is a place where hierarchies are strong, but a second order doesn't listen to a first order. There is a possibility. Joanna Lovett is a survivor of the Roteng Great Fire. A picture began to be drawn in his head. First Order Esmeralda moves alone for revenge only, but Second Order Joanna moves on her own even though the First Order has not given her any instructions. Did the two fall apart? He covered my mouth with one hand and agonized. In the scene seen that day, Esmeralda did not blame or criticize Joanna. It's not that they're on bad terms. Maybe it's the other way around. The bond that those who survived the disaster that day can have. Joanna Lovett is probably worried about Esmeralda, so she's going to do it herself. In other words, Joanna is acting on her own. If I do well, I'll have something to dig into. Even during the Almighty Stone incident, he vaguely felt that the Black Dawn Society was not a perfect organization. There are factions here too, and there are even some who drag others down to climb high. There is a mixture of people who do things at will or those who do not follow the orders of their superiors. It's probably because there are a lot of people that were brought in purely based on their abilities. Looking closely at the Iron Fortress, which looks solid from a distance, it is cracked and full of flaws. The Black Dawn Society also had its weaknesses. I have to be prepared. I think I'll use up a lot of mana, so I'll make more medicine. Day 4 of the festival. Roger visited the drug room in the lab. Normally, it was a place where entry would have been strictly prohibited, but because of the festival, many people visited it and were enjoying hands-on activities. Pharmacy is a study that allows ordinary people to make simple drugs if they follow the instructions of experts. The very low entry barrier played a part because only the combination and ratio of the materials were well controlled. Roger visited the opposite place, not the beginners section where the experience activities are taking place. It was a high-level drug room where only those allowed could enter. As I became a teacher of Theon, I can come to these places as I want, and it's comfortable. He can make magic recovery pills on his own, but considering what's coming, he had to use something more effective than that. To do so, better materials and more detailed tools were needed, and Theon Drug Room had it all. That's a lot. Roger exclaimed inside as he looked at the material storage boxes that filled one wall of a large laboratory. This place was so full of all kinds of ingredients, to the extent that there was nothing missing. Meadows leaves. It's hard to find them in the market because they're a precious, but there are so many here. In terms of rarity alone, it was full of valuable materials. Seeing that there were ingredients that would eat up not only money, but also time to get personally, he thought it was Theon after all. I can't believe I can use as much as I want as a teacher's privilege. I should have come a little earlier. Of course, it is essential to write down how many materials were used while manufacturing a certain drug. This is to prevent the possibility of stealing some materials. There is no need to steal anyway. He can use them freely, so why would he do that? After putting his name on his list, Roger started to gather the necessary tools for making his medicine. Scale, beaker, dryer, tablet, and all kinds of reaction reagents were prepared. If Belaruna saw this, her eyes would have turned upside down. For an elf who likes to manufacture drugs, this place must have looked like heaven. Roger had such wild thoughts and arranged things in order so that they would be easy to use. Then he heard a tongue kick. When he looked up, there was a familiar face on the experimental table opposite him. Roger Chelisai, what's your business here? Chris Benimor looked sharply at Roger as he didn't expect to see him here, and it was the same for Roger. Then what is Mr. Chris doing here? Don't you know when you see it? Of course, I'm here to make medicine. It's the same for me. Ha, medicine. Chris Benimor snorted when he heard that Roger was making medicine. Pharmaceutical studies are easy to learn. However, it is based on the premise that there is a formula, but Roger didn't have a recipe right now. Even Roger, who is in charge of overall education in the specialized field, came to make medicine, so he just laughed. If you want to make medicine, isn't it better to be taught by the assistants in the beginners section? It was a blatant sarcasm that his skills would not be enough, but Roger didn't budge an eye. Rather, he threw a question in reverse. Then why is Mr. Chris here? What does it mean? You must have been interested in pharmacology. At Roger's words, Chris twisted his face. My main job is pharmaceutical science. Did you have a job? Don't you know what the Benimor family is like? The Benimor family has long been the greatest contributor to pharmaceutical science. In the past, they were unrivaled in manufacturing potions, so they did not miss the best position in the industry. I don't know. However, Roger did not know that because he had no reason to pay attention to the Benimor family. Chris was speechless at his brazen answer. How dare you now, our Benimor family? Then why didn't you teach pharmacology? Chris was at a loss for words at Roger's question. Why is he, the next head of the Benimor family, not teaching pharmacology in Theon? Well, that's Chris hesitated to answer because Roger's words pierced his sore spot. The Benimor family used to be famous for their pharmacology, but now the trend has changed considerably. This is because most of the medicines they make were mainly potions, and now most of the drugs on the market are pills because they are easy to store, weigh less, and have no significant difference from potions. Of course, there is still a demand for potions. However, compared to the time when it maintained its overwhelming market share in the past, it was minuscule. Even the Benimors have basically been working on making medicine by hand. Now, with advances in science, it is now possible to manufacture drugs in much greater quantities and faster than ever before. It was natural that the Benimor family, who had not adapted to the times, was slowly pushed out. That's why Chris Benimor teaches manifestation. Pharmacology learned from families who have not adapted to change is not helpful in Theon now. On the other hand, manifestation is a field that represented magic the most over the years. That's why he chose it. You don't need to know. Chris had no choice but to answer like that. Roger's question was pure curiosity without any malice, but Chris didn't think so. This guy. I'm sure he said this to mark me on purpose. Regardless of Chris' intentions, Roger nodded as if he understood and organized the ingredients. That guy. Chris stared at Roger and was surprised because his way of handling pharmaceutical tools was very natural. Does he have any knowledge of pharmacology? It can't be. Chris shook his head and got rid of his uneasy thoughts. However, even if he didn't want to be interested, his curiosity never disappeared. Roger is the man who invented the unique magic source code and the coordinate designation spell. He also heard that he recently improved the magic circle and even conducted a unique class called the Magic Square. As a wizard, it was undeniable that he was a curious being, if not respectful, and such a Roger was making medicine now. Chris couldn't even figure out what drugs he was trying to make. Maybe that's why he couldn't concentrate, so he had no choice but to pay attention to Roger's work. What the hell are you trying to make? Roger was naturally taking the materials that filled one wall, one by one. There was no thought or hesitation in his actions. Chris narrowed his eyes to the boldness of not knowing the efficacy of each material. Is that ruble root? The efficacy is only 4th grade, but it is a grade 2 material because it is difficult to handle. All the ingredients he took one by one were unusual. From petrasia leaves to cocoon buds. It's highly toxic, so you have to dilute it several times to use it. Did you choose that one? Are you trying to make poison to kill someone? All of them were reagent materials that were inherently dangerous, even if they weren't completely atrocious. Of course, assuming that the right drug is manufactured, the efficacy of the drug will be very high as the risk is high. All of them are for the purpose of exploding, raking, or amplifying mana. Using strong ingredients at once was bound to have far greater side effects than proper efficacy. Aye there. Perhaps Chris wasn't the only one feeling the anxiety, so the assistant in charge of the pharmacy came directly to Roger and spoke carefully. What's going on? Well, the ingredients you just took, are you going to use them all? Yes. They are both difficult to handle and have severe side effects. If used incorrectly, it will just blow up ingredients. It doesn't matter. I know how to handle them. You know how to handle them. The instructor was dumbfounded by his remark. Are you trying to bluff? But looking at Roger's serious expression, he seemed to believe him. I'll just let it go. If he fails, that's it. Still, it was a bit of a shame to let him just use those materials, but it was not the first time some teachers used materials on their own. As an assistant, it was best to avoid unnecessary clashes. Still, he was going to keep an eye on Roger just in case. Roger ignored the assistant's gaze and brought the ingredients to the experiment table and started manufacturing the medicine. The assistant, who was watching the process carefully, opened his eyes without realizing it. What? It was the same for Chris Benimor and the others who were peeping. Chapter 165, Cone 165. A new medicine, too, at first. When Roger boldly mixed all the ingredients together, those around him were astonished. Are you going to use them without refining them? Did you go crazy? The assistant, who was watching him in order to prepare for an unexpected situation, seriously considered whether to stop him or not. Then, at the moment when he vaguely took his butt off the chair, the assistant had no choice but to stop because Roger did something more. Is that the Politan sap that was crushed and made into juice? After mixing all kinds of mana herbs together, Roger poured Politan sap into it. Then something amazing happened. The poison in the mana plants is it falling out. The round mana plants were submerged under the sap, and their toxicity floated on the surface of the sap. It was a complete separation of poison, which can be said to be the biggest danger of mana plants. I knew the politan had detoxification effects, but what the hell? There is no way that such effects can be achieved simply with sap. It must have been a different magical process. Did that ingredient have that effect? Roger placed dried leaves on top of the sap. Then, the toxicity floating on the surface was absorbed by the leaves, and the green leaves were blackened. After removing all the toxins, Roger took out the clumps of mana herbs with sterilized tongs and put them in a large bottle. The whole process was as natural as flowing water. Chris Benimor watched the scene as if possessed. His stare was obvious even though he was watching secretly. What Roger did was something that Chris, who was knowledgeable in pharmaceuticals, could not understand. He used as many as 10 high-grade materials, herbs, and mana plants that were difficult to handle properly. It's definitely right to fail. If the mana in the herbs was to be operated in the wrong direction, an explosion would have occurred, but what he was worried about didn't happen. So, did that mean that Roger successfully made a medicine from those countless herbs? No way. Obviously nothing dangerous has happened, but I don't know if it works properly as a medicine. At the same time, Roger finished the tableting process of the refined medicine and made a perfect pill. Chris stared at the medicine to check its surface. Properly made pills have a smooth and even surface, but in the case of failed pills, the surface is usually uneven or cracked. However, the pill made by Roger was so neat that it was called perfect. Success. He did it. Did he make it right with those dangerous ingredients? In addition, as if to prove that it was not an ordinary medicine, there was a subtle glow of magic in the translucent pill. Chris, who was about to ask how he made it, barely endured it. His pride wouldn't allow it. Come to think of it, the pills that he took were not sold on the market either. Did he make all the pills himself? He made his own medicine from scratch. What is this? The assistant, who couldn't hold back his curiosity, approached and asked. The same was true for the other people who were quietly immersed in research around them as they waited for Roger to answer. It's a pill to restore mana. May I check it out? Here you go. The assistant, who immediately tried to find out the effects of the mana recovery pill, had no choice but to stop at Roger's dissuasion. If you try to use it carelessly, you'll suffer from mana overflow. What? In order to restore mana, other effects were not considered at all. I have only eliminated the toxicity that is fatal to the human body. If an ordinary wizard eats, they will suffer from mana overflow. Even if they eat with all their mana depleted, it will be hard to withstand the overflowing power. The assistant, who heard the warning, looked incredulous. It is true that Roger used a mixture of dangerous mana plants, but he was relieved the pill worked. It was then that Chris, who was watching the situation, stepped up. He's right. Sir Chris Benimor. Chris came here often, so he was acquainted with the assistant. The assistant seemed quite flustered, as if he had not expected Chris Benimor to defend Roger. Even if you estimate only with the ingredients in it, it will be enough to break the body that has run out of mana. If you do something wrong, the whole body's mana nervous system will burn. You saw it right. I can tell at a glance what a dangerous pill it is. Even if the loss rate of ingredients in the drug is close to 80% or more, the remaining 20% is enough to destroy the body. Effectiveness, risk, and efficiency. It was an extreme drug that maximizes only one effect and ignores other factors. Even if the poison from the plants was removed, the pill is more dangerous than the poison. That's the kind of medicine Roger made. Are you going to kill yourself? Then I wouldn't have made this much. Then what is it? You really made it to use it. Is there any reason why I can't? Chris had a strange feeling at Roger's words. From his actions and tone, he didn't seem to be bluffing. Are you serious? He knew that Roger usually suffers from a lack of mana because he happened to find him taking medicine at the banquet hall that day. He didn't know if it was a chronic disease or something else, but Roger was no longer trying to hide this fact. He didn't have to because it was already out anyway. Even so, it cannot be normal to use such drugs. It was not just because of the mana overflow. Even high-ranking wizards couldn't withstand such strong medicine. No matter how strong Roger is, there is no way that he can completely digest the drug effect, or the amount of mana used is ridiculously high. If mana is water contained in a water tank, the discharge amount is a passage through which the water is extracted. Of course, the first thing a wizard requires is a certain amount of mana. If they don't have enough mana, they won't be able to properly use the magic they want to use. But the second important thing, of course, is emissions. Even if you have a vast amount of mana, if your emission is low, you won't be able to use your mana properly. If only one bucket of water can be pumped at once from a vast reservoir, that much water is virtually meaningless. However, if a wizard's emission is high, he can play his role as a wizard. As a wizard, it is better to be someone who has 5 mana and can use 3 than have 10 mana and use 1. However, normal wizards emit less than 10% of their maximum mana, no matter how high their emission is. However, since emissions can be increased through training like human muscles, skilled wizards can increase output. Considering all that, emissions are hard to exceed 20% of the total mana. Sometimes there are people with more than 30% emission in unusual cases, but such cases are few enough that can be counted. He can do that? No way. However, he realized from watching the duels that Roger has a significantly higher emission than others. He didn't know what chronic disease he had, but he knew that Roger was always lacking mana. But that medicine was too much. Assistant, I think I'm done checking. Do you still have any questions? Oh, no. Realizing that he could no longer ask Roger anything, the assistant returned to his seat. But he couldn't completely suppress his curiosity, so he kept staring at him. Chris glanced at the people around him and spoke so that only Roger could hear him. Is it because of a chronic disease that you need to take medicine regularly? Roger, who was putting the created pill into a suitable vial, looked at Chris, wondering what that meant. The need to continuously restore mana means that mana is being consumed in real time. I have never heard of such a disease. You're probably right, you've never heard of it. In the first place, it was more of a constitution problem than a chronic disease, so Chris wouldn't know. I'm surprised that Mr. Chris is curious about this. Why? Didn't you use that trick in the duel in the first place to aim for this? At Roger's point, Chris was briefly speechless. Do you feel any sympathy now? I know you won't believe it anyway. But let me tell you in advance, it was Hugo who made the proposal first. Chris was right to inform Hugo that Roger was taking medicine. However, Chris never thought he would secretly enter the teacher's office and steal the medicine. Chris, who is proud of himself as an aristocrat, didn't like that very much. Whoa, I know. After all, it's all an excuse. He didn't expect Hugo to make Devian do such a thing. Perhaps the problem was that he informed him of Roger's weakness. I won't say I'm not at fault. I may not have intended it, but I did something that was not aristocratic. Chris readily admitted his mistake after realizing he had done something unbecoming. To be honest, he still hated Roger. At first, he was angry that he took away the specialized field he was going to teach. A fallen aristocrat threatening his position was a sensitive fact to Chris because his family was already declining. An insolent fallen aristocrat was Chris' assessment of Roger, but he changed his mind while watching him. Roger is a fallen aristocrat who did not cling to his family and ignored Hugo's proposal. He was contrary to himself, who tried to maintain the power of his family by increasing his connections with the nobles. He invented a new magic and taught it to his students. It was the opposite of himself, who never wanted to reveal his family's secret. When the students were in danger during the werewolf incident, he took the initiative and dealt with him. It was the opposite of himself who was deceived by Hugo's claim that the culprit was a student. Roger was Chris' opposite, and each of his actions touched Chris. He didn't want to admit it, but he had to. He was unseemly jealous of this guy. Take it. Chris couldn't bring the words out of his mouth, so he threw a reagent bottle at Roger. Roger, who lightly grabbed the bottle in the air, looked at what it was. It's a special medicine of our family. If you take the pill you made, you'll get sick, so it'll be better if you take them together. Chris, who said that, clicked his tongue, feeling embarrassed for no reason. Are you really giving it to me? Then are they fake? I didn't see you as someone who would give things so easily. Are you picking a fight? It's pure admiration. No matter what, I am from the Benimor family. The Benimor family has made medicine since ancient times. Medicine to cure people and medicine to cure diseases. Even though they were behind the times, what they wanted was dedication to people. That's why Chris readily gave the drug to Roger. No matter how jealous and hateful he may be, if the person is sick, he will gladly give him medicine. I'll tell you, I haven't accepted you yet, but I'm not the type to let people do such crazy things. Roger stared at Chris with an unexpected look. He understood how precious the medicine Chris gave him was. Mana stabilizers are expensive and precious. It's a medicine that's close to a cure that puts out the urgent fire for a wizard who's experiencing mana overflow. The ingredients are different and expensive because it is a product only for wizards, not for ordinary people, but Chris Benimor readily handed it over. At least, he isn't a noble who only built his pride. Of course, the image of Chris Benimor was still that of an unlucky aristocrat, but at least he looked a little more like a real aristocrat than any other aristocrat. Since you gave it to me, it would be rude to refuse. I'll use it well. When Roger carefully packed the medicine bottle, Chris laughed and said nothing. Still, he seemed satisfied in his heart. As Chris was about to make his own medicine, he had no choice but to question Roger's unexpected behavior. What are you doing now? Roger was drying the leaves that sucked the poison of the mana plants and breaking them into small pieces. Why not collect the crushed powder and carefully sweep it away? Isn't it a waste to throw it away? Chris was speechless at the sight of Roger answering in a dull tone. Do you know how dangerous it is? I know. What? And actually this is the real deal. Roger is now planning to use even the toxicity from that lump of mana plants without throwing it away. Chris first felt something other than irritation at Roger. It was pure wonder. Chapter 166, Cone 166, Preparations for Battle. 1. Roger came out of the laboratory and moved towards his next goal. As he left, Chris Benimor and the pharmacy assistant looked at him with astonishment, but Roger ignored them lightly. After seeing a total of 20 blue pills, Roger was satisfied with the result. I owe it to Belaruna. The magic recovery pills he made were created with the knowledge of Belaruna. Although eccentric, the elf Belaruna is a pharmaceutical specialist with extensive knowledge of all kinds of medicinal herbs. She was able to make this kind of medicine because she was more capable than a wizard or alchemist who majored in pharmaceutical science. She warned me not to use it as much as possible because it's dangerous. Roger had to make something like this just in case. Should I look for someone to handle things next time? Of course, he had already thought about that. Roger quickly organized his future affairs in his head. First Order Esmeralda will move to kill Crollo Fabius on the last day of the festival. But she was only going to move alone. That's why Joanna Lovett was making a separate arbitrary move. Since I have a chance, I have to do something. He didn't know what Joanna Lovett was thinking, but it wouldn't be a normal thing to see members gathering together. If there is a problem, big or small, it will be troublesome for him too. So he was thinking of uprooting it before it became a problem. However, they are divided into two teams and preparing separately. He could either get rid of Esmeralda before she was going to face him. However, the other side is so far away that it is practically impossible to see her hand. Roger's top priority was First Order Esmeralda. He had no time to deal with the second and third orders. There's no chance unless it's the last day of the festival. If he misses this opportunity, he never knows when the next one will be. Therefore, he had to deal with Esmeralda, but also needed someone to take care of her subordinates. Of course, Roger knew the right person. Aiden. Aiden, who uses anti-magic, will be able to suppress them. Of course, entrusting work to students was fraught with anxiety in many ways. However, it is even more dangerous to leak information to other teachers or Theon. Roger did not want to show his tail. If the tail was long, it would be trampled on, but it was in a situation where he had to take risks. With Aiden's skills now, he can easily deal with the Black Dawn Society's members disguised as students. Of course, he wouldn't take such a gambler if Aiden was alone. Aiden had reliable colleagues. Tracy Fried, who is a fallen aristocrat but has an outstanding talent for magic. Leo, who is a commoner but has a smart brain and is quick-witted, and the newly added blood of Suin tribe leader, Owner O'Valley. Leo is a reasonable person, so they won't rush in blindly with him as a safety device. If Aiden is a runaway tank with a sense of justice, Leo is a brake that can effectively stop it. Can it be more perfect if they make up for each other's shortcomings? Roger stopped walking because he could see the dormitory building where male students lived. Roger, who looked at the window from the outside, took a note out of his pocket. Leo's room was on the 4th floor. The paper on Roger's palm was covered in shadow and disappeared, but it appeared in front of Leo's room on the 4th floor of the dormitory. He's a smart guy, so he'll take care of it with the information written there. Roger immediately took out a small communication device and plugged it into his ear. Hands, can you hear me? Yes. What's the state of Crollo Fabius now? I've been watching, but he's quietly locked in his room. Roger left Hands to watch Crollo. It was to prevent him from acting as unexpectedly like the last time. Fortunately, so far, he has not been causing much trouble. Maybe he's in a state of half-desperation. He'd appreciate it if Crollo stayed put. There would be one less thing to worry about. What's left is waiting for tomorrow to come. The sun was setting over the sky before he knew it, and the battle would take place tomorrow evening. Let's do it. It's boring. Leo walked leisurely down the hall of the dormitory. I looked around because it was a festival, but it wasn't very interesting. For Leo, who prefers to be quietly alone, the atmosphere of the festival was completely opposite to his wishes. So Leo was on his way back to the dormitory after walking around in moderation. It's been 4 days, so this festival will end tomorrow. Until then, I can spend some time reading books in my room. It was obvious that Aidan would bother him on the last day, but it was something to think about then. Leo, who arrived at his room with that thought, narrowed his eyes when he found the paper that fell in front of the door. What is this? He picked up the paper and immediately looked around. There was no one around, and there was no sign of anyone passing by. I don't think anyone dropped it by mistake. Leo thought so and glanced at the contents on the paper. This is Leo's expression changed in an instant, and his bored expression flew away. If what's written here is true. Leo went straight into the dormitory room just in case anyone saw the note. He sat in front of the desk and read the contents on the note several times to confirm that he was not mistaken. This is a big deal. Evildoers have infiltrated the academy, and they are planning something on the last day of the festival. If it was someone else, he would think it was someone's bad joke, but Leo didn't. I've been constantly receiving information that there are suspicious people inside the academy. He didn't know who sent this, but at least it wasn't written as a joke. Leo thought calmly. The person who handed this information is completely anonymous and cannot be identified. The next question was, why was it sent to him? No way. Leo, leaning on the back of the chair, opened his eyes wide. Do you know who I am? Leo hurriedly changed his posture and read the contents of the note again with trembling hands. In the written words, the movements of the people hiding in Theon were written in detail. At first glance, it seems to be just conveying information to him, but Leo realized that another meaning was hidden in the words. I know who you are. The person who sent me this note is telling me that. That's why this valuable information was sent to him. The other party knew that he was a special intelligence agent belonging to the Liberation Army. Leo clenched his teeth. Aside from how they found out his identity, he became angry at the fact that the other party was so blatantly trying to take advantage of him, but at the same time, he was afraid. He's a scary person. Rather than revealing who I am, he's trying to use me. Soon, his fist relaxed and he laughed. Yeah, this is my karma after all. Leo, of course, didn't like his role. It was because the Liberation Army forced him to join them and gave him this position. In the end, it is him who was shaken by affection and failed to reject their dangerous proposal. The Liberation Army did not want to miss Leo, who was a commoner talented in magic. They coaxed his acquaintance into the Liberation Army and threatened him with half a hostage. In the end, it was Leo himself who lost. Damn them. What is liberation for the common people? Leo hates the aristocracy. However, he also doesn't sympathize with the Liberation Army, which is indiscriminately terrorizing everyone. Liberation for the common people. Then how could they not hesitate to oppress the same commoner? Therefore, Leo had half a distrust of human beings, and he had no intention of getting close to anyone in Theon until he met Aidan. Yes, no matter what, if this information is true, and if the other person's intention is to send this information to me. He had no choice but to follow for now. But I'll find out who you are. Leo stormed out of his room. Since he found out about this, he was going to have a conversation with Aidan. What's important is how to tell Aidan this issue. I can say that I discovered this by chance and make him tell the teachers naturally. Leo planned the whole process in his head. Just in time, Aidan was seen in the distance. Was he also looking for him? Aidan, who ran as soon as he saw him, shouted before Leo started talking. Leo, I just found a suspicious person. What? Feeling uneasy about Aidan's words, Leo asked calmly. Tell me what's going on. Yes. Aidan explained to Leo what he had just gone through. There was a suspicious person, so he secretly followed him, and there was a meeting, and he overheard the conversation they were secretly having. Oh, this. Leo, who listened to Aiden, had no choice but to feel something strange. It's the same as the note in front of my room. Aiden, apparently, has already discovered an unidentified organization. Leo, what shall we do now? Looking at Aiden, who is torn, Leo felt like a fool that he worried until a while ago and realized again that he attracted events too often. In the dark, moonless night, a woman opened her eyes quietly. Her red eyes glistened in the darkness. It's night. She had an old dream while she was asleep about the nostalgic scenery of that day. Beautiful flower beds and green meadows, fun stories from the wind, and people who have always smiled, and her mother, the nun that raised her. She had nothing to be ashamed of. The world was so beautiful and warm that there was nothing more she wanted, but that happiness was brutally trampled on by an aristocrat. Og, help me, please, please, like this child. Mom, where are you? In the blazing fire, people's screams resound. A reckless massacre was committed solely for the sole reason that they tried to oppose him. The nightmare of that day, no matter how hard she tried to forget it, continued to haunt her mind. Because of you. This wouldn't have happened if you just quietly left town. I shouldn't have accepted you. The resentment of the dead poured a curse upon her as she vomited her blood. The people in her dreams were staring at her with tears in her eyes, and countless voices resounded in Esmeralda's head. It was the nun who raised her, a middle-aged woman who treated her like her daughter. She was opening her mouth trying to say something, but every time Esmeralda covered her ears. She didn't want to hear that her mother resented her. She was still living in hell and had to finish her revenge in order to get out. Now this is the last time. Esmeralda curled up and said in a trembling voice, "Killing Crollo Fabius tomorrow night will end her revenge." Since the Roteng Great Fire, Esmeralda has only moved for revenge. She had to kill everyone that burned the town. She must take revenge on the man who caused her grief. She had to convey the pain of loss to him. However should I? Each time she killed, her hatred grew out of control, and the more she killed, the more her pitiful victims were. The power of her hatred was beyond her control and caused an unintended disaster. The more she acted, the more her heart was broken. Esmeralda was an elementalist, so she could feel her soul being corrupted by her vengeance. It would be dangerous if her soul broke, because she wouldn't be able to go back to the past. The memories of her past were combined with innocence and created a personality. Selena, a poor child who still retains her innocence, unlike her who has changed now and the personality that she has created with half her soul. Selena knew nothing, but when she fell asleep, the monster opened his eyes and went around killing people, but she didn't want her to see that. Selena is the image of her innocent days that she can't see anymore, so she wanted to keep her clean. But sometimes, very occasionally, Esmeralda felt envious of Selena. Very often, I am jealous of you. In fact, Esmeralda herself wanted to live like in the past more than anyone else, but the contract with Zero Order made it impossible. I will help you take revenge on the Fabius family, and when your revenge is over, you'll do as I command. That was the offer Zero Order made when they recruited her, and because she was mad with rage, she accepted. Would it be better to run away now? Now that madness didn't invade her reason. Now, while still remaining sane, she may have the opportunity to give up on her revenge and quietly disappear while turning her back on everything. She was sure she could start a new life, not like before, but maybe Esmeralda. Esmeralda trembled at the flame rising in the dark. Are you going to stop taking revenge? Are you going to leave the man who killed us all alone? The blazing hands gently smoothed her shoulders, and Esmeralda felt goosebumps running down her spine. A terrible energy was seeped into her body by the flames. We need to avenge ourselves. Because of you. You're a good kid, aren't you? Esmeralda's trembling body stopped at those words. A stream of tears ran down her cheeks under her red, out-of-focus eyes. Yes, madness engulfed reason, and a smile formed around Esmeralda's mouth, which had been expressionless. I have to take revenge. Esmeralda smiled vacantly, just like when she was called the Witch of Fire that burns everything to death. The last day of the festival has come. People enjoyed the festival more diligently, as if they did not want to leave regrets for the magic festival. Theon also prepared a grand fireworks display on the last day of the festival to give everyone unforgettable memories. The last stage of the Magic Festival was a black sky covered by fireworks, and people were already waiting for the big event to come. That's a lot. Roger, who was standing at the top of the spire that overlooked the festival scene, muttered. All of these people were going to have happy and joyful memories, but that light-filled street wasn't where he was supposed to go. His objective was a dark street where only dim street lights exist, a dark street to which no one pays attention to. That's where he was going to be today. Brother, they moved. I got it. After communicating with hands, a black shadow enveloped his body and he disappeared. Chapter 167, Cone 167. Preparations for Battle 2, Crollo Fabius was locked in a room and trembled. Eventually, the day came. The day the Witch of Fire promised to kill him. Where the hell is he now? Roger, who said he would help him, was not seen. No, was even trying to protect him in the first place. Come to think of it, he didn't even leave the means to contact him. Crollo trembled at the sudden rush of anxiety. What if I've been tricked? What if Roger didn't intend to help him from the start? But he certainly seemed to have a purpose for the Witch of Fire. Then at least hell deal with the Witch of Fire, but that didn't guarantee his safety. The thought just occurred to him, and it became certain the moment he heard a hum from afar. Arg! At the sound of the song that always resounded in his nightmares, goosebumps grew all over Crollo's body. The witch came to kill him. Oh, where are you? Where is he? Crollo tore his hair and shouted to himself. Meanwhile, her singing voice gradually grew louder. It means only one thing: his death was approaching. Is this the end? In such a desperate moment, a mouse appeared in front of Crollo Fabius. Esmeralda walked slowly down the dark and quiet street with no one around. She shook her black hair in the darkness, where even the moonlight was not visible. Her bouncy steps were light and cheerful, as if she was a person who went out for a walk. Before long, she stopped at the front of the dormitory where Crollo Fabius was staying. Esmeralda raised her hand and knocked lightly on the door. Knock, knock. Can you hear me? She asked, but no answer came from within. Esmeralda, who had been agonizing for a while, pulled the door handle. What? The door, which she thought would be locked tightly, opened too easily. Did he give up? Or is he going to beg for his life? No, no. How long has she been waiting for this day and to end this? Esmeralda entered the house, holding back her slowly rising anger. The room was so messed up that she couldn't believe someone lived here. I thought he would get worse. She was going to give him death after pushing him to the limit. However, looking at the traces of the room, he was pressured more than expected. Esmeralda was beginning to get annoyed and started looking at the room, wondering why she couldn't see Crollo Fabius. Where is he? He should be here. Then a sound was heard from afar, and a cruel smile appeared around Esmeralda's mouth. That's how it should be. Do you think it's more fun if you struggle like that? The scenery beyond the window was so dark that she couldn't see anything, but Esmeralda saw the back of Crollo Fabius, who was hurriedly running away clearly. Ahaha! Esmeralda smiled happily and followed him. In a dark forest far from the festival site, 4 men and women were moving cautiously. Aiden, what the hell are you going to do? As the end of the festival was approaching, Tracy kept grumbling in disbelief that she was in a place like this. I don't know if it's true that there are really suspicious people in the first place. Be quiet because there are, or you can leave. What? Leo's comments made Tracy angry, and in the end, Aiden had no choice but to mediate. SHH. Stop it, both of you. We might get caught at this rate. Aiden, if what you said is true, we shouldn't be here. Tracy brought up a legitimate argument. Aiden confided to everyone that he had witnessed some suspicious people. That's why the 4 of them were moving now, but Tracy wasn't very happy about this. This is too dangerous. She was worried. If there were suspicious people gathered, then coming here it's like entering a tiger's den. Can't you just tell the teachers? That's Aiden also hesitated because he was worried about that, but Leo quickly stepped up. Will the teacher believe us? At Leo's point, Tracy replied indifferently. What? There's no guarantee that they won't believe me. So who are you going to tell? Miss Merlda or Miss Selina? If not, Mr. Roger Chelisai. He didn't bother to mention his name, but everyone kept their mouths shut up. Leo was sure that Mr. Roger would be of great help, but he is not a person that's easy to talk to. Leo continued. We found out about this unintentionally. Sayure letting the teachers know, they'll ask right away where we found out about this. How did that happen? Aiden happened to be. Tracy closed her mouth as she tried to speak. Yes, it's a coincidence. Will the teachers believe we just happened to know? Are you saying that we, too, have no choice but to be suspected? We should have told them earlier if we wanted to tell. We came all the way here, and if we tell them later, we'll also be suspected. It wouldn't be a dangerous situation, but it was certain that their academy life would be affected. Now we have to prove our innocence, or just pretend not to know and go to the festival. That's not allowed, Aidan said firmly. The meeting of a suspicious organization was not something he could ignore. Leo shrugged his shoulders, saying he knew it, and asked Tracy with an expression, "What are you going to do now?" Tracy bit her lips and hesitated to answer. In fact, she also wants to make contributions, but she doesn't want to take risks. But it's during the festival. Tracy wanted to properly enjoy the first magic festival in a long time. She even promised to watch fireworks with Aidan, but now she is chasing suspicious people through the dark bushes. Tracy looked at Fiona with a look of asking for help. She, who had been following silently so far, looked at Tracy and tilted her head, and responded that she did not understand why Tracy looked at her with that kind of look. Ona didn't think much in the first place. Ah, yes, okay, you can do it. Eventually, Tracy, who gave up, squatted down and huffed while Leo breathed a sigh of relief inside when he saw her. Have I passed the hurdle? If teachers were called here, the situation would escalate. It was a little forced, but he was glad that he succeeded in persuading them. I don't know who gave me the information, but he wants things to be done by me. Otherwise, he would have distributed information to Theon as well. The fact that he only informed him means that he will wait and see what he will do. I feel like I am being tested. However, an unidentified opponent held the reins, so he had no choice but to follow. Aidan approached Tracy, who was squatting, and asked carefully, "Tracy, are you okay?" "I don't know." Aidan couldn't understand why Tracy was suddenly angry, and Leo, who was watching the scene, tapped Aidan on the shoulder. "Good luck." "Ha, ha, what does that mean?" "If you don't know, that's fine. Anyway, I think it's about time." As soon as Leo finished speaking, the bushes moved a little, and people began to appear one by one. Aidan and his group hurriedly lowered their bodies. Before they knew it, about 10 people gathered in one place and began to talk about something. "Everyone, are you ready?" "Yes, everything is ready. Now is the time when the festival is in full swing. Then let's go. Everything is for Dawn's sake." Hearing their conversation, the four of them stared at each other with heavy eyes. Aidan nodded and said carefully in a low voice, "Let's go." Roger moved quietly in the dark. He was so stealthy as if a shadow was crawling on the floor. There were no people on the street, but even if there were, they wouldn't have been able to find him. "Hans, what's the situation now?" Roger, who was moving fast in the shadows, asked Hans, and the answer came right back. "Crollo Fabius is running away. Where is he heading?" "First of all, I am using mice to guide him to a place where there are no people. I am thinking of guiding him into a deserted warehouse." "What about Esmeralda?" "She's following him calmly. Fortunately, she seems to be enjoying this situation and wants to play with her prey slowly." Hans was watching the situation in real time while speaking with Roger. Crollo Fabius was running away panting like a man who encountered a ghost, and Hans was controlling the mice that were guiding him. Whenever Crow Fabius tried to escape to a place where there were people, a fireball came and blocked his way. Kaihahaha. Crollo's complexion became pale and tired at the creepy screams that flowed out as the flames exploded. Watching the scene, Hans felt the back of his neck wet with cold sweat. She's really stimulating Crollo's trauma by leading him how she wants to. It means she doesn't want to kill him right away. It looks like it, I see. Roger said so and cut off the communication. That's what I expected. Esmeralda had no intention of killing Crollo Fabius immediately, nor did she want to be noticed. The reason was that she deliberately led Crollo to another place, because he was trying to run away to a place with a lot of people. Esmeralda is trying to keep things quiet. At least she didn't mean to kill anyone like a lunatic. The reason she summoned Quasimodo at the banquet hall that day was because she thought she wouldn't be able to kill Crollo Fabius another time. It must have happened out of impatience. However, that action eventually alerted Crollo Fabius and helped to make him suffer. That's why she's moving with more leeway now. Then, let's clean up the troublesome ones first. Roger, who melted in the shadow, suddenly appeared in the center of the forest path. After releasing the ether nocturnus around him, he arranged his clothes and walked slowly toward the inside. He heard a loud noise in the distance. Though invisible to the naked eye, Roger's sharp sense caught the people there. He took the pocket watch out of his chest and checked the time. By now, Aiden's party would be dealing with the remnants of the Black Dawn Society on the other side. The students are capable children, so there will be no problem. He gave Leo the information because he knew Thay'll be fine. Otherwise, he would have contacted the other teachers in advance. Who is it? Someone beyond the bush found Roger and shouted. In the first place, he approached them openly, so they discovered him. Roger smirked at them. What are you doing here, enemy? The other person, who did not recognize Roger because it was dark, shouted reflexively, and everyone took out their weapons. You're quick-witted. But before that, countless ropes sprang out of the shadows under their feet and tied their bodies. Unauthorized gatherings within Theon are prohibited. Ah! They tried to shout, but their mouths were blocked and they couldn't even scream. There were 11 people, and all of them were infiltrators. Is Joanna Lovett not here? Then she'll be where Aiden is. Joanna Lovett is a second order, so even if she came to Theon as a student, she will have excellent skills, but that doesn't matter. After confirming that all 11 infiltrators had been subdued, Roger took a piece of paper out of his pocket. It was the blue business card from Casey Selmore. Roger tore it in half, and as if proving that it was not an ordinary item, the torn business card turned into water and scattered like bubbles in the air. Less than a minute after the signal was sent, the reaction came. The smell of water came from afar, along with the sound of rushing water. Soon waves glided through the bushes, and on top of the waves stood the sky-blue-haired Casey Selmore. Ha! Casey got off the water and was puzzled by the scene. I am here. Who are these people? They are the ones who dared to sneak into Theon and set up a plot. I see. Not. Casey stared at Roger with a slightly questionable stare. Did you call me for this? He knew Shed wonder, too, so Roger sprayed the bait he had prepared for this. These guys call themselves the Black Dawn Society. There was a sharp glow in Casey Selmore's eyes. Chapter 168, Cone 168. The hottest festival one. Is that true? Despite the feeling of numbness in his skin, Roger remained expressionless, but inside he was satisfied. He reconfirmed that the hound's teeth are very sharp. Yes, I overheard them talking. I didn't know exactly what it was for, but I knew the name of the organization. Roger explained the situation and asked naturally, do you know them? To some extent. Then it will be easier. Please take care of the mess. At that, Casey was stunned to realize what purpose Roger had called her for. Hold on. Did you just use my business card for cleaning up? Wasn't it you who told me to call you if I needed help in the first place? That's at Roger's point. Casey blurted out the end of her words. That's right. In fact, she asked Roger to call if he needed help when she gave him her business card. The business card she handed him was like a promise to help only once. However, she never imagined that he would call her for such a trivial thing. Casey, who had mumbled her lips a few times, said as if protesting, you could have used it for something more important. If someone else had received the same business card, they would have thought a lot about where to use it. This is important enough for me. But Roger did not. He only caught a suspicious group and called Casey to be in charge of cleaning up. As it was herself who promised to help, Casey couldn't think of anything to refute. Oh, I see. But did it have to be me? If you found a suspicious group during the festival, it would be better to call Theon's people. It was a sharp question, but Roger, who had thought of it in advance, answered it easily. It's because of the festival. What? I don't want to ruin the atmosphere by letting others know. Ah, are you sure you called me to keep it quiet? I don't intend to hide this incident. However, there is no need to immediately inform them that it has happened during the festival, so we have to deal with things quietly right now. Casey looked at Roger with an unexpected look. The choice of the man who is as cold as an ice mountain in the north surprised her. It was just so amazing for her. Just in time, the right person came to mind and I called you. Didn't you say you are a detective? Roger pointed to the remnants of the Black Dawn Society, which collapsed. Where the hell are these people from, and what kind of people they are? I think you know better than anyone else. This man, Casey, listened to Roger and realized what he was thinking about when he called her. He didn't mean to call me for personal purposes. The business card she handed to Roger, as a color wizard, was very valuable, but he used it so easily. Even if you give 10 million one to others, precious things that you can't get are just a handful of trash in front of this man. At the same time, he is even considerate to handle things quietly so as not to ruin the atmosphere of the festival. Of course, I'm not included in that consideration. Maybe he's moving around like this for the students, even though others don't know about it, because he believes it's the right thing to do. Casey judges that Roger is a Superman who pushes ahead with what he believes to be right, not a Superman who transcends humans. Nevertheless, what is this feeling of anxiety? I feel like I'm missing something important. No matter how hard she thought about it, she couldn't get an answer, so Casey thought about what to do with these fainted people first. The Black Dawn Society. I'm sure these guys are connected to James Moriarty. She could interrogate them appropriately and hand them over to Theon after. Roger, who was watching Casey thinking about what to do in the future, breathed a sigh of relief inside. Fortunately, she doesn't seem to have much doubt. I was able to deal with the business card that I had been forced to receive. When he first received her business card, he seriously thought about throwing it away. For him, who should not be identified, the business card handed by Casey Selmore was uncomfortable. Still, it was fortunate he could get rid of it now. When he heard that Joanna Lovett and other suborders of the Black Dawn Society were secretly moving, he thought about how to use this business card. I shook off Casey Selmore's suspicions, and at the same time, I thinned out the Black Dawn Society members that hid in Theon. Of course, there was a possibility that Casey Selmore could suspect Roger because at first glance, it seemed suspicious that the situation was flowing too naturally. But I am nominally a teacher of Theon. Even if I do this or that, she will not doubt me since I am under the protection of the president. It was fortunate that the president was an outstanding person. If she was an incompetent person, Casey would have been rather suspicious. In this way, Casey Selmore will focus on the Black Dawn Society, not me. It was for this reason that the remnants of the Black Dawn Society were handed over to her. Give a good hound the smell of the prey to bite forward. At the same time, Casey Selmore will even prove Roger's alibi. For Roger, it was a way of killing two birds with one stone to deal with the troublesome matters all at once. If I can deal with Esmeralda as well as he was thinking so, a huge pillar of fire that killed the Dark Knight's sword from afar. The eyes of the two naturally turned to the place where the flame burst. It was not the colorful color of the firecrackers, but a bright red fire that seemed to have overflowed from hell. At the same time, Hans' urgent voice rang out from the communication device in his ear with a chirping sound. "I'm in trouble." As soon as he heard that, Roger realized that something unexpected had happened. Roger said to Casey, "I'll leave this to you." "What?" "Oh, wait." Roger didn't listen to Casey's shouts from behind and left. He tapped the communicator with his hand and signaled Hans. "Hans, what happened?" As planned, we succeeded in luring the witch by leading Crollo Fabius to the target location. The target location is the equipment warehouse. It was a place where no one would come right away, but at the same time, it was a place where they could avoid people's eyes. A maze-like place with all kinds of things piled up was suitable for Crollo to escape without being caught. However, Crollo suddenly stopped and started talking. What did he say? I don't know. It happened so suddenly. Hans was receiving information through his mouse, and as a result, there was a limit to the amount of information that could be obtained. Crollo suddenly stopped and said something to Esmeralda. After that, Esmeralda immediately exploded and flames swept through the warehouse. Whatever it may be, it's certain that he did something that wasn't planned. I see. He didn't expect that Crollo Fabius wouldn't follow the plan. Roger thought he wouldn't do anything because he was scared, but he was pushed to the edge of the cliff. So did he snap. Whatever it may be, Esmeralda, whom he thought would stay calm, seemed certain to have revealed her power. What's the situation now? All the rats I sent inside are dead, so I don't know about anything else, but it's going to be hell. The rats outside are not listening to my orders because they are afraid of fire. It's not good. How big is the fire now? It's big enough to be seen from the outside because it swept away a third of that big warehouse in no time. Right now, we will survive with the fire extinguishing system inside the warehouse, but it's only a matter of time. Theon's warehouses had an automatic fire extinguishing system to extinguish the fire. That's why he lured Esmeralda to that place in the first place. But to deal with someone who wields the highest level spirit of fire, that alone is not enough. It is impossible to extinguish the fire itself, even if it can be controlled a little bit by bit. The fire Esmeralda handled was not so simple. Sheridan. Roger signaled Sheridan through the communicator. What's going on, Nari? What about the festival? Fireworks are being prepared right now. But why? Did you notice any abnormalities there? Anomalies? I can't see anything. I'm glad to hear that. Based on your reaction, I think something happened there. Right. Yeah, it'll have to take some time over there. Hee, I got it. I was waiting at the scene just in case. Sheridan said so and cut off communication. Soon after, colorful fireworks exploded one after another over the night sky. Why were the fireworks launched now? Who was it? We still have 30 minutes left before we start. You didn't manage it right. Sheridan, who heard from the shouts from afar, giggled. There are still a lot of firecrackers left to set off, but for now, this should be enough. People were drawn to the sudden fireworks display. Originally, the fireworks would start in 30 minutes, and some people were puzzled that it had already begun. But the idea was quickly forgotten by the splendid colors that magical flames created in the air. Wow, pretty, look over there, it's a flame. A dragon made of flames flew through the sky and spewed fire from its mouth. The children were amazed by the existence of the dragon in the legends, their eyes shining. Nari, what's left is your role. They were not bombs, but fireworks went bad. Sheridan vowed to make something similar when she returned to the hideout later. Roger was relieved by the spectacular flames bursting in the distance. Thanks to Sheridan, people won't know there's a fire here yet. Brother, when are you arriving? I have a place to stop by for a while. What's the situation? There's not much difference from before, but it seems to be a matter of time. Are there any witnesses nearby? Not yet, but it'll happen if we don't subdue it in time. I'll have to hurry. Roger, who cut off the communication, stopped walking. In the center of an open-air exhibition hall that people have stopped visiting was a structure covered with a large cloth. Roger peeled off the fabric that covered the structure while in his right hand, a blue mana stone was shining softly. There was a strange heat at the festivals. Even those who normally wouldn't have had much to do felt their hearts beat strangely and heat up at festivals. It was also the time when the love between the opposite sexes burned the strongest. That's why there are the most couples after the magic festival. Naturally, there were couples who could not control their hot hearts and made love in places where there were no people. Oh my, what are you doing here? Wait a minute. The spectacular fireworks will start soon. A couple was sitting close to each other on the grass. The boy smacked his lips as if he had been waiting for this time. He stopped by the dormitory and brushed his teeth more than 3 times. It's my first time, but I must be careful not to make it obvious. He manages to move his right hand, which is stiff, and does not move well on the shoulder of the female student sitting next to him. The female student only flinched her shoulders, but did not move his hand away. It was a sign of permission. This is my chance. The male student was about to make his move when all of a sudden colorful flames embroidered the sky. Originally, the fireworks, which would take another 30 minutes, had already begun. Wow, it's pretty. What? The timing was good. Why did you start all of a sudden? Unlike a woman who was purely happy, the man had no choice but to be embarrassed. It was the moment when I was determined to go further that this happened. Squeak, squeak. Large gutter rats appeared through the dark bushes. If they were ordinary rats, it would have run away after seeing the two, but the ones that appeared now were different. The rats approached the two couples, threatening them with their hideous front teeth. Ah, why is the mouse here? Oh, that's disgusting. I hate mice. Ha, where are you going? Hey, you bad guy, you're leaving me alone. The male student screamed and ran away, and the female student who followed after him. As the two disappeared, Hans, who was hiding in the dark, appeared. Students, ha! Even in the midst of studying, they're still dating. A swarm of mice gathered around Hans and raised their front paws. It was like asking, did I do a good job? And they wanted to be praised. Yes, you all did a great job. Hans, who used a flock of mice to drive away all the people gathered around here, returned to the warehouse again. The blazing fire showed no sign of going out. It would be okay because there are no witnesses right now, but how long will this last? It's only a matter of time before they would get caught. When the hell are you coming? At that moment, the sound of horse hoofs was heard from the thick darkness. What? At the sound that did not match the current situation, Hans' eyes naturally turned to the source of the sound. In the distance, something was approaching him at great speed. Is that a horse? It was not just a regular horse, but a metal horse that shone. The appearance of a horse with shining blue eyes in the dark, emitting white steam behind its back, gave a sense of intimidation. Brother, riding the horse was Roger Chelisai. Steam Golem, DT-3000 accelerated, and its blue eyes stretched like tails in the darkness of the night. In the midst of the shaking, Roger did not lose his posture. The place where Roger was headed was the warehouse where the fire was spreading. At that moment, a huge flame erupted outside through the entrance of the warehouse. The fire was about to engulf Roger, who was running towards the warehouse. "It's dangerous." The moment Hans shouted, watching the scene nervously. Roger gave a big swing at the reins. Blue mana began to form on the back foot of the steam golem, and the giant soared high into the air. Roger and the steam golem jumped into the open logistics warehouse. Ha! Hans had no choice but to watch the scene blankly as if he had been possessed. Chapter 169, Cone 169. The hottest festival, too, in the dark warehouse. Crollo Fabius, who was desperately running in the natural maze made by the equipment piled high on the ceiling, suddenly felt skeptical. What am I doing now? He's running away now. From what? From the witch? Naturally, one question emerged. How long do I have to live like this? How long can he just run away like this? He may be able to escape danger once, but the witch will chase him to the end of hell and kill him. There is a limit to running away, because she'll never let him go. Crollo Fabius felt despair. He had a splendid mansion, soldiers following his orders and employees who bowed their heads in awe of him. His past felt like a dream. Why would I? Crollo's legs slowed down, and soon he stopped running. Sigh. He was tired of running away, and he saw Esmeralda creeping toward him from beyond the darkness of the warehouse. She was walking slowly, but her figure stimulated Crollo's fear from the deepest part of his soul. "Hm." Esmeralda tilted her head as she looked at Crollo, who stopped running. "Why won't you run any more? Did you give up now?" Crollo twitched his lips, and Esmeralda had a hunch that he had something to say. "You must have something you want to say. Then say it. There's no reason why I can't listen to you for the last time. I'll let you leave or will." Crollo shouted at her provocation. "That's enough." What? It was a cry that Esmeralda didn't expect. Enough? Why is he saying it's enough? How much do you have to break me to be satisfied? It's working now. The Fabius family has already fallen because of you. Is it because of the upcoming stress of fear and death? Ironically, the emotion that came to the mind of Crollo Fabius, who was driven to the limit, was anger, not sadness. Why do I have to be treated like this? Looking at the difference between his gorgeous past self and his miserable present, he was going crazy. He couldn't eat properly, sleep well, and had nightmares every day. His brilliant blonde hair became dry, and intelligent eyes were full of dark circles, along with the dark beard that covered his thin cheeks. He looked like a scoundrel. Is this me, the lord of the great Fabius family? Crow clenched his teeth. Why? Why do I have to be so tired? He killed a lot of people, but so what? They were just commoners. He only gave the right punishment to those who tried to stand up to him. If she had just listened to me properly in the first place, if the bloody commoners hadn't resisted me, this would have never happened in the first place. When he thought so, all the pain he's been through so far sublimated into anger and engulfed his reason. All because of you. Crollo didn't even realize what he was saying now. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have been like this. Esmeralda's expression hardened at his cry. Because of me, this happened. Esmeralda couldn't ignore the words Crollo Fabius exclaimed. How dare you? Why would he say that to her? It's because of you. Esmeralda kept hearing those words in her nightmares. Because of you, everyone died because of you. The cursed words she heard many times in her dreams, and the bloodied villagers that poured out complaints against her. The words overlapped with Crollo Fabius' cry and rang her head. No, Esmeralda grabbed her head with both hands. Crollo, noticing that Esmeralda's condition was strange, stepped back without realizing it. No way. At the same time, a huge fire erupted from Esmeralda's back and engulfed the whole area. It's serious. Roger frowned in the flames blazing everywhere. Water was steadily dripping from the sprinklers on the ceiling, but the spreading flames showed no signs of being easily quenched. Rather, they were burning more intensely. Roger led the steam golem DT-3000 into the depths of the warehouse and found a fainted Crollo Fabius filled with burns. Esmeralda. Esmeralda was sitting down and shaking her shoulders, but there was an overwhelming presence beyond that. The burning flames swirled in one place, eventually forming the form of a fire giant, an ugly spirit of fire, full of flesh and curved back. Quasimodo. As if responding to Roger's call, Quasimodo stared at him with his red magma eyes. The air heated up just from his look, and Roger felt like the heat that touched his skin permeated his lungs. Esmeralda doesn't look very well. It's just that she didn't kill Crollo, and Roger had a hunch that something was wrong. She hasn't killed Crollo yet, and seeing that she's sitting with the objective of revenge in front of her, she must have been traumatized by something. Esmeralda sank in the burning flames, and her past, which he saw as a painting magic, overlapped with the situation before him. A word flashed past Roger's head like a flash. Trauma. Esmeralda was now in a trauma. Then, Roger got off the steam golem and approached her carefully. In order not to alarm Quasimodo, he paid attention to each step. Quasimodo, the fire spirit. No, he's not a spirit. It's an existence close to a spirit. As he approached Esmeralda, Roger thought, even though the owner is in that state, the spirit is full of hatred. He has already gone far beyond ordinary spirits. The heat became much stronger as he narrowed the distance. Quasimodo stopped him, but Roger opened his mouth cautiously. Quasimodo, do you know about me? Human, I am sorry for that time, but I couldn't help it because of the situation. He wanted to persuade him, so Roger continued his words as carefully as possible so as not to offend him. I am a colleague of your master. I don't mean to fight. Quasimodo did not answer, but instead he smiled. Did he accept it? You have a dirty, scary face. Perhaps because his face was made of magma and flames, the level of brutality was different. Even Roger, who had met many bad-looking people, felt a chill on his spine from the smile. I see the response. It's favorable to me. Roger naturally activated the machine in his left hand, a device that can shoot a micro-anesthetic needle made by Ceridan. After naturally aiming it at Esmeralda, he shot so secretly that no one noticed. It was the moment when a very small needle flew towards Esmeralda's neck. A huge fire hand appeared and stopped it. But the Roger looked up at Quasimodo with an incredulous stare. He noticed that he was going to launch a surprise attack. Since when? Quasimodo was still looking at him with a smile that was full of alienation. This guy. He didn't believe me from the beginning. His act of smiling at Roger was only an act in order to deceive him. How could he act like that on his own, even without the owner's orders? Quasimodo's smiling face quickly twisted into anger. Danger. Roger immediately stepped back, and Quasimodo's fist fell like a hammer where he was a while ago, spreading shock waves and flames. The hot heat passed by his body like a back blast, and Roger, who stepped back and posed, shook off the embers on his outer clothes. Even though he was equipped with all kinds of items resistant to fire and wore heat-resistant magic clothes, the heat penetrated his body. I felt it then, but he's beyond my imagination. At that time, Quasimodo was recalled by directly eliminating the medium that summoned him, but this time it was different. As long as Esmeralda was present, Quasimodo wouldn't be recalled recklessly. He knew the fact, so he was guarding Esmeralda. Then this time, coordinate designation. When Roger used his mana, Quasimodo responded immediately. He opened his mouth wide, and a furnace-like flame wriggled in it. Ether Nocturnus. The shadow surrounded Roger's body and soon spread black wings behind his back. Roger flew into the sky in an instant while flames flashed under his feet. Quasimodo reached for Roger, and the flames around him moved and followed Quasimodo's will and rushed into Roger. As the tentacles of wriggling flames approached from all sides, Roger focused on avoiding them. He doesn't want to give me time to use magic. He learned how to counter his magic from the last time they fought. Shortly afterwards, a huge fist flew straight to Roger, but as Ether Nocturnus moved, it turned into a large shield, blocking Quasimodo's fist. The shadow could not stand the scorching heat and was pushed away. Roger retreated back from the recoil and landed on the ground. It's not a good match. Ether Nocturnus uses shadows, and as a result, he was infinitely weak against fire and light. Ether Nocturnus shook his body as if whining to Roger. I get it. Roger was forced to take a pill out of his inner pocket and put it in his mouth. Then, his quickly consumed mana quickly filled up. The mana recovery medicine that had a high effect that was incomparable to the previous one. Arthur Nocturnus swallowed Roger's magic to his heart's content as if he had never complained. Work as much as you eat. Ether Nocturnus swelled up roughly. Like Quasimodo, who protected Esmeralda, a giant black shadow monster rose behind Roger's back and stared at Quasimodo. As the two clashed, Roger tried to fire an anesthetic needle at Esmeralda's again, aiming for the gap, but the hot flames revolved around her distorted the air and his vision. Are you trying to make it impossible for me to specify the coordinates by making her invisible to my eyes? He never imagined that Quasimodo would be so sly and even smart. This is the power of a first order of the Black Dawn Society. Boom, boom. Every time Ether Nocturnus and Quasimodo collided, shock waves exploded one after another. At the same time, the fire spreading around the warehouse was growing out of control. Should I borrow the power of God again? Roger thought that far and shook his head. To use that force, the preparation stage will be long, and once the rains are released, the entire area will be devastated. In a situation where every minute and second counted, he didn't want to make more innocent victims. Abandon the operation to surprise Esmeralda. The fight between the two monsters was decided in an instant. No matter how much mana he injected, he couldn't overcome the power of Quasimodo, and Ether Nocturnus returned to Roger with a shrunken body. Can't you last a minute? Ether Nocturnus trembled once, perhaps because he felt it was unfair. Roger sighed, but he didn't have time to get annoyed, because Quasimodo wanted to kill Roger as soon as possible, just in case he was going to do anything else. A sticky fire sprang from Quasimodo's mouth. Start DT-3000. The steam golem, who was waiting in the form of a horse, was ordered and moved. The horse grazed and eventually turned into a human form. Boom, boom. The golem strode and stood in front of Roger, crossing his big arms and taking a defensive posture. Soon after, a hot fire hit the golem directly. The surface of the golem was red-hot from the heat, but Roger touched the golem's back. Enhanced durability, increased heat resistance, shape recovery, material reinforcement, transformation and alchemy. Magic of the implementation system, not the manifestation system, was used, and the golem, which collapsed as it melted down, returned to its original state. The half-collapsed golem stood tall again, and Roger put a pill back into his mouth. He poured the filled mana back into the golem and used reinforcement magic, but the fire was never-ending. As the golem collapsed and was repaired endlessly, the breath of fire, which seemed endless, ended. The fire spread, and the warehouse equipment became ash and scattered like powder. Everything around Quasimodo had melted away. The center of the warehouse was wider than before as it melted down to the steel structure. Quasimodo was gazing at Roger. Oh my! Roger sighed at Quasimodo's action to kill him sincerely. It is virtually impossible to target Esmeralda from a distance. However, it is also difficult to knock down Quasimodo itself. Is it just a frontal breakthrough? Somehow, if the special anesthetic would be administered to Esmeralda, he would be able to suppress Quasimodo. The remaining pills. Roger smiled and shook his head as he tried to check how much mana recovery medicine was left. I'll do my best. With that said, Roger took an object out of his chest. Quasimodo raised his guard because he thought Roger was doing something else. Don't panic. Can't you afford to be relaxed? What Roger took out was a pipe cigarette that harmonized black and gold. The inside of the cigarette was filled with the poison that remained from when he made the mana recovery medicine. Roger, who was about to start the pipe cigarette, smiled when he realized the situation around him and reached out his hand, holding the pipe cigarette to his side. Let me borrow a light. With a sharp grin, the flames floating in the air settled on the poisonous pipe and lit it. Roger took a light breath with the pipe that was emitting white smoke in his mouth. He even closed his eyes, so he looked like a drowsy person enjoying leisure. But when he opened them, his eyes were tinged with a deep blue color of expansive magical power. Chapter 170, Cone 170. The Hottest Festival, 3. Originally, Roger had no intention of using poison. The medicine he usually takes was beyond the standard of general medicine, and it was enough for him, but that changed after coming to Theon. A series of things that he couldn't handle with his usual medicine happened. He often experienced a lack of mana, so Roger thought that he needed better and stronger medicine. He needed a secret measure just in case, so he asked Balaruna to make him a much stronger medicine than the one he usually takes. As an elf, she was stunned to hear Roger's words, but she didn't refuse him as she was interested. In that way, the two people put their heads together and worked together to make a better medicine. Even Balaruna, who handles medicines, every day thought that it was dangerous, but Roger thought it couldn't be better. I'll throw this away for now. It's the first medicine, so there are many unstable parts. Well, since we have the correct combination, we'll be able to make it properly next time. Thank you. Ha, but it's definitely dangerous. The boss is going to use the byproduct of the poison from the magic plants, right? The poison itself is dangerous, but the amount of mana in it is more than that. It makes the pill I originally made look like scraps. Balaruna seriously warned Roger. How do I use it? Well, that's the method of using the byproduct was simple. A piece of paper filled with poison is cut into small pieces and burned to absorb the smoke. However, the moment he absorbs it, an ordinary wizard will not be able to handle the magic and will explode. Even if his body was healthy, it was clear that he would die of poisoning. If you can't release the rising mana right away, your body will be ruined. No, you have to release mana faster than it's being replenished. But Balaruna soon realized something and nodded. Well, it doesn't really matter to the boss. That's right. For other wizards, this may be the most dangerous drug in the world, but not for Roger. That's right, boss has 100% emission, right? Inhale the smoke and circulate it through the body. It looked like someone smoking a cigarette, but inside Roger's body, mana was raging like a storm. Whoa, and exhale. A thick white smoke spread and disappeared in the heat. All the mana contained in the poisoned cigarette was absorbed by his body, and only the poison was released outward and disappeared in the flames of Quasimodo. Nevertheless, the poison was so strong that the stench was left behind. Is it venom? Roger, who had a pipe cigarette in his mouth, recalled the old days, feeling the venom that was about to invade his body. I felt it so much when I was young that I am not impressed. It was not voluntarily, but his body had a strong immunity to any poison. Therefore, even the dangerous poison of the magic herbs, which Balaruna was worried about, did not cause any harm to Roger's body. Woo! It wasn't just white smoke that came out of Roger. The mana that overflowed from his body circulated around him like a blue mist. The endless mana was released outward repeatedly, and at some point, a blue light circled around Roger. Quasimodo felt something strange. Usually, mana disappears as if it melts in the air the moment it is released because the wizard lost control of mana. However, the mana released by Roger did not disappear and remained in the air. Rather, it was even circling around as if protecting Roger. A blue mist in a world burning red. Although the amount of mana in Roger's body wasn't high, it was enough to use fifth-rank magic. The mana held in the air began to move at Roger's will. After a total of 23 magic discharges, a thick blue mist spreads through the air, and it eventually coalesced and merged to form a spell. Do you prefer power fights? The magic unfolded with the declaration of war. The fifth-rank water attribute magic Wrath of the Seas was unleashed, and huge water cannons were fired at Quasimodo. Quasimodo could not respond because it was fired at a speed that transcended cognition. Bang! Quasimodo's right arm flew away in an instant. He looked down at the missing right arm and twisted his face. How dare! Flames rose from the cut section, and the missing right arm grew up in an instant. Quasimodo, who clenched his fists, rushed towards Roger. Does the broken body regenerate in an instant? It was an attack that was applied using water magic, but it did not inflict much damage. On the contrary, he only became angrier. It is a simple spirit, but its power is comparable to that of the highest-rank spirit of fire. If so, fifth-rank magic might not be enough because highest-rank spirits have the power of a sixth-rank wizard. The seal that suppresses the power of the gods is working. It's been a long time, so I am going to use it as much as I want. The magic that he already knew, but couldn't use due to lack of mana. Roger was going to take this opportunity to fully use what had been accumulated. Go, DT-3000. Roger gave orders with his palm on Golem's back. At the same time, Roger strengthened Golem's arms by using shape transfiguration. The Golem's hand, which specializes in crushing and destroying things, rose sharply and turned into a blade. As it emitted steam for both shoulders, the Golem rushed toward Quasimodo. Although it is a golem that is almost 4 million in size, it looks like a child standing in front of an adult compared to Quasimodo. But the fearless golem wielded the wrist blade that Roger had transfigured and wounded Quasimodo's body. Ah! Quasimodo screamed every time the blade cut through his body. It was because of the cold air flowing out of the blade due to the fourth-rank magic Icicle Fang. It was a cold attribute magic that Roger used in advance. Human! Quasimodo shouted in anger. It didn't stop there, but it spewed out huge heat and set fire to the surrounding area. The golem raised his arms to block the heat. Cold and heat collided, and white water vapor spurted out. Quasimodo radiated more heat. The wounds on the body could not regenerate in an instant, but the flames burning over the body intensified like handmade wildfires. The cold air magic on the golem's arms that prevented it gradually faded. Hold on a little longer. Roger concentrated his mind to prepare for a greater magic. Golem DT-3000 tried to faithfully follow the order, but the reality was that it couldn't. The enchantment magic disappeared due to the gradually increasing heat, and the output of the golem gradually decreased. It wasn't that the golem's body was collapsing, but his energy source. Roger immediately noticed the abnormality. The power of the mana stone has run out. The blue light from the golem flashes as if it is about to go out. There is no problem with the golem itself, but the mana stone is almost discharged due to the excessive power used. I don't have any spare mana stones. If Golem stops like this, the fight will be very difficult because the Golem's role was to protect him from Quasimodo. I really didn't want to use this. Roger frowned and put his hand into the inner pocket of his clothes. What was taken out, there was a test tube containing a bright red liquid. The moment he opened the lid of the test tube, the blood scent came out. It's not a liquid that looks like blood, but real blood. I'm sorry, sir. He didn't know he would use it in a place like this, so Roger apologized in his mind. Usually, as soon as the force is exhausted, the mana stone is discharged, and only a shell is left. However, mana stone is an object in which the magic liquid is solidified. Even if it's out of use, it's still possible to play a role as a bowl that can hold mana. In urgent situations like now, it is also possible to use a method of urgently replenishing mana using reagents, and the blood of a high-ranking wizard is the best reagent. There was nothing like this to increase the output of a shrinking mana stone, so Roger immediately poured the blood over the golem's mana stone. The mana stone began to suck the blood and took on an ominous glow. The magic circuit that flowed over the golem's brass surface was dyed red and was on the verge of exploding. The golem's eyes were red as red mana flowed around its body, which had entered the overclock state. The surface of the well-processed mana stone was brittle and cracked. The mana contained in blood could not be handled by the stone. I'm not sure about one output right now. The golem moved, and its speed was incomparable to the blunt movements from before. Quasimodo stretched out his arms to force the golem back. His eyes just turned red, and the cold attribute that threatens him has also disappeared, but surprisingly, the golem was not pushed back. Rather, it was Quasimodo who overpowered. With both hands together, DT-3000 was pushing Quasimodo back. Ah! Unbelievable. Quasimodo opened his mouth and spewed fire. A lava-like fire poured over the head of the DT-3000, which was struggling with both arms. Surprisingly, however, the DT-3000 endured the blaze. Rather, the overflowing red mana climbed up on the golem's arm, and it was eroding Quasimodo. Scrap metal. Quasimodo raised the heat of fire. He didn't know what the red mana was, but it gave Quasimodo an instinctive displeasure and fear. Quasimodo tilted his head back and hit the DT-3000's energy source, a red burning mana stone with a headbutt. The cracked and precarious mana stone was broken because it could not withstand Quasimodo attack, and the golem's red eyes turned off. The exhausted DT-3000 collapsed. How dare you? Quasimodo trampled the golem over and over again with his thick legs. After dealing with the golem, he turned his eyes on Roger. The temperature of the warehouse where the flames were burning dropped sharply. When the cold air hit, Quasimodo's eyes headed toward the center of the cold air where Roger was and glared at him. Human, the mana fog, which had been spread out, was all consumed to cast a single spell. The amount of mana can't be compared to the 5th rank magic that he just used. Source code can't handle that amount of mana, so he had to cast the spell step by step. It's over. Along with the words, the mana condensed to the limit spread in a frenzy. Countless lines were drawn in the air, and after nearly 100 of them appeared, a three-dimensional shape was formed in the air. It was not long before the spell was completed. The first ship in history that reached the icy continent in the far north and disappeared in the past. A magic created by Lexora, an adventurer and wizard who reached the 6th rank to praise its greatness and not to forget about it. A ship that is still advancing endlessly toward that faraway frozen land. Sixth rank ice magic, heavenly icebreaker, pang. The sound of a gigantic ship horn echoed, and the ice ship rushed towards Quasimodo. The ship was so huge that even Quasimodo, who was over 10 million tall, had to look up. Ah! Quasimodo let out a scream. Standing on the deck of the ice ship, Roger exhaled smoke from a pipe cigarette. Let's see if you can stop this. The ice ship collided with the fire giant. Chapter 171, Cone 171. The flower of remnant fire. 1. The fire in the warehouse burned hot and was about to spread to trees and bushes near the warehouse. That could lead to a major fire. Brother, are you okay? Hans, who was waiting outside, hesitated. Rather, he was seriously considering whether to use the beast of G-Vorden power to intervene. Then a mouse shouted at Hans. It was a sign that someone was fast approaching his way. Hide. As soon as Hans and the swarm of mice hurriedly hid themselves from the scene, Casey Selmore appeared. Fire. Casey Selmore shot water as soon as she saw the fire, but the fire didn't go out even after pouring water. The flame shrank once and soon burned again fiercely. What fire? Casey immediately spread the shroud of water and surrounded the warehouse. The shaking fire was trying to go outside, but was blocked by the tent of water and shrank. Casey narrowed her eyes. This is not a normal fire. Casey could tell after using her mana to keep the flames under control. This fire had a will, and it was escaping outside and trying to burn everything. It's not even a fire caused by ordinary magic. Judging from the will of fire, this should be at least the level of a color wizard. When it comes to fire with will, there is one thing that came to her mind, a spirit that controls fire. Maybe a spirit, but there is no way a spirit can use such terrible power. Casey had just arrived in Leathervelk and had read past newspaper articles about the events in the city. In her memory, an article came to mind that a giant of fire appeared in the city's banquet hall. And now, the black dawn that hid in Theon at the festival. It was clear that there was some connection between the two. Mr. Roger Chelisai must be in there right now. A fire broke out in the distance, and it was enough to infer the direction in which he suddenly disappeared. What the hell is going on? Casey thought about using water to go inside, but if she picks up the curtain a little, the fire will spread out of control. Did he call me because he expected this? At that moment, a huge wave of mana was felt in the burning warehouse, and the raging flames quickly died down as if they were being sucked inside. After a while, foggy steam billowed through the cracks in the ceiling and outer walls of the collapsed warehouse. Magic, at least 5th rank. The blazing fire faded once. Casey, who was holding out the fire close by, could feel it. There's a huge amount of magic unfolding in the warehouse right now. What the hell's going on inside? Quasimodo took a significant hit from Roger's 6th rank magic, Heavenly Icebreaker, but wasn't beaten yet. He gathered the flames of the warehouse around him and resisted Roger's magic. A blazing fire from hell and cold ice from the North Sea collided among the steam in the warehouse. In the steam, a small flame rose in the air. The flame grew in size and became a fireball. As the remaining fire spread around, it slowly gathered and got bigger and bigger. An ugly-looking giant of fire that had arms and legs soon appeared. Human. Quasimodo was not dead. Even after being hit directly with that level of magic, his summon was not undone, but instead he restored his body with unbelievable vitality. However, his size decreased by half after the damage he took, but that was only temporary because Quasimodo will regain his original strength as the flames in the warehouse gather together. A human would need to rest for days to recover from that damage, but as a spirit, Quasimodo recovered quickly. I'll kill you. Furthermore, Quasimodo burned with anger and hatred as he was quickly recovering. I'll kill you. Quasimodo looked around and tried to find Roger, but the steam obstructed his vision. Soon, Quasimodo found a black shadow running inside the steam. Quasimodo smiled and punched at the shadow. You will die. The flames that spread instantaneously hit the black shadow. Quasimodo, who was about to shout victoriously at the thought of finally killing the loach, was surprised when he saw the lifted steam. Human, no. He didn't hit Roger, but Ether Nocturnus. If so, where was Roger now? Quasimodo hurriedly turned his head and looked where Esmeralda was. You! He saw Roger holding Esmeralda in his arms with one hand. Roger Chelisai. At Quasimodo's vicious cry, Roger responded with a cold smile. You called my name for the first time, Quasimodo. Ag! But it's over. Quasimodo rushed to protect Esmeralda in an urgent manner, but Roger put a pre-prepared drug injection into Esmeralda's neck. Quasimodo, who was running, stopped and curled up, clutching his head as if he were in pain. Roger breathed a sigh of relief. No matter how great the spirits are, if the summoner takes damage, they will inevitably suffer as well. The drug Roger injected into Esmeralda was a kind of antipsychotic anesthetic. Originally, summoners communicate with the spirits of nature and establish a contract through their minds. No matter how powerful the spirit is, if the summoner mind is affected, the spirit's power is also weakened. I couldn't cancel the summoning, but this is enough. He had to move the fainted Esmeralda out of the eyes of people, and after he seals her spirit, Selina will remain alone. At that time, Esmeralda, whom he thought was asleep after getting the anesthetic, opened her mouth. "Oh no, are you still awake?" As Roger was about to ignore her, Esmeralda grabbed his collar. "What are you doing? Hurry up and run away. I can't control it anymore." Control. It took him a while to understand Esmeralda's words when he felt a twitch in his backbone. It was a danger warning sent by his instincts. Even before he knew it, Roger instinctively squeezed his remaining mana to create a mana barrier. Shortly thereafter, a large fist hit the mana barrier, and as the barrier cracked, the shock was delivered to Roger. Withstanding the pain in his body, Roger stared at the one who punched, Quasimodo. Quasimodo, who had been suffering until a while ago, was smiling creepily. What a bummer. He was alive, and well as if it was a lie that he suffered. "I could've killed you." You only then did Roger realize that something was wrong. Why is Quasimodo fine? Why hasn't Esmeralda, the one who summoned him, lost her sanity? Roger's thoughts did not last long as he felt an eerie touch on his cheek, and his hands instinctively moved first. He grabbed Esmeralda's wrist, which was about to be swung toward him with a sharp dagger in her hand. If he had been a little late, he would have been stabbed. "What are you doing in this situation?" Roger, who was trying to argue with Esmeralda, couldn't bear to do that and closed his mouth because she was in tears. "No, I didn't mean to do this. I'm sorry. I'm really sorry." Like a person out of her mind, she kept muttering strange things. It wasn't Roger that he apologized to. Esmeralda was looking at something else now. From a little while ago, what the hell? Roger was about to say something, but he stopped. Instead, he concentrated mana on his eyes to improve his eyesight. Then, what used to be blurred by the steam began to become clear. It was a red thread. A bright red thread from Quasimodo was tying Esmeralda's wrist and her whole body like a marionette that's easy to control. A fuzzy red thread fluttering in the air touched Roger's body. As soon as I felt it, a completely different scene unfolded in front of Roger's eyes. "I hate you." In the burning town of Roteng, Esmeralda was in tears and suffering, with Quasimodo standing behind her. Is this a memory storm? Roger stared at Quasimodo in the vivid scene as if he had experienced it in person. At first glance, Quasimodo seemed to protect Esmeralda, but it was the opposite. Burn your hatred. Hate humans. The hidden story of the event that was not revealed by painting magic. It was him who continued to instill in Esmeralda her madness and hatred. The landscape has changed. It was the scene after Esmeralda's first revenge. This is amazing. On a dark night, a man stood with his back against the rising full moon. He wore a mask on his face to hide his identity, but that could not hide the momentum of a unique, strong man. "I didn't know that there was a great person who killed a nobleman. The Fabius family has always been our goal, but now I've found someone with the same purpose." He said so and then shook his head. "No, not a person, but something else." The man looking at Quasimodo, not Esmeralda, from the beginning was Zero Order of the Black Dawn Society. "Join us and we'll help you do what you want." "What do you say?" Quasimodo did not reject Zero Order's offer as the woman was in tears of anguish, but no one cared about her. After the memory storm, he came back to reality. "It was you." Roger had a headache because of the information that came all at once. He frowned at the headache and looked at Quasimodo. "It was all you." Esmeralda moved for revenge. She also entered the Black Dawn and burned and killed the people of the Fabius family, later becoming known as the Fire Witch. Esmeralda didn't sign a contract with Quasimodo, but instead he was using her as a host. He was a monster born in response to the despair of a powerful soul in a place marked with death, fire, hatred, and anger. Not a spirit nor a normal soul, but something terribly twisted. He was no longer a spirit but a cryptid, Quasimodo laughed at his words. You got me. He didn't sound surprised, but he seemed to enjoy the situation and was laughing at Roger. It's too late now. His gloomy way of speaking also gradually changed. Esmeralda was rather playing the role of a suppressor that prevented Quasimodo from running wild, but now that he injected the anesthetic, Quasimodo has more freedom ever. The game is over now. Quasimodo's size gradually began to swell like a balloon. As his size grew, the flames intensified, and the water vapor that was scattered around was completely washed away. The hot heat stung Roger's skin, and he felt his skin ripening even though he was protecting his body with magic. Sweat was running through his forehead, but it evaporated and disappeared. You're going to die now. He grabbed Esmeralda and hurriedly left. It's no use running away. Behind him came the voice of Quasimodo. Quasimodo, who regained his original size, chased him at a frightening pace. Roger immediately connected the rope to the ceiling with the wire launcher on his left hand and jumped over the pile of materials, and immediately after that, the floor under him burst into flames. What should I do? He almost used up the means he had. Even though he found that the real identity of the First Order was Quasimodo, that was all. Then should I leave Esmeralda here and run away alone? He looked down at Esmeralda as her black hair had spread all over and turned pink. Her pale purple eyes, whose red color had disappeared, were looking up at him. Is it because Esmeralda's character has subsided that Selina's character was awakened? Mr. Roger. He couldn't easily answer the voice. No, it was more likely he didn't know how to deal with Selina's personality right here. Selina was half of Esmeralda's soul, a personality created by her. If Esmeralda was real, Selina was fake. Then Selina smiled at him. It was a weak smile like a falling petal. It's all right. I'm fine, so leave me. You don't have to do this. At that, he stopped running away. He had no choice but to stop even though the monster was chasing him. But so far, I've had enough fun. In Selina's helpless smile, Esmeralda's crying in agony overlapped. I'm sorry, everyone. I am so sorry. He remembered her past, which he had just seen. Roteng was dazzlingly bright like the summer sun. It was a warm place to the depths of his heart, like a meadow in spring. He tried to imagine what if the place was still there. The people there were alive, and there would have been no grief or distress. Esmeralda would have lived there happily. Maybe, if I settled down one day, I would go there. Maybe if they didn't meet like this. It's all meaningless assumptions. There is no more Roteng because it was burned and trampled by others. Nevertheless, Esmeralda dreamed about the happiness of that day and the despair of that day. She cries sorry and apologizes, but she cannot abandon the hell of that day from her mind. The real monster was not even Quasimodo, but the nightmare that bound her past. Ha ha, she laughed out of frustration. You have to wake up from your nightmare. Mr. Roger, what is it? If you wake up after a nap, it'll all be over. He put Selina to sleep with a simple spell. Normally, she wouldn't have even felt it, but now she couldn't even resist. Looking at the sleeping Selina, he put her on the floor as a shadow rose and caught her. Keep it safe. He looked back as the giant of fire was slowly approaching. Why? Can't you run away? I changed my mind. He loosened his necktie roughly. Now that he saw that, he couldn't just go. Since I came all the way here, I should see the end. Compassion and sympathy are swords that one hurts himself with. How could he not know that? He felt it more than anyone else. But so what? If kindness toward someone is a knife that cuts him, hell, cut himself. His body is full of scars anyway. What's the difference if he added a scar to this? Bring it on, ugly. He poured the remaining medicine into his mouth. I'll show you what real magic is. Chapter 172, Cone 172. The flower of remnant fire, 2. Owner's fist was neatly connected with the opponent's chin. The Third Order of the Black Dawn Society, whose eyes were out of focus, collapsed like a doll with a broken thread. In addition to her naturally strong body, Iona, who had a special bloodline, could overpower the opponent only with her physical ability. You filthy subrace. Another enemy rushed in anger at the sight of his fallen colleague. The knife swung toward her contained killing intent, but Iona raised both arms and took a defensive posture. From the tip of her fist to her elbow, the earth clumped together to form gauntlets. It was the second-rank earth attribute magic mud armor. Iona, who had originally improved the magic to cover her entire body but spread it only to an area, grabbed the other person's blade with one hand. What? Her opponent was bewildered, as if he did not expect Iona to grab the sword. and Iona immediately clenched her fist with her opposite hand. Sleep, a fist was stuck in the face of a third order who was about to shout after sensing a crisis. At that time, a second order secretly aimed his cane at Iona's back. You let your guard down. And as soon as the magic was about to come out, strong winds from elsewhere blew his body away. After hitting a big tree with a bang, he fainted with bubbles in his mouth. Iona looked in the direction of the wind. There, Leo, who had just unleashed his magic, was kicking his tongue at the fallen man. You let your guard down. Iona approached Leo, releasing mud armor. Thank you for your help. It's no big deal. There were as many as 5 people from the Black Dawn Society who collapsed around the two. It's been quite some time since they fought the suspicious people hiding in Theon. Did it work so well because it was a surprise attack? Despite being outnumbered, it was all the people of the Black Dawn Society who fell on the floor. Among them, Aiden's anti-magic contribution was the greatest. All the magic the enemies used to counterattack was split in half and disappeared. It was a bizarre sight where multiple spells are cut and disappear at the same time. Even though he had seen it before, he couldn't get used to it. What about Aiden? There. Aiden was now confronting the last remaining opponent. Give up now. Unlike others who sneaked in under the pretext of users and festivals, the only remaining enemy was a student here. Joanna Lovett, the second order of the Black Dawn Society, to be exact. She was staring at Aiden with trembling eyes, unable to believe they had been defeated. How? There were 10 members, and among them were close combat experts who trained their bodies to become knights, but to her surprise, Aiden overpowered them with that knife-shaped magic wand. What the hell is wrong with him? Even though he was a third order, he was a skilled man. Although he was not even as good as a knight, he was stronger than the other orders with his sword. You have a cheat ability like anti-magic, but you're this good at close combat. How in the world can such a person exist? Well, it doesn't matter that it exists, but why would he interfere with her noble mission? Aiden aimed his wand at Joanna. You're a freshman, aren't you? Why the hell are you doing this? Why, if I tell you, will you pretend you didn't see us and move on? No, I can't do that. Aiden shook his head firmly. He didn't know what Joanna came here for, but it was clear it wasn't a good thing. Nevertheless, the reason he asked was because he was genuinely curious. There is a festival going on right now. Why do you want to disturb those people? It was a pure question, curious as to why she wanted to do something bad. Joanna laughed at the remark because it was ridiculous. Isn't that obvious? I hate them all. I hope the world itself burns down and disappears. Joanna's eyes were filled with tears of injustice. What are you all laughing and living well? Why am I the only one who's having a hard time? That's not fair. Aiden read the sadness on Joanna's face. He took a breath, stared at Joanna with determined eyes, remembering what Mr. Roger said to him. Do you understand, Aiden? It's half selfishness, altruism. In the end, it's not good to be extreme on either side, so you can be a little selfish. He wondered why those words came into his mind, but his head felt strangely refreshed. Aiden, who would have originally tried to understand others, pointed his cane at Joanna. Then I'll stop you here. Leo, who was anxious that Aiden might commit another unexpected action here, breathed a sigh of relief. Well done, Aiden. Leo suddenly thought like that when Aiden shook off his weakness and embraced his determination. Will you act that way when you find out who I really am later? Of course, it's all meaningless assumptions. Only stupid people would get into trouble with something that hasn't happened yet. Joanna stepped back slowly. She's the only one left, however. The other side is all fine without a single injury. I can't believe that the members of the Black Dawn Society were defeated by 4 kids, even though they're students of Theon. Aiden alone is difficult to deal with, but he has 3 helpers. Joanna had to make a choice, resist or fight to the end. It was at that moment that hot wavelengths were felt not far away. Joanna's head swung around when she felt it. Sister Esmeralda. Suddenly, Joanna moved even before Aiden could ask what that was. She summoned a wind spirit and created a cloud of dust so she could run away. Aiden, Joanna is running away. Let's chase. Aiden's party followed Joanna. Like bubbles rising from the deep sea, her mind, which was as heavy as cotton in water, returned to its original state, and Esmeralda opened her closed eyes. This is when she opened her eyes. What she saw was the ceiling of the warehouse. Esmeralda, who was trying to get up, noticed a black shadow wriggling around her. After seeing the interior of a warehouse on fire, Esmeralda realized what happened. I see, I also. She killed that man. A tear trickled down her cheek. What was more distressing was that this nightmare didn't end here. The devil of fire will soon try to control her mind and body again. At that moment, a huge fire giant bounced off one wall with a great brilliance that flashed and erupted from one side. Quasimodo. Quasimodo, the incarnation of madness and hatred, has power equivalent to a highest-level spirit. She couldn't believe that such a Quasimodo was thrown away. Quasimodo rose up with a burst of fire. His eyes stretched out toward the person who blew him away. Ah, Roger Chelisai. Esmeralda's gaze naturally turned to the other side, and a man was standing there. Roger Chelisai, no, John Doe. A First Order of the Black Dawn Society like herself, but unlike other First Orders, he was a man who carries out his mission alone, hiding his identity. He was now fighting with Quasimodo. Why? Why was he fighting? Human. The appearance of Quasimodo began to change. His size decreased to 2 million, and its body became thinner, quite the opposite to his usual form. The horns that rose above the head turned bigger and more vicious, and the longer arms touched the ground. He looked like a devil that rushed out from hell and held a sword of fire in his hands. No, it's dangerous. Quasimodo controls Esmeralda. But on the contrary, Esmeralda also played a role in suppressing Quasimodo. Now, however, the link between them has faded, and Quasimodo was stronger than ever. No matter how much Roger resists and fights him, in the end, he'll melt away and disappear. Run away, just run away, Esmeralda shouted, but Roger did not run away. Why don't you run away? You don't have to fight. Esmeralda bowed her head. Then something touched her shoulder. When I looked up, there was a tentacle of a shadow that protected her body. You are the tentacles pointed to Roger. Esmeralda fixed her eyes on Roger's back as if she had been possessed by something. What kind of magic is he using? Can that really be called magic? He didn't recite a chant or use a wand, but the magic was activated. At the same time, a sword of fire was swung at Roger's neck, but a white tower was created around Roger, blocking it. What is that? What did you do? Was it quite a shock that a strange structure he had never seen before prevented his attack? So Quasimodo asked impatiently. It is simple magic. It is a magic made of the 5 elements. I've never heard of it. There can't be such magic. Of course not. This is the magic I made. You're saying nonsense. Quasimodo thought Roger was making fun of him. How can you call it magic when there's no chant and no hand gestures? So it's magic. The red light from Roger's eyes flew through the air like a long thread. I don't cast spells with my mouth, and I don't use hand gestures in vain. The law of change comes true if I truly believe, follow, and pray. This is the real magic. A blue light flashed behind Roger's back, then turned into a large sword and slammed down Quasimodo's head. Quasimodo hurriedly raised his sword of fire and blocked it. It also has another name. Unable to withstand the shock, Quasimodo fell on one knee. It's called a miracle. Ah! Quasimodo roared and slammed his arms to break the blue sword, and after that he stared calmly at Roger, shaking his body. Are you not coming? I admit that you're different from other humans, Roger Chelisai. You're not a normal human being. You are a Superman who is the best among humans. Because you were pushed by me, you suddenly become more talkative. So I will ask, why are you disturbing me? Quasimodo pointed at Esmeralda with his flaming sword. You have that kind of power, but why are you acting like this? Why was he fighting against him instead of running away? Why was he doing this just because of that one woman? Quasimodo was asking Roger so. I admit that you're strong. Your power is obviously great, so these words are meaningless. Either you or I die, but the one who survives also has to carry a lifelong wound. Do you want to take this risk? You can't stop talking. I don't think that's what the guy who was trying to kill me just now would say. I didn't know that back then. Quasimodo replied brazenly, like he was not ashamed because of that. Quasimodo was sincere. If your opponent is weak, you kill him. However, if it's strong or if it's an opponent who has to be annihilated, the story is different. His judgment was reasonable. However, Roger had no choice but to laugh at Quasimodo's behavior. He hates humans and burns them to death, but he's trying to reason with the strong ones. Isn't it just a sample of strength and weakness? Roger gathered his magic, as if he didn't have to listen to it anymore. Are you trying to fight? Of course. We fought like that a while ago, and now you're shamelessly going to solve it through conversation. Then I also have no choice but to fight with you with all my might. Are you willing to risk all that to help a puppet? You're already beyond ordinary humans. I am not a Superman. Roger shook his head and denied what Quasimodo said. I've never been a Superman, and I don't want to be a Superman. What nonsense. The reason I am fighting with you right now is because you're dirty and disgusting. That's all I am saying. He treats people like puppets and enjoys watching their despair. Then he burns and kills other humans like worms. Roger couldn't stand it because it was disgusting. Then die. Quasimodo rushed to Roger, but Roger activated the magic he had already prepared. In the 5 elements, fire is the opposite of water. Water suppresses and hinders fire. A wave of blue energy rushed to cover Quasimodo. Quasimodo tried to cut off the blue energy by swinging his sword, but the fire was pushed away by the blue energy. It's useless. If he can't cut it, he can avoid it. Now that his size has gotten smaller, his speed has become incomparably faster than before. Quasimodo approached Roger through the blue energy with a sleek movement. Instead of backing down, Roger clashed directly with Quasimodo. The blue sword in his hand collided with Quasimodo's sword. As soon as he entered the power struggle, blue energy was condensed under Quasimodo's feet like a whirlpool. The blue mist condensed on the ground rose like a large column, throwing Quasimodo into the sky. Part of the warehouse's ceiling was also blown away cleanly. Roger shot the wire launcher on his left hand and penetrated Quasimodo's solar plexus. You fool, burn up and die. Quasimodo, holding the wire in his hand, wanted to set it on fire, but Roger had already used water magic on it. The wire was pulled, and Roger soared towards Quasimodo. The moment they collided in the air, firecrackers exploded and lit up the surroundings. As if the first flame was only the beginning, the black night sky quickly became colorful. Ah! Esmeralda stared blankly at the fight between the two, while everyone gathered in Theon raised their heads to watch the fireworks. Beautiful flowers were blooming in the night sky and concealed the fight between the two. No one knew that behind this beautiful landscape there is a man who fights desperately. They will never know about the heroic battle that took place. Only Esmeralda kept her eyes on Roger's fight. Even at this moment when everyone is laughing and talking, she was watching the noble battle of a man who desperately fights a monster. How could she turn her eyes away? Quasimodo and Roger, who collided several times in the air, fell down again. Following the trail of the two clashes, traces of red and blue light remained in the space like afterimages similar to a fireworks display. Quasimodo, who landed on the ground, looked up at Roger, who was slowly coming down, and shouted, "Don't think you can do anything with this power. My fire will not be quenched with this kind of water. Is it useless as the opposite of the fire element? That's the limit of real magic. Then I'll go with something stronger." What? As soon as Roger finished speaking, a white frost began to fall over the blue energy of the waves. What is this? The rise of the 5 elements destroys the energy beyond the opposition that suppresses the energy. As soon as the water exceeds the heat of the fire, the water eventually freezes. The freezing cold made Quasimodo's body slow. Nevertheless, Quasimodo did not die. He breathed out heat and resisted the cold. At that moment, a figure appeared behind Roger's back. It was a shining tree, a sacred tree consisting of complex shapes, lines, flows, and paths. There's more. The 9th path is pure intellect, the bottom of Arodo's pillar of balance, along with the release of Arodo purification and the last living omnipotence. At the top of a perfect triangle, a huge amount of condensed and compressed energy flickered. Quasimodo felt a sense of crisis for the first time. Meanwhile, Roger's magic continued, an ultimate magic that drew all the mana of the medicine in Roger's mouth. The 9th Sephira of the Sephirot tree, the power of Gabriel, the archangel in charge of water. Yesod, the dazzling light, which was shot in a straight line, devoured Quasimodo. Chapter 173, Cone 173. The Flower of Remnant Fire. 3. Casey Selmore, who was suppressing the fire outside, was anxious. What if something happens? Casey's intuition sensed that something big was coming soon. As if to prove that her prediction was not wrong, a dazzling light gushed strongly from the warehouse. What? Half of the water curtain surrounding the warehouse was blown away instantly. Even though it was only an aftermath, it shook her magic greatly. Casey frowned and sensed the familiar attributes contained in it. Is this the smell of water? That means that the magic used inside was water attribute magic, and it was at least 6th rank magic. What baffled Casey Selmore was that he couldn't figure out what magic it was at first. It was a magic of water that she, a color wizard who deals with water, doesn't know. Roger Chelisai. Why the hell is he? At the moment when the curtain of water was half blown away due to the aftermath, Joanna Lovett arrived at the logistics warehouse. Sister Joanna jumped into the burning warehouse. Wait, stop. Aiden's group tried to chase after her, but they were suddenly blocked by the curtain of restored water. What's this? Water. Is this magic? How can she envelop this huge warehouse with water? Casey, who found 4 surprised people, approached. What are you guys doing here? You are. Casey waved at the 4 pairs of eyes looking at her. You're A students, right? It's dangerous here, so stay back. Go get your teachers. Are you the one who cast this curtain of water? Aiden asked boldly, and Casey nodded. By the way, don't you know who I am? What? Who are? Oh my. It was Tracy Fried who screamed, as only after seeing Casey's face clearly could she recognize her. Hey, Aiden, that's her. It's her. Who is she? Are you really asking because you don't know? It's crazy, cried Tracy in a very excited voice. A wizard with the color, title, single attribute element magic user. A genius detective who solved all kinds of dangerous cases. You don't know that Casey Selmore? Really? Casey, who was listening quietly, nodded. There is a student who knows me. That's unexpected. There's no way I wouldn't know. You're my role model. Thank you, sweet lady. Normally, I would have given you an autograph, but unfortunately, I can't because of the situation. Casey stared at the warehouse that was still on fire. That fire is dangerous. So everyone stay back. Hold on a second. A little while ago, a person went in there. If I leave it like this, she might die. A person. Oh no, did they enter when the barrier weakened? Casey, murmuring softly, shook her head. But it can't be helped. You guys wait here. That's not what's important. But it is not bad to have the will, but if you don't have the ability, you'll only suffer. And you don't have to worry. What? Because there's a pretty trustworthy person in there right now. A trustworthy person, Aiden asked, but Casey did not answer. The light subsided and silence came to the warehouse. Esmeralda still couldn't believe the present reality. The hot flames were almost gone, and the remaining flames were still shining on the inside of the warehouse. But compared to the beginning, they were closer to a remnant fire. Like a flower that gradually faded away, even the remaining flames slowly subsided. The fluttering embers were like petals that were blown away by the wind. In the center of the fire, there was a man looking up at the sky. The light of firecrackers pouring down from the cracks in the open ceiling was lighting his back. Esmeralda couldn't take his eyes off him, but at that moment, Roger's body was out of balance and tilted. However, he managed to stabilize his body and grabbed his head. This is still a little hard. The mana recovery medicine he made was almost exhausted, but fortunately, he managed to keep the seal under control. Roger was relieved that his actions didn't lead to a worrying catastrophe. Roger Chelisai. Roger looked back at Esmeralda after hearing his name. Her face was messy and stained with soot and tears. Nevertheless, her beauty did not disappear, and she opened her mouth. Why did you save me? As you know, we're not that close to each other. Roger knew that too. The first orders of the Black Dawn Society are not in a collaborative relationship. They are not on good terms and compete. Sometimes they hold hands, but it's also just a business deal. Given that, Roger's fight with Quasimodo was clearly not supposed to happen. You didn't have to fight. No, you didn't even have to be here in the first place. But why? Didn't I tell you? It's because I don't like him. Although he spoke of his excuse, Esmeralda did not believe it. Don't lie. Are you going to fight like that just because you don't like him? Don't tell me, Ure. Esmeralda, noticing something strange, blurted out the end of her words, and Roger's eyes narrowed and turned sharp. It was then. That thing. A human being, a hand of fire soared from the ground and grabbed Esmeralda's body. Og. It was Quasimodo, whom he thought was completely extinct. He reappeared in the form of the original ugly giant. He didn't die even after being hit by that. What an incredible life force. Was it because his existence itself is not in line with ordinary life? Not good. His mana has been almost used up since a while ago. He was pretending to be relaxed now, but if Quasimodo comes back to life, he would have no choice but to run away. Even Esmeralda was captured by Quasimodo. Give me strength. Ugh. Esmeralda, caught in the hands of Quasimodo, screamed. Roger saw that Quasimodo was absorbing her power through an invisible thread connected between the two. The power extracted from Esmeralda was passed on to Quasimodo. Yes, give me your strength, give me life. Quasimodo laughed as he did not care about Esmeralda, and Esmeralda, already physically and mentally wrecked, could not resist it. Esmeralda, don't resist. You're a good girl, aren't you? You have to take revenge for us. Ah, Esmeralda screamed in pain while Roger fired a spell at Quasimodo, but failed to hit him properly. You're weak. You're exhausted too. Quasimodo grinned as he stared at Roger. His eyes contained the joy of winning. Wait a little bit. I will quickly regain my strength and kill you in the most painful way. Roger, who had a hard face, seriously considered whether to use the power of God. No. If I release the seal with the remaining mana, it will be irreversible then. Roger looked back at Esmeralda. She also managed to move her head and stare at Roger and grinned at him in pain. Run away. She wasn't asking him to help her but to run. Does it mean that she cares about others even in this situation? Hewer. Roger sighed and swept his flowing bangs over his forehead. He grabbed the cane and aimed it at Quasimodo. Quasimodo, whose upper body has already been fully regenerated, laughed with his mouth torn. Are you trying to fight until the end? I'll compliment you for not running away. Quasimodo laughed at Roger as he made a sword of fire in his left hand and swung it. Roger's cane and the sword of fire collided, sparking flames in the air. He stepped back 5 steps, and his hands were numb even though he lost most of his strength. The protective magic that was protecting the body was almost out of effect. He felt like his clothes were getting tanned and his skin was getting ripe. Despite the pain, Roger didn't change his expression. With a cane sword in his hand, he stared at Quasimodo. Quasimodo felt a strange displeasure from that action. What are those eyes? Each time he swung his sword of fire, Roger blocked or deflected it. He staggered but didn't collapse. Why was he standing so firm? Why was he looking down at him even in this situation? You're dying. Quasimodo's face was distorted with anger. No matter how weak he was now, he was annoyed by the reality that he could not subdue Roger, who was equally exhausted. I'm sick of playing with you. Just die. Quasimodo opened his mouth wide at Roger, and a compressed high-temperature flame was fired at him. Roger, who held only one cane, had no room to escape. If you've come all the way here, isn't it time to move? And the moment Roger muttered those words, a large stone wall rose from the ground to block the flames of Quasimodo. At the same time, a sharp wind flew in and split Quasimodo's body, and water poured down over his head. 3 intermediate spirits of wind, water, and earth appeared around Roger. Esmeralda noticed whose spirit they were. Selena. Unlike herself, who suppressed Quasimodo, Selena signed contracts with 3 intermediate spirits. Now the spirits appeared and saved Roger. What is this all of a sudden? Quasimodo was surprised by the spirit's sudden appearance. The 3 spirits stood as if protecting Roger and stared at Quasimodo. I wish you had helped me from the beginning. The spirits reacted disapprovingly to Roger's words. Roger is not loved by the spirits. Beyond simply not being able to win the favor of the spirits, it was his constitution that the spirits feared or avoided. But the spirits who signed contracts with Selena turned up to help Roger. Their owner is Selena, but they have now decided to form an alliance with Roger as a stopgap measure. What are you going to do with 3 intermediate spirits? This is enough for you, who is weak enough. NGH. The spirit of the wind in the shape of a horse carried Roger on his back. The moment the horse hit the ground, a gust of wind blew past Quasimodo. At the same time, Quasimodo's left arm holding the sword was cut off. Roger again pointed the edge of his sword at Quasimodo. You bloody fools! Quasimodo aimed for Roger, but he was already far away with the spirit of wind. At the same time, a water cannon was fired at the back of his head and hit Quasimodo. The butterfly-shaped spirit of water wandered through the sky and continued to attack Quasimodo. Quasimodo tried to remove the most annoying spirit of water first, but before he could act, the ground rose in a stampede and blocked the front of Quasimodo. How dare you, Ant? Quasimodo regenerated his severed left arm. He curled up and fired balls of fire everywhere. Although they were only fist-sized flames, they were fatal. Roger analyzed Quasimodo's condition and gave the spirit of the wind an order. It's not good. The spirits won't last long. The situation seemed to be favorable to them at first glance, but in reality it was the opposite. The 3 spirits that have now been summoned beyond the will of the contractor are like candles that could be extinguished at any moment. Quasimodo continues to be strong. He was gradually trying to return to his heyday by forcibly extracting strength from Esmeralda. On the other hand, there are only a few magic spells that I can use. He could only use real magic twice before the seal would go out of control, so he had to end Quasimodo with 2 spells. What? Something was caught in Roger's sight, who was riding on the spirit of the wind to escape the attack of Quasimodo. What happened? The blond man, covered in soot, was staggering up. Crollo, who fainted in the corner of the warehouse, opened his eyes. Roger was dumbfounded, and even in this urgent situation, he laughed. I can't believe he didn't die during the fight. He's a lucky guy. Is it because of the expensive armor on the body? He didn't have to care about Crollo Fabius anymore, because he ruined his plan with his unexpected behavior, and that made Roger rather annoyed. Wait, Roger's eyes shone, and he just came up with a good idea that could kill Quasimodo. Giddy up! Roger spurred its movement by tapping the wind spirit on the back. Chapter 174, Cone 174. Burned ash, seed of wind, 1, cough. Roger struck Crollo Fabius in the back of his head, knocking him out. Then he put his palm on the head of the fainted Crollo, and a strange energy flowed over his hand and permeated Crollo. The wind horse scolded Roger. He seemed to be asking what he was doing. Stay still. This guy will be the key to defeat that fire monster. Roger's words seemed very incredible as he withdrew his hand from Crollo Fabius. That should be enough. What did you do? I'll tell you that later. That's not what's important right now. Roger saw the spirits of earth and water holding against Quasimodo, but their power was considerably weaker than at the beginning. The time of manifestation of the 2 spirits has reached its limit. The horse hit the ground with its hooves and looked at Roger, asking what his plan was. He was in a hurry because he didn't know when his contractor would die. Don't whine, I am going to tell you. As you can see, Quasimodo is holding Esmeralda. There's only one thing to do. We have to separate them. Of course, it is not as easy as it sounds. Unlike before, Quasimodo knew his strength and did not move. He was quite cautious, perhaps because he had once experienced the crisis of death once. He's a cunning guy, so he'll move in a way so as not to lose Esmeralda. We must somehow get his attention and save Esmeralda, so your role is important. The wind horse stared at Roger. He understood what he had to do and accepted it. Thank you. Roger thanked him, and the wind words nodded. They are spirits born in nature, so disappearing here does not mean complete disappearance from the world. Of course, they'll have to rest for a very long time. It will take a long time for them to reunite with the owner they want to meet, but as long as they're alive, they'll definitely meet one day. Such a belief was embedded in the 3 spirits, so they were using all their strength. Roger also understood the spirits' will. Then, please. At Roger's words, the 3 spirits rushed towards Quasimodo. They didn't attack like they did a while ago, but pushed Quasimodo from the front with force. Weak people are cornered, so they are making their last move. Quasimodo was grateful that they were attacking him directly. The earth spirit threw himself when Quasimodo emitted a fire. The high-horned bison blocked the fire, but his shape slowly began to collapse. Then the spirit of water sprinkled water on Quasimodo's eyes. It tickles. Quasimodo was not pushed out. Rather, it was the earth spirit who fell to the floor and melted away in light. In the meantime, Roger rushed toward Quasimodo. As soon as Quasimodo captured Roger's appearance, the water spirit jumped at Quasimodo's head with all its power. Water vapor rises as water and fire meet. However, the water spirit disappeared due to his lack of power. Heh heh, is that all you have? Quasimodo opened his mouth and spewed fire. A much hotter and more intense breath than before came rushing in like a wave. There was no room to escape. Still, Roger never stopped running. The moment the waves of fire were about to devour Roger, the last remaining spirit, the wind horse, appeared in front of Roger. In that brief moment, the wind spirit and Roger connected their eyes, and Roger nodded. The wind spirit squeezed out all his strength, but the horse shape collapsed and soon turned into a sharp gust. The wind drilled a hole in the center of the flame, and the wind spirit disappeared with the light. The remaining wind pushed Roger back. It was the last help left by the wind spirit. Encouraged by it, Roger jumped up. Quasimodo saw the image of Roger flying through the flames. He exhaled. Roger's sword blade flashed and shone. His goal was Quasimodo's right hand, holding Esmeralda. It was shallow. The black sword wielded by Roger cut half of Quasimodo's wrist, but the blade could not withstand the heat and melted. It's unfortunate. If the sword had been a little stronger, you would have won. Quasimodo grinned at Roger, but Roger did not answer. At that time, a strong wind blew and turned like a blade, cutting off Quasimodo's wrist. Quasimodo's cut wrist, which was half cut by Roger, fell off without regenerating. What? The surprise was the same for Roger. The wind spirit did its job a little while ago by piercing the flames. Let my sister go. Joanna Lovett. A sudden intervention by a third party was enough to change the close fight. Why is Joanna here? No, that's not the point. Thanks to her, I got a chance. Joanna Lovett attacked Quasimodo with a wind spirit. You monster, get away from my sister. Quasimodo immediately recognized Joanna, who interrupted him. Joanna, yeah, you were there, a survivor of the Great Fire. Shut up. Why are you interrupting me? I am the agent of revenge you want. Wasn't my existence the embodiment of hatred you wanted? Quasimodo stabbed Joanna in the sore spot. She was speechless and couldn't bear to refute him. She wanted revenge against the Fabius family who burned down the peaceful Rotang. Revenge for a world that hides this terrible fact, and no one recognizes it, and to do so, she entered the Black Dawn Society. Are you going to disobey me? In the first place, it wasn't a monster like you that I followed. Wow, did you get some courage now, Joanna the coward? Even though your family was dying in the burning building that day, you just watched. Quasimodo shook his head sadly. The family shouted for help, but you couldn't open a door. You're a coward who could not save anyone. A weak person like you's going to fight me. Quasimodo reached out to Joanna to burn her to death and take Esmeralda back, or so he thought. It's wrong to say that no one was saved. Brilliant colors disturbed Quasimodo's eyes, twisting the direction of his fist in a strange place. What? Joanna was mesmerized by the magic spread in front of her eyes. It was such a beautiful magic she had never seen before. Roger, watching the scene, smirked. Why didn't you come sooner, Pierre? I'm sorry. There were a lot of people around me, and I tried to come without being caught, so I was late. What? Joanna looked perplexed when she saw Pierre appearing with an eye patch on his eyes. You. Pierre smiled broadly at Joanna, who was bewildered. Long time no see. Joanna, I couldn't ask your name back then, but now I know you. Do you remember who I am? I can't not know. Joanna recognized Pierre at once due to his weak impression and distant eyes. Even the clothes soaked in paint and the brush he held in his hand. On that day, after losing her family, he was the only person that she had the courage to save. Why are you here? Because I couldn't stay there forever. Before the festival began, Roger ordered Hans to contact Pierre. If you want to end the nightmare of the day, come to Theon. I was scared at first, but I couldn't stay still when I heard that you, who saved me that day, were still alive and fighting. Pierre smiled softly at Joanna. How dare you, half-wizard? Pierre stamped the palette with a brush in his right hand and sprayed it in the air. Then the colorful colors stretched out and blocked the view of Quasimodo. Yes, I'm not good enough as a wizard. Even if I come to help like this, all I can do is paint in the air. Pierre felt the heat through his skin. He could see it more clearly because it was invisible. The heat of that day and the hot fire that burned the village still remained in the world. I blamed myself time and time again for surviving, but here I am, thanking Mr. Roger. He was finally able to find a place for himself to stand on. Pierre held the brush so tightly as if he would break it. Even if all I can do is drag on, his magic reacted with paint and decorated the colorful scenery around him. As long as that's what I can do. What are you going to do now? You didn't do anything that day. Quasimodo twitched his lips. He got really annoyed that the bugs that survived Roteng continued to interfere with him. He was so angry that he couldn't bear it. Child's play. I will burn it all. Pierre's painting magic collapsed when Quasimodo spewed out flames. As the colors melted away, Pierre also recoiled from the shock. In a single blow, all of his biggest magic was destroyed. The difference between the two was overwhelming. Pierre clenched his teeth. His most powerful magic was destroyed in one attack. Well done. At that moment, a white chain appeared and tied Quasimodo's body. You can be proud, Pierre. That one spell just now definitely overturned the situation. What is this chain? Quasimodo tried to free himself, but the chain did not break. Rather, it tightened his body even more strongly. Quasimodo's body slowly began to be pulled by the chains. The place where the chain popped out was from where the heart of the fainted Crollo Fabius was. Quasimodo knew instinctively what Roger was going to do. You dare imprison me in that human body. You are quick-witted. Don't laugh. I have already signed a contract with Esmeralda. The contract is absolute. Yes, the contract is absolute. But I think there's one thing you don't know. A contract is meant to be broken by a bigger contract. The chain that connects Crollo Fabius and Quasimodo was qualitatively different from the red thread connecting Quasimodo and Esmeralda. It is a magic that renews the sealing ceremony of an evil spirit. As you become weak, there is no way you can resist it. Esmeralda, what are you doing? Save me. Quasimodo, who was being dragged by the chain, squeezed the remaining strength and held on to the red thread. It was a tug-of-war between chain and thread, but the thread was not easily broken. Rather, Esmeralda was suffering from the power of her contract. Quasimodo laughed slyly. Heh heh. Did you forget Esmeralda? The sadness and revenge of that day. Are you going to leave me? Stop, stop. I am you. Only with me can you be perfect. So come on, save me. Esmeralda grabbed her heart and opened her mouth. If you want me so much. She looked up and stared at Quasimodo with eyes full of tears. Then take it all. Something escaped from the threaded link to Esmeralda. It was her soul. When the soul that had been used as an anchor escaped, Quasimodo's body began to be dragged into the chain helplessly. Esmeralda, what are you doing? Do you want me to die with you? Esmeralda did not respond to Quasimodo's cry. Instead, she looked back at Roger and smiled. Please take care of Selina. You even before Roger could say anything, Esmeralda shouted, staring at Quasimodo. Let's die together, Quasimodo. Your pointless slaughter will end here. Don't make me laugh. Quasimodo's body slowly began to be dragged towards Crollo. Crollo's body burned, unable to withstand Quasimodo's power. The chain heated up on the body of the contractor. Og, why, I'm fire itself. Quasimodo let out a scream of pain. The devil of fire, a giant born of fire and the crypt of hatred was burning in the chain's flames. Sister, no, you're not going to get involved. Pierre grabbed Joanna, who was about to rush in. The soul of Esmeralda, who was with Quasimodo, was engulfed in flames. That flame burned the soul, and the pain was enormous in comparison to burning the body. Nevertheless, Esmeralda was smiling as if she were satisfied to burn and die with Quasimodo like this. That was her last choice and her one and only role. I can rest now. Esmeralda closed her eyes. Now there was no beautiful scenery. All that appeared in front of her was a hot fire. In the fire, the dead reached for her. Come on, you two, to suffer together. The red thread flowing out of it tied her body. This was an inevitable fate. If she could burn her soul and end all this, she would be happy to do so. Esmeralda slowly closed her eyes and threw herself into the fire pit. What are you laughing at? Something grabbed her hand, and Esmeralda opened her closed eyes. Even in the hot fire, the touch of the hand felt clearer than anything else. How? She could see Roger holding her hand through her blurred vision and the flames that were spreading through her hands to Roger's. What are you doing? Let go. Noisy. The fire that touches him must be more painful than anything else. Even now, it was burning his palms and arms, but Roger didn't blink an eye. Rather, he stared at Esmeralda with glaring eyes. Why? I don't like it. What? Why are you trying to die on your own? Did you think it would be over if you threw your life away? Or would you feel at ease if you died like that? Aye, aye, Roger shouted at Esmeralda, who was embarrassed. Don't misunderstand. He holds Esmeralda's arm, which is about to be dragged away strongly. It's not you who'll end this fight. He raised his half-sword, and as squeezed out all the mana he had into it, a silver aura appeared on the tip of the sword. That's me. He struck, and the red threads that bound Esmeralda were cut off at once. Chapter 175, Cone 175. Burned ash, seed of wind, 2. The cut thread is scattered in the air, and Esmeralda, in her soul state, couldn't take her eyes off the scene. She was finally free from the long-lasting curse that bound her for a long time. She thought she could never escape, except in death, but the curse was broken now. Tears flowed down Esmeralda's cheeks, even though she didn't have tear glands in the soul state. What she was shedding were the tears of the soul in the image of all sorrow and lumps. It was a rare sight to see even once in a century. No, I can't do this. Quasimodo scratched the ground roughly with his hands. He, who no longer had a rope to hold on to, was dragged into the chain without hesitation. The fire-burning Crollo Fabius body became stronger, and the white chain and the fire that connected it burned strongly as he mingled with Quasimodo. Ah, the souls of Quasimodo and Crollo Fabius screamed together. This can't happen, Quasimodo. First Order of the Black Dawn Society. Cryptid born in fire. Roger stood in front of Quasimodo, and his magma-like eyes directed at Roger. Roger Chelisai, all because of you. It's all because of you. Become ashes and disappear with all the sins you have committed. Quasimodo's body slowly began to crumble. The countless fireballs that made up his body were scattered and melting in the air. It's the soul. Roger replied to Joanna, who did not realize what was going on. The soul of the Roteng village bound by Quasimodo and burning with hatred. The spirit was finally free from Quasimodo and was ascending. Quasimodo reached out anxiously, but it was a meaningless resistance. Power, my strength. Quasimodo's loud voice gradually decreased, and the giant soon shrunk to the size of a child. Unlike the souls that escaped from the chain, Quasimodo could not escape. The whole world to burn. With those words, Quasimodo completely disappeared along with the soul of Crollo Fabius. The completely liberated souls shone white, and the scarlet flames caused by Quasimodo scattered like white petals. Two lights approached Joanna, who was staring blankly at the scene. Mom, Dad. Joanna instinctively reached for the souls, but they flew high into the sky in the wind and disappeared with the light of firecrackers embroidering the sky. Joanna stared at the scene in tears, and Pierre couldn't keep his mouth shut at the sight. What a vivid beauty! Even though he was blind, Pierre was vividly watching the miracle aloud only at this moment, as if he would not miss it. He will never forget this beautiful sight. It's over. Esmeralda, who was in the soul state, collapsed. The nightmare that she thought would last was over. But still, what was lost would never return. The scarred memories of the precious past that disappeared were still there. Sorry, Esmeralda apologized to the departing souls. Everyone died because of her. Sorry, I am so sorry. She couldn't fully convey her feelings with her words. Nevertheless, this was all she could do right now. Because I am weak. Because I am stupid. I made everyone die. Tears didn't come out as if the miracle she just shed was everything. If I followed him from the beginning. Her body slowly began to blacken and blur. Quasimodo disappeared, but her soul was already severely damaged in the aftermath of their long-lasting contract. The damage to the soul is more serious than anything else, and Esmeralda's gradually blackening appearance proved it. At this rate, she will become a ghost, forgetting even the memories of her life, but Esmeralda was not sad. Maybe it's because she thinks this is the end that suits her, who was foolish. Roger looked at the sight without saying a word. Now that he had exhausted his mana, Roger had no way to help Esmeralda, and even if he had mana, there was no way to return a fallen soul. To restore a truly corrupt soul to its original state, Esmeralda himself must be saved, but she couldn't as there were no words to heal the wounds engraved on the soul. Is it a soul that can't even ascend? Unfortunately, there was nothing more he could do for Esmeralda, but the moment he thought so, he saw a soul that showed unusual movements. Unlike the other souls who were rising to the sky, there was one light approaching Esmeralda against the flow. Esmeralda also stared blankly at the soul approaching her. A white soul shone, and soon turned into a person as Esmeralda opened her eyes wide. Nana Nun led a small church in Roteng village, and the one who raised Esmeralda appeared. Esmeralda bowed her head as she didn't want to face her. She still vividly remembers the cries of those who uttered hateful words toward her in her dreams. The dream always ended with seeing her mother, the nun. The other person was fine, but she didn't want to hear that from her. She didn't want to be blamed by her. Sorry, sorry, sorry. Esmeralda kept saying the same thing over and over again with her head down. The nun looked down at Esmeralda and slowly reached out to her. The moment the fingertips touched Esmeralda's shoulder, Esmeralda raised her head startled. The nun hugged Esmeralda silently. Oh, Esmeralda opened her eyes wide and soon sobbed, twisting her face with sadness. Didn't you have a hard time? Aye. I'm so sorry I couldn't be with you. Esmeralda's mother stroked her back and whispered that it was okay. Soul. Esmeralda's soul, which had been dyed black, has changed. Like white petals flying around her soul, who had shaken everything off, soon regained its original innocence. Roger stared at the scene silently. At this moment, a soul that had fallen into the darkness was saved as Esmeralda, and the nun's body slowly rose to the sky and joined the other souls. Oh, Esmeralda, who was about to leave holding her mother's hand, looked at Roger as if she had thought of something. Roger also stared at her until the end. Please take care of Selina. Esmeralda smiled softly. It was a pure smile that didn't fit the name of the Witch of Fire, which was eroded by madness. A strong flash burst out, and the souls disappeared like a mirage. The sight he saw a while ago felt like a dream. Where would the souls that have been wandering for so many years go at the end? Roger murmured quietly, looking up into the empty air. It's really far away. But one day, the end of my journey will definitely. At that time, Joanna slumped down and breathed out the breath that Pierre had held back. It's over. No, it's not over yet, Roger said, staring at Pierre and Joanna. Joanna love it. No, Joanna, Roteng's survivor. Joanna gulped down as she realized who Roger was. Roger raised his hand and pointed out the warehouse. Leave. What? What did you just say? I told you to leave. Leave Theon and don't come here again. Joanna Lovett, the second order of the Black Dawn Society, died here today. Joanna looked at Roger with disbelief. Roger ignored Joanna and told Pierre, take her and leave. Can you still unfold the magic that deceives people's eyes? Yes, that's possible. Then go, and don't let anyone know what happened here. Why? Because it's all over. Quasimodo, the souls of the suffering Roteng citizens, and the two captured by the past. Everything was over. Your story ends here. Roger muttered and held Selina, who had fallen on the floor, in his arms. Quasimodo disappeared, but the remnants of the fire were still burning the warehouse. If they stay here, they'll be crushed to death by the collapsing warehouse. Thank you, Joanna shouted at Roger's back, which was moving away, but Roger did not reply. Let's go back. But where? Where would it be? To our hometown. At Pierre's words, Joanna nodded, saying, I understand. Pierre's painting magic came into play, and soon the images of the two disappeared, as if they were melting in the air. Extinguish the fire. The fire is so strong that we can't stop it. There were quite a few people gathered outside the burning logistics warehouse. Workers with buckets of water, and some teachers tried to extinguish the fire in the warehouse by shooting water. Casey, who was watching the situation, realized that the fire was weaker than before. What happened? The flame that was trying to escape from the outside just now seems to have weakened. It was not an illusion, and at the same time someone shouted, Look over there. There's a man coming out. All the eyes of the people gathered at the scene headed to the main gate of the warehouse as two people emerged through the burning flames. Roger came out holding Selina, who fainted. Mr. Roger. There's also teacher Selina. His steps were slow and precarious. Actually, Roger was covered with wounds, but strangely the people were overwhelmed by the sight. It was Casey Selmore who came to her senses first. What are you doing? Help him, he's injured. The rest of us will try to put out the fire. Only then did the workers who came to their senses rush to approach Roger. Are you all right? This way, supported by the crowd, Roger headed towards the medical staff. After confirming that Roger had escaped safely, Casey Selmore lifted the water curtain and poured it all into the warehouse. Follow me. Casey wanted to ask Roger what happened inside right away, but the situation was not favorable. Even if the fire has weakened for now, it could suddenly spread again, so now was her chance to put it out. People followed Casey in her footsteps and entered the warehouse. Moments after she entered inside, the burning fire in the warehouse gradually subsided. Are you feeling well? Oh my God, your arms are like this. That's all right. That's all right. Do you have any recovery pills? Roger showed his half-baked right arm. I think we need treatment urgently. I'll bring the people right here. Roger breathed a sigh of relief as he looked at the distant worker. It's finally over. Only then did Roger feel his whole body relax, and Selina, who was lying on the stretcher, also came to her senses. Teacher Roger, are you awake? Yes. Selina nodded her head with a vague look. She, who raised her upper body, opened her mouth with a painful face. I had a dream. A dream? Yes. It was such a sad and painful dream. I see. Roger responded moderately while watching the slowly dying warehouse fire. Selina asked, Why did you save me? I did something bad. Not me, but the other me. You knew. Since when? Selina nodded and did not deny Roger's question. I met her. When I lost my mind, in the endless darkness of unconsciousness, she was waiting for me there. What did she say? She said, I'm sorry. You've had a hard time. And she told me this too. Keep going. Shesh is gone, right? How was the last time you saw her? Did she leave happily? Yes, she went with a smile. That's a relief. Selina bit her lip while trying to say something. Then she plucked up her courage and asked Roger, You know, Mr. Roger, yes. Why did you help me? Selina faintly felt what she did in her nightmares. She committed an unforgivable sin and hurt somebody. Even if something else did it, she was also at fault. Still, Roger saved her. Like me, you promised. What? Let's enjoy the festival together next year, too. Selina stared at Roger with her eyes wide open, as if she had never expected such an answer. Roger turned his head to Selina, who was lying down, and looked at her. At that moment, fireworks exploded, embroidering the sky. They were bigger, grander, and more colorful than any firework, symbolizing the end of Theon's magic festival. That's why. Ah, a splendid light shone on the two of them. Selina was speechless at Roger's gentle smile and twisted her face as if she was about to shed tears. Tears were actually flowing down her cheeks, but instead of being sad, Selina raised her mouth and smiled at Roger. It was powerless and pitiful, but that's why it was the most beautiful smile. Yes, soon the medical staff came, and Selina was stretchered away. Others made a fuss about Roger's need to rest, but Roger stopped them and left. No one was able to stop Roger's momentum, and he walked away. The fire calmed down, and some students even came nearby to see as they heard the news of the fire. However, the festival ended safely. A communication came to Roger, who sat alone a little away and watched the scene. Brother, you did a great job. I'll leave with Sheridan now. Yeah, you did a great job too, Hans. I ordered the rats to erase the evidence, but I don't know what will happen, that's enough. Roger, who finished communicating with Hans, breathed a sigh of relief inside, thinking that it was finally completely over. The moment he thought he could have a really good night's sleep. I came here to see the festival, but something interesting must have happened. A voice came from behind Roger's back, and a chill flew down his spine as the hair all over his body stood on end. No one talked to Roger because everyone is concerned about fighting the fire, even more approaching him without him sensing it. The other person spoke in a voice still full of ease. Is it the monster of fire that has completely disappeared in the colorful fireworks? And this is so different from the original plan. A cold sweat ran down Roger's forehead. There's no way he wouldn't know this voice. Join us and we'll help you do what you want. What do you say? He saw parts of Esmeralda's memory, and after hearing the voice and feeling this sense of pressure, he realized who the other party was. Zero's order. The founder of the Black Dawn Society was now behind his back. So, can you explain what happened now, John Doe? Zero Order's eyes were on Roger's back.